fat shaming, my man.
I did work, but I ain't said nothing before.
Oh, okay. So you gotta, you gotta pipe down a little
I
bit.
know my fucking up. Drinking and everything. I'm fucking up.
You feel fat.
I did this to my TV last night.
Put the LEDs around it.
Yeah, in the back. So, right up. I'm gonna eat that.
How many you got today so far?
1 and 12:30.
It's a building. It's a slow grind.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you left me on the cliff yesterday. You said we're gonna start with the good. What's the bad? And like before you answer,
I knew I didn't finish it.
yeah, and before you
What's
answer,
up, man?
I'm not gonna take offense to it. I want to get better. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm not like I need to know this shit as opposed to finding out when you leave. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't found that bad, bro.
Okay. Well.
I got one thing.
Okay.
You talking food in your mouth?
Yeah. I don't have any chance to stop and eat. I know that's not.
No, I think, yeah.
I know that's not necessarily a good excuse, but it's the reason. But no, I'm serious. Like, I'm not the type of dude that's gonna fight you when you tell me some shit I don't want to hear. Especially if you coming at me respectfully. Like if you say, you know what, nigga, fuck you and your mama and this, that, and the other, like we ain't on the same page. But if you say, hey, bro, as another man or a business owner, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like if you keep it respectful, like I'm all ears, cause you know what I'm saying? Like I don't think I gotta figure out this is the first shop I've owned. So I'm 3 years into being a mark, like a professional mark. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, like to be an educator.
Yeah.
You got a lot of shit in order.
I'm just saying, I want you to feel and just, as long as you keep it respectful, like I'm all here. I don't.
I'm this no kind of guy, man. As long as shit ain't the truth on what I ain't going on.
Right. I'm just saying, if you see some weak
I would like to be able to get up here earlier.
So, okay, so the only reason I'm not changing the hours is because there's been a couple times I'll be here at 10, 12, 17 walking. Because if you tell me you're gonna be here at 10 and I plan to not get here till noon, and then I find out somebody gonna call or let a review says they're open at 10 a.m. and no one's here, that affects the business of everybody. As you see, it's gonna affect Sean's business, but it's gonna affect every barber that follows. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
If we start to get a bunch of bad
in that case, just leave it like it is.
yeah.
But if anybody comes, I'll just be like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah, but in the future, the way you get into movement, don't tell me with your mouth. Show me that I can rely on you because this is my shop, this is my name, this is all I got. You know what I'm saying? So if you want me to change, if you want me to open at 7 a.m., I don't have a problem with changing those hours as long as I can know without a shadow of a doubt that I'm not gonna wake up to calls and texts and emails and bad reviews, you know what I'm saying, shit like that.
Well, stuff happens as well.
I get it. I'm not.
It might be a day I gotta go report.
Yeah, I'm not. But how do you fix it? I'm not talking about that.
Have to get me off of this shit. If you get me off of this, I'll be up there.
But I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about how do we as grown men deal with when life throws a curveball. Communication. Let me know, like, yo, I know.
But that ain't gonna stop the reviews, though.
It is, because if you tell me, hey, dog, I'm not gonna be, bro, I live right where you live. It's nothing for me to run out of bed, brush my teeth, and get over here in 5 minutes flat. I know, but again, people don't understand how important communication is to me. Because when you look at like my client base, the reason I have so many clients and I'm able to see so many people, I'm great at time management, and I'm a master communicator. Whenever something's off, I let my clients know, hey, this, that, or the other. Like I said this loudly like 3 times yesterday. Since I was late, I'm gonna throw something, take some money off. It's like shit like that. People appreciate that because a lot of times they roll their eyes when another barber ain't where they say they're gonna be when they say they're gonna be. You know what I'm it's like shit like that. And as you look, like I think I'm the GOAT, but that's some whatever. It is what it is. But like you look at
Nah, I ain't never seen a motherfucker booming like you.
yeah. But
I
that's
mean, I have. Not trust.
yeah.
Like now, for the seats and the money.
Yeah. Yeah. But the point I'm making is you can look over at my cuts and be like, you're cool, but and the reason I'm booming like that is my clipper work is the last thing on that on like that on the total pole as to why my books stay full is I think I do a great job cutting here, but I'm immaculate at everything else that people don't factor into this game, and one of the things is communicating. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but again, don't hold back. If you see something where like you can tighten up your game a little bit in this regard, then I'm not gonna bite the hand that feeds me because I want that information to help me get better. You say what? Yeah.
This back when I had that sparkle in my eye, man.
What's up now?
I used to do shit like this. That's back when I was in
Oh,
high
that's
school.
cool.
Yeah.
Y'all both getting the cut? I'm sorry, I'm out there.
Yeah.
Okay, sign in. Yes, sir. Sign in, and I got you. You're like, yeah. Only for so long.
Hey, can you come to the inside?
Really? That's
Man. I'm right about Cypress Park, high school.
Yeah, I'm a spell checker too.
Right, man. Come on, we waiting on you, White. Right? Come on.
When they finally sit down and talk to Kevin throughout the summer, they are trying to figure out if Kevin saw what everybody else saw, which is the reason that whole season got sidetracked is because they didn't get on Kevin. They didn't know they knew that the other issue with Kevin is he wants to win.
Why did y'all pop in and pop out?
Oh, I didn't know y'all was set up when the lights went on and everything, so I was like,
Yeah, no, you all right. I mean, okay, but in the future, as long as that door open, you in there.
yeah, nah, I just wanted to,
Give me a minute. Yeah, no, I just went to the back to turn the lights on, and that was that. Same low ball game.
I like it. You said do it. I heard this. Remember, Kirk was a widow. James Harden was there. Now he's gone. We'll see if Kyrie Irving ends up making a decision to leave as well. Stand by and we'll get more on this.
Let's say, one thing is for sure, the Nets are at the best when both Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant play together. When it's only Durant playing and Brooklyn has the net rating of the playing, it's very good. But when both are on the court, he shoots up a 13.1, which is just exceptional. It plummets to -7. When both of those players are off the court, their first set glance takes on into that should consider giving Kyrie next time. Player, and I would argue that he's a top 3 most entertaining player. But the reality of the situation, when you look at the last 3 years with the Brooklyn Nets, year 1 he played 20 games of 72, year 2 he played 54 of 72, last year he played 29. And each season there were issues beyond just giving Kyrie Irving a massive extension. Knowing what you've seen over the last 2 years, I don't think that's the greatest thing. You would have to be insane to think that these sort of issues would not continue to pop
got all kinds of. I got like 4 different ones.
What that do?
When was the last time you talked to your guy? I said, when was the last time you talked to your guy? And I was supposed to write a letter to him?
Hey, so I want to know how you doing? What got it?
Remember you, for Sunday?
Oh, I gotta talk to my lawyer first.
Okay.
I talked to the lady this morning, right?
Well, just all we need is an email. Give me an email address, and then we'll send it off from our company letterhead.
Alright, that works. I got it. Get approved by the judge. What's up, hey? Kanye in the house. You sleep? Kanye sleep. Little baby. Huh? Little baby today?
know that ball carrying right there. And the staff, they're rolling the Pirates, rookie Jackson Rosie, and a +430. He's been swinging a hotbed. 6 home runs this month, including 3 homers a couple of days ago. So that's what the staff is doing. So if you recap here, Sage and Jimbo fire. She's got Mike Trout. And then let their platform get out. I'm trying to really go for it. I want the streak. I think it'll be here. There's you are. I got pretty quickly, and then I thought the young bucks, there's the staff goals of Jackson Rosie. Those are the sticks. Come on, Freddie Freeman.
Well, back and forth, that is safe, you're right. Dominican Sue has already been very kind of story career. Began at 29, back to the second overall after Stanley Pat. That was a minute ago. Wow, he won the defensive rookie of the year with the Detroit Lions. And spent 5 years there, 5 in Detroit, 3 in Miami, bringing us elected to 5 Pro Bowls and 3 All-Pro teams in 5 seasons in the league so far. He started all but 2 regular season games, durable for sure. How about 2020? It all came together with the Buccaneers and Dominican got to lift that Lombardi trophy after beating the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Sort of the second half of that game, as Buccaneers won, of course, 31 to 9. They got to celebrate on the field with the wife, and now they celebrate here with us. We're going forward now. Hello. It was great to have you on the field for the first quarter. Thank you for coming in 5 times total. Capital was also a free agent. And I'm sorry, but with that winter thing, you don't have a fun on it. Let's just talk about that right off the bat here. Yesterday, Adam Sanders made a quick quote. NFL Live, right, saying, it looks like the Bucs, I don't know, picture that, that's what he said. And then, of course, to his day that he liked to continue playing. And then what he did, he retweeted it. That was today. That was this morning. So, there's a lot of talk, funny though, about you with the Raiders for a long time. Your retweet was hard to know. You know, that's smart. That was intentional. So are you and your representative and any talks right now with what I get? How quickly do you expect your decision? But you should definitely want that. I mean, yeah, you selected your school camera. And it's interesting. I mean, you got that ring. How difficult has it been for you to kind of put that in a box and say, hey, that part is over. Time to move on. I want to talk about being I really like football with those babies. And Father's Day related, by the way. And I like what you tweeted out there the other day on Father's Day, and that was 2 times Father's Day weekend. We like that, and that stays forever, right? You and your beautiful wife Kathy have 15-month-old twin boys, East and Charlie, and your Instagram. It's all about those boys. By the way, little, at 15 months, son. Oh my God. 30+ pounds, that is 100% your fault. What is it? What is a day in the life? I don't know that. every single day, right? Because it's been going. Obviously, we don't talk about the on the football field, on the choice to Miami, to the Rams, where there was nothing to forget about, and then to the last couple. I mean, you see the highs, you see the lows, the coaches, you're gonna experience it all. What have you learned about yourself as a player over the last 12 years? Donald and Tom Brady, I mean, you have played among some all-time greats. It's been a while, it's so special, remember, that you really run, special things are really nice, and all the good things.
Close your eyes. When you raise your eyebrows, raise up my chest. They go there. Welcome back. So that for one day out the year they treat you like a first class citizen, or was it still the same old game?
Sort of, mixed bag. I was with mine this week. We were out of town.
Okay.
With my wife.
I'm gonna log in. See you, buddy. You say you like to go out of town?
Yeah, we're about to go out of town. Thursday, but we were out of town today.
Oh, gotcha.
Football team.
Flag or 707 or
Growing up lessons right now. Like for example, out of his crew, he's the only one that had job, internship that worked with him. They all hanging out there. They got to go work in the morning. He got 2-3 grand. But yeah, they gonna switch to them. You gotta be up and focus
and be functional. You know, weight ain't the same thing as being functional. You can be physically present, but if you're not mentally able to perform the job duties that you swore up and down in the job interview that you were the best candidate for that position, they have the right to change their mind about that. Especially in Texas. Before she got him an internship, he was always one of like my 10, 15, 20 minutes late. I'm like, I get it. You pay me, right? Like I understand this, but these are bad habits, bro. Like you can't go to the workforce working for somebody with this energy. And if you don't do that, why do you do it with me? I told her mom, because I've been cool with her since, the whole time I've been cutting her. I told her, I was like, you need to get this under control because I do practice how you say. If you can be late to this thing or that thing, and you made an appointment, you can be late to anything. And yeah, so she got him a job, an internship at her company. She's like, yeah, he done been late twice already. I said, I told you. That stuff translates everywhere you go. You gotta practice how you play. Corporate America doing things that would be okay in, the neighborhood.
Say that guy you lost was only 20, huh?
You say 120?
I said the guy you lost was only 20. The guy you let go?
And I don't let go. More than one.
Yeah.
But what about it?
They probably, probably ain't got no real responsibility.
And see, what's frustrating is that, like, we accepted that. It's really the attitude. Like, if you're responsibility, professionalism, and stuff like that, if you're coachable, because I don't expect people to have my upbringing. I don't expect people to come out the box, you know what I'm saying, one way. But if you're unwilling to learn or feel like you're in a position to teach, you have no idea how many people tell me how to run a business. Don't know how to make themselves busy, but tell me what I need to make them busy.
For real.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like those are the type of things that we run people out of here for. It's like not only are you not coaching, now you're trying to coach me? No, bro. This is not a good one.
Like when you try to tell him something, he'd be, I know, I already know, I know.
He'll listen in a moment, but then when he looks at his books and say, damn, I don't have a lot going on, he'll throw out, well, you should, you ever thought about doing billboards? You ever thought about doing TV commercials? You ever thought about doing this? And I'm like, but why? My business is booming. Why would I do that? Well, it's just gonna, the walk-in traffic and this, that, and the other. It's like, bro, you work for yourself. You are self-employed. That's not my responsibility. I can teach you better than I give you my advice before I give you my money.
But the walk-in traffic is alright for real.
Yeah.
I mean, was that while other people was here or?
Yeah. I mean, so it wasn't just that one 20-year-old. So it was a 20-year-old kid and his best friend that was 21. And they were both on the same stuff. Like they felt like they had no idea how to look at themselves and say, why aren't people coming back to me?
No self-awareness or accountability.
None. It was always our fault that it wasn't busy enough. And I'm like, bro, we done knocked 3 difficult things off the checklist. We're easy to find. We're in an area where there's a billion houses, right off a major highway, right on a busy street, right across from the school, the high school, the good elementary school. There's thousands of houses around here. We got a perfect rated on Google. And when people walk in the building, they are blown away by the appearance. What are you not doing to get them to come back? And like when we have those conversations with them, we try to get them to point out, we try to get them to realize that it is them that is the issue. But they never do. But it's my job to make them busy even though they work for themselves. And that's that's the hard part. And then they
Which one got busy real quick?
So we had one guy that got busy real quick. He was good, but he was real flaky. No, I wouldn't say that. He was good, but I say flaky because he developed the attitude, and we tried to work, something is making you unhappy. Just like I did with you earlier. Like, I'm coachable, bro. Tell me what you need me to do, if anything at all, you know what I'm saying, to make this work. And, oh no, I'm good. Okay, all right, 3 months of him saying he was good, finally we're like, bro, this ain't working out. Your attitude is messing up the vibe in the shop. I don't need that. But it was a matter, I mean, it's just, man, we done had probably about 15 people in a year and a half come and go. Maybe
Say
less.
15 people.
I'll say 15. 15 or so. Maybe less, probably 10.
That show you how hard our job is. A lot of people can become barbers.
Right.
Few people can remain and survive as a barber.
Yeah. Like when you were at Cut Edition, how was the turnover?
I was what?
The turnover. Like, were people coming and going a lot?
Oh yeah, I've always been good with client retention.
No, I'm talking about the barbers.
Not really.
So they when they got there, they stayed there? Yep.
For the most part,
How was the walk-in traffic?
alright. I mean, you got 5 or 6 people in there. Made it work.
Yeah.
Walk-in rotation. Let's say really it's first whoever rotation goes in order of how y'all ride.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Let's say I come in, I do a client when I first come in.
Right.
I mean to walk in on you.
Yeah. That's how we were doing it. We had 2 guys fight, and they both ended up leaving because neither of them felt like I dealt with this the right way. But it had been slow. And these were 2 older guys. But one of them was fresh out of school, and one of them had worked at the boardroom for a while. And a guy came in and asked to set up an appointment. And so the one guy that was up gave him his business card. So then 10 minutes later, somebody else walked in. And so the other guy felt like it was his turn. And I was like, nah, I think that, just because that dude took a business card doesn't mean that's like he got a haircut out of that. So I think it's, this way. But I didn't say nothing. I was just like, y'all.
But that ain't nothing even
right.
voice.
Right. But they asked me, so I said, if you really want to know,
You should have gave him a card too.
Nah, I didn't, man, that would have been real bad. That would have been a really bad one. So I just was like, nah, you know what? I was like, since y'all asked, I personally don't think that just because he gave out a business card, that means he got that walk-in. And the other guy didn't like it.
That's not a walk-in.
Right, exactly. The other guy didn't like it. His attitude got sour. But they wanted me to step in and make a decision. I said again, I'm not y'all boss. Y'all work in the space with me. I don't call no shots. All I'm saying is I don't think that should have been that way. Well, the other dude that felt like because the other guy got the walk-in, his business card, he felt like that should have been his, so he took it. So now the other guy that I agreed with mad at me too. So I'm like, man, look, bro, I don't know what to do.
That's yeah. What do you mean by older gentlemen?
Bro, one guy was 44, the other guy was like, yo, I'm just saying they were older.
Neither one of them have been in their own situation.
No.
One of them came from boardroom,
Yep.
and that's commission.
Yep.
So
and the other one.
They don't understand the concept.
Exactly. And that's what I deal with. I deal with kids fresh out of school or new to this type of environment, and they think I'm not talking about tiger cut. I'm talking about like a booth rent situation.
Yeah.
You're the only barber I've had that has worked in a barbershop, like a booth rent barbershop. And so that's why I think you get it, because they didn't get it. But
I don't foresee myself leaving, bro.
I mean,
It take a little time to even get dug in.
Right.
So out of those people, who stayed the longest?
So the one guy that I had to let go, he was a guy your age. I had to let him go because I think his pride was bigger than anything.
Argumentative.
Well, yeah, but I can live with that. Like I can live with you telling me I don't like this, I don't like that. He was too comfortable with that, but that wasn't the issue. The issue was he had 2 people complain to me about what he was doing. And one time he cut somebody's hair, and the guy looked in the mirror, got up, and walked over in front of everybody. Got up and walked into another barber and said, I want your business card. And I looked at him, I say, and he goes, so the dude looked at him,
got his business card, looked over at him from that spot, looked over at him, and was like he was about to fight him. And then he walked over to me, shook my hand, and said thank you, and left. I said, bro, what was that? He was like, I don't know. I said, it's your job to know. It's your job to know if somebody's that damn mad where they go and embarrass you, go to another side of the shop, get somebody's business card, upstage you, walk out and shake my hand like something is wrong. Then a couple weeks later, he made somebody else mad. They called me. They had my number. They called me and they said, man, so and so happened, this, that, and the other. And so after that incident, I said, so and so, if you have a problem, if a client is not happy, you gotta let me know so that I can help you protect your business. In addition to that, I can help protect like the brand, because when people come here, if we have too many bad reviews, they don't have a chance in hell to get people from Google. You know what I'm saying? Like all the ways that we bring people in, like they're not gonna have a chance in hell when we start to get too many bad reviews. So I said, if you are having problems with people, it doesn't mean that you're not a good barber. Just let me help you protect your business. Nah, man, you said you ain't my boss. You said you ain't my supervisor. I said, right, I'm not, but I'm trying to help you. And he didn't want to hear it. So I said, okay, no problem. So
Sound
then,
like a kid with daddy issues.
bro. So then, about a month later, and also he was a very bad barber. His cuts were trash. Okay. Again, he came from the boardroom, so he wasn't up to snuff. So
And they wasn't having this issue either. It wasn't.
well, so he told me that they let him go, but he didn't tell me why. But when he started cutting, I could see it. But I tried to offer help. I say, hey man, I feel like if you do this out of the other, you know what I'm saying, your cuts might come out a little cleaner. And he took offense to it. I say, all right, bro. I mean, move friends, move friends. If people ain't coming back and you can't, you know what I'm saying, build your business, then all right, fine. So he started to watch me cut. I noticed his cut starts to look like mine. But one day, this Hispanic guy, and you can pull this up on our Google page, you can see the review. He wrote a 1. He gave the dude a 1. And I didn't notice what happened because the dude just left mad. He just pushed the door open and left. I said, what happened to this guy? He goes, I don't know. I said, all right. Within moments, my phone is dinging because we got a review on board. Dude gave him a 1 and complained. So I told him, I said, from here on out, if anybody leaves upset and I don't hear about it from you before they leave, I'm gonna find it. I told him it's like $20, $100, something like that. I said, now if they write a review, but you talk to me about it and I'm able to talk to them, you straight. But again, he felt like I was challenging his manhood or whatever, and he said, what if I don't agree with the fine? I said, then you can go. And then he was like, okay. And he was kind of funny with me for the rest of the day, and then I slept on and thought about it. I came back the next day and told him, it was like a Tuesday. I said, I tell you what, I'm gonna let you finish out this week. In a week you gotta go, dog. You're too prideful to be helped. You got it, right? And he was one of the dudes telling me I need to do a billboard, I need to do this, that, and the other. I say, dog, I done brought you 60 people.
You need to get your client, your skills up.
But I couldn't tell him that. But I couldn't tell him that because it wasn't his fault. People weren't coming back. It was mine. And so I finally, I slept on it. I told him, I said, you know what? You're too quick to give me advice and tell me what I should be doing to make you busy, but you won't do none of these things that I'm telling you that are proven that are working for me. So it's good. I'm gonna let you finish out the week because you prepaid. But other than that, you got to bounce. But he was too proud. He goes, "You think you perfect?" I said, "Bro, I don't think I'm perfect. I don't think I'm perfect."
Why would you say something like that? You gotta know envy is going on in somebody's
Oh,
heart.
100%.
When you talk like that.
100%.
Envious.
But I told him, I said, that's the issue. You think when I try to help you, it's a reflection of who I think I am or who I think you are. We all make. I told him, I was like, bro, we all make mistakes, but for whatever reason, you're having a tough time getting on the same page with some of these clients. And I said, those things happen, but if you know a person ain't getting up, jumping for joy, looking at they cut, then okay, something's wrong. So like, we're trying to help you grow your business. He didn't want to look at it like that. I said, all right, no problem, bro. You gotta go.
Oh yeah, I done had several people. This is when you know you got it. When you get up and ask you for a business card.
100%.
That's when you know you got it.
You know? Let me show you. Here, hold on. I got wrapped in the conversation. We good? Okay, close your eyes. But yeah, he wouldn't take feedback. But yeah, this one guy, his wife, I guess she's a marketing guru or something like that, and he kept telling me, you should do this, you should do that, or whatever. My wife does this, that, and the other. So I said, all right, have your wife, since she's so good at what she does, have your wife make your business pop. If your business pops, I'll pay her whatever she charges. I don't even want a discount. And he kept giving me excuses. Well, I don't want to pop individually. You know what I'm saying? I want the whole, the shop to pop. I say, big dog. The reason the shop ain't popping is because everybody that I've had here has come fresh out of school and can't cut. That's why the shop ain't popping. If you could cut, people will come back for you. Period.
That's any shop.
100%. But he's like, yeah, no, I think, my wife can do some things. I said, cool, perfect. Have her do it for you. Show me the results. I know about search engine optimization. I used to work in marketing. So I know that she can trace and prove these statistics. Show me the receipts. I said, and once she makes your business pop, tell her she can name her price. I'll pay it. He wouldn't do it. I said, all right, whatever. Y'all keep telling me what I need to be doing to grow your business, but you won't do anything that I'm telling you that has worked for me. You want a cash card? Yeah, man, it's been a ride, I tell you that. And the things that I thought were going to be a problem, opening up a shop, haven't been an issue. And the things that I never thought would be a problem, slap me in the face every damn day. It's crazy. It's crazy. I imagine it's similar to being a parent. Things you were worried about before you became a parent are not the things that are actual issues when you become one.
No way to compare yourself.
Yeah. And that's how I feel about this. Like the things I thought, I never thought I would have to negotiate with people. Because when I got out of barber school, I understood. I work for myself. So it's up to me how successful I am. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's up to me if people don't come back.
Yeah, man, that's one of the major things that I got too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a business. Appreciate it. Happy belated Father's Day. Yeah, man, it's been a ride. It's been a short ride. Was the game not loading? Okay, my bad. All right, buddy.
Hey. What are you doing, man?
You do anything.
Y'all have a good one.
All right, you
We'll help back here.
But yeah, so a couple guys, so the common reasons people have left. Well, I'll say this, the common reasons that I think people left, I don't know why, right? I don't know everything, but most of the guys that have been here, again, fresh out of school, they didn't take school seriously. They decided, I'm not gonna cut for free, or I'm not gonna cut for $5, or I'm not gonna let you make money off of my work. So they didn't cut, they get out of school and they take the 2 hours on the table.
Okay, yeah.
So there's that. So then
I'm working against you.
100%. So now you see me getting through a cut in 15 minutes on a Saturday, seeing 30 people, and you don't see 3. So the math ain't mathing, right? So that's one issue. The other issue is, I don't know if people think I'm lying. I don't think people believe me when I tell them I was not a barber until I got to Texas. I did not get my license until a year after I got here. And in that short time, house, car, shop. So when I offer them, hey man, this is what I think you should do. This is what worked for me. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't believe me. Like for some reason I have no credibility. Even though you didn't in a week and a half, you didn't see me cut 150 people. I got the receipts. 150 people in a week. Okay, in a week and a half. I'm sorry. And so, like, I don't know what it is, but like the one guy that I wound up, the last guy that I fired, he was saying stuff like, well, the only reason people, I say, okay, so they sat at this station and that station, and they both came to me one time and they were like, yeah, man, Like, I feel like other barber shop owners are doing more to make their shop busy. You're not really doing nothing. And I said, I agree. I'm not really doing nothing. Like I can own that. I'm not, because it's not my job to make you busy. You work for yourself. And I kept reiterating that. And so at the time, I had already, like a month prior, I had told them, y'all need to start tracking how many people you see. And I want you to track how many people came back to you. So they both, like one guy had seen, so I asked him, I said, how many people did you see this morning? And he pulled out his little information. He said, I saw 60 people. I said, of those 60 people, how many of those people were beatbacks? Like, how many people came back? He said about 5. I say, my man, you know, because I done brought you 60 walk-ins in this, you know, 3 months, you know, or in this last month, 60 walk-ins, 5 of them came back. So I pulled out my Google machine. I asked Google, how many people get a haircut within a month? I'm sorry, like, how many people get multiple haircuts in a month? And it said something like 40%. Then I said, okay, Google, how many people get a haircut every 2 months? And it said like 60%. Then I said, okay, Google, how many people get a haircut every 3 months? And it said 80%. So I say, okay. So at the time they had been here for 4 months. They started the same day. They've been here for like about 4 months. I say, so in the 4 months that you've been here, you've only got 5 people to come back this month? I done sent you about 60 to 75 walk-ins a month since you've been here. And I told him, I said, part of the reason it's that low is because you guys take hours to do a haircut. So I say, you want me to throw money in the air and hope it comes back when your retention rate is less than 15%? Like, as a businessman, that's a bad look, first of all. Second of all, I'm not your boss. You don't work for me. You work in my spot, but this is my business. This is the only motherfucker I own.
You shouldn't have to reiterate that.
But
By the time they in there, you know.
But the thing is, I was a new shop owner, as I still am. But I like, so the one thing, as you know, like I think as men, we are who our parents made us, both intentionally and unintentionally. My father would say shit because I said so. My mama would say shit because I said so. I was a wise type of person. I respect the fact that you're my mom or you're my dad, but that don't change the fact that I don't understand why you're asking me to do things, right? So I felt like as a young person, it hindered me when people wouldn't give me the why, right? So I didn't mind telling them and explaining to them, brother, this ain't a Sean issue, dog. This is not a Sean issue, this is a you problem. So I was willing to entertain that conversation to help them understand. This is why you're failing. I am the solution. You just gotta ask me to help you. So one day, so after we had that conversation, like a week later, the barber that was sitting here cut this dude hair, and it was terrible, terrible. Marcel was cutting my hair. She had just started learning how to cut hair. Okay, so she's fucking my hair up. I'm watching him fuck this dude hair up. So the dude gets up and pays. He charged 35. The dude left him. He paid him 55. I said, hold up. I say, barber. I don't want to say his name because I don't want to put his name up. I say, barber, I feel like you could really like do a little bit more work right here. And he goes, huh? I go, yeah, just, you know. And he sat him down. He looked at him. And then, yeah, just throw it on the table right there. There was supposed to be a frosty too. I'm missing an order. I'm missing something from my order. Is there more in your car? Oh, it's okay. Okay. But all right, you good, I'm good. You good, all right. So, damn, I lost my phone. Okay, yeah, so, dude's gonna leave. I say, that guy likes you now. Like right now, he likes you. He thinks you're great, all that. I cannot let him leave because he gonna sit in his car, look in the rearview mirror, and see that shit. He gonna go to the crib, his mama, neighbor, nephew, uncle, somebody gonna be like, you paid 55 for that? This fucking line right here. So I was like, and I admit, I probably did this wrong, but I didn't know what else to do. So I said, you could get this do a little bit better job on this side. So he sits him down, he acts like he sees it, pretends he fixed it, and then goes, all right, my man, have a good day. I said, nah, I can't let this guy leave. He done paid me too much money. This is the kind of client you need to make sure you get to come back. So I said, my man, let me just help you real quick. So I said, here's the line. And he goes, oh, okay. So he, again, acted like he got it. Then he turned so I can see, he goes, did I get it? I said, nah. I said, let me show you what I mean. So his clippers were sitting on the counter. I pick them up. I get the line out. And then I show the guy the mirror and I made sure both sides were even. Told him, thank you, have a good day. So dude, 44 years old, he goes, you know, and I can't even lie, dog, I didn't appreciate that. And I said, what is it that you didn't appreciate? And he goes, I don't like how you picked up my clippers. I said, okay, I'm glad we're having this conversation because here's what happens. And I said to him, I said, I'm not trying to pull rank on you, but I put everything I own into this business, everything I got. And people come in and they never come back. You're fucking up my business because you're too proud to ask me for help. You're too proud to let me help you keep these motherfuckers coming back so that you make money here, because what's going to happen is these people are going to run you out of the game.
He is too proud.
You know what I'm saying? So I said, you have me across the walkway, brother. I'm 15 feet from you, and all I want to do is help you. But you refuse to let me help you, and you're fucking people up left and right, and no one's coming back. You told me last week that you saw 60 people and 5 came back, and yet y'all give me all this advice on what I can do to make your business pop. What are you talking about? And he was like, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like you think you perfect, and I be seeing lines on your cut and this, that, and the other. I say I say barber. You might see them, but why didn't you see that one right in your face? And he was like, it wasn't even, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't even that bad. I said, maybe it wasn't. But I don't know how to help you because you won't ask for my help. You won't let me help you. Every time I try to give you assistance, and I said at the end of the day, you're ruining my business. Like, yeah, I know I said this is my business, but when people don't come back, they go and tell their whole fucking family tree and everybody they ever met, do not go to Tiger Cut. That is why you only get 60 walk-ins a fucking month.
I got you. I got a solution.
Yeah.
You ready here?
Yeah.
They can cut.
You say what?
They can cut like 5. Make them audition.
So
that ain't gonna be no problem no more.
Right. But so that was
Like a trainer. You can turn that into a trainer.
right. So that was a solution around that time. What we were gonna do moving forward after that. But the problem is they fresh out of school, so they know niggas in school right now. So I was like, man, if I
Tap into that.
well, no, because if I start telling people they got to audition, less people are gonna come here because they may not.
No, I mean once they come in and they inquire about a job, hey man, the spot's there, but I need to see you cut first.
Right. No, right.
I gotta
But
see you
the
cut.
point I'm making
You gotta
is,
be coachable.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
The point I'm making is they're not coachable and they don't accept accountability. So then when shit don't work out here, they don't tell the whole story. They say, man, that owner, bro, he trash. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like I don't even know how to move because first of all, I don't know these niggas.
So I want you to hold their game.
They do.
Take them over to the high school,
They-
to the
100%.
basketball game, they sell.
Right.
Yeah,
But-
go get him a card.
But here's the other issue is that I don't know anybody here. Like Marcella is the only motherfucker I know. So I don't have like 30 years in a game in this area where people can be like, oh no, he cool, he just, he don't want you to, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm the weird new nigga in the area where they be like, nah, I wouldn't fuck with him. Because we should have been popping, bro. We should have had a whole lot more going on than we do. But because nobody knows me, I don't get the benefit of the doubt when I try to talk with a motherfucker. They just tell their side of the story. And like I remember a little while ago, somebody was supposed to come here so all of these people with the exception of the last guy I fired came from Franklin, okay? So it was 2 people that were supposed to work here that knew those guys. And as soon as I let them go, they blocked us. Stop communicating. So I know they talking, which is fine. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's like they're, so that's why it's like I thought about auditioning, but bro, I can't. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. That's why I stopped advertising we hiring. Bro, I don't need. I count all this money by my motherfucking self. Don't care. I'm gonna let Marcella get close. Like right now, she's pulling about $6,000 a month. Hopefully, she'll get to about 10 soon. bro, we'll bring in 25K a month and fuck y'all. Don't care. But we tried the audition thing, or we thought about it, but I think I did try it once. And who was that we made audition? I can't think of the last person.
Find out what areas they proficient in.
You know what? It was.
Make them do a course. You gonna work here? You gotta work on this.
Yeah. No. You know what? It was the last guy we hired was actually the dude that was in your station, and he was actually KP's friend from school, and we got him in, and he didn't do the best job, but I told him, I said, all right, we could work on some things, and I told him what I want from you: accountability, professionalism, punctuality. I can teach you how to cut. I cannot teach you punctuality, professionalism, like all the things that have made us who we are today. I can't.
You
teach
can,
you.
but they ain't gonna take your word.
That's my point. That's
because
why
they listen to their mama.
Exactly, but that's why I say I can't teach it to you, because if it's something I have to teach you, I'm not going to teach you. I understand you fresh out of school, you don't cut as fast, as well, as efficient. I understand that because I get it. I was the same type of student, but the difference is I can cut.
So what you learn from that?
So all I
You
learned,
learn experienced people.
true, but the thing is, how do I get experienced people over here when they already are comfortable where they're at? You're a diamond in the rough. Keep it a buck. You're a diamond in the rough. There ain't many people that have been in the game for a while and are like, I've outgrown this space. You a self-aware nigga. Many of y'all don't exist.
And that ain't always been like that. So.
I know it as but you're 36. Like, that's the problem. The barbers I want are your age and my age, because that's when I came to the game, and that's why I think I hit the ground running, because I think as polished as I think I am, and I think I was this way since I was 12, I believe that if I hit the game at 18, I'd have fucked it up too. But, I don't know.
No, man, I mean, it's reinvigorating, bro. Like, I'm feeding off of your energy.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
So, yeah, like,
But
that's what's gonna bring them in when they come in and look around and see, it's another nigga over here.
Right.
So I can't shift all the blame on him.
Yeah.
Feel me? It's somebody over here who's saying the same shit.
Right.
Who gonna help, retain. I'm gonna help you,
Yeah, I had that feeling because the first shop I went to, I was the average. It was one guy that was 44 and one guy that was 30. But the other like 6 or 7 barbers were like 35 to like 40. So we were all within that little 15-year age gap. But 20.
I don't think I ever seen nobody do like you.
Was
At least one other guy, Alvin and Sons, on Highway 6.
Okay.
But not Revs, it's called Revs now.
Yeah. But see, you, being that you're a veteran and that you've been in the game long, and you can speak to that, because I don't think they realize the opportunity they have to work.
The fact that you're full means nigga. It's an open, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's wide open, bro.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is put a little effort in.
So
I'm talking about go pass some cards, go over here to one of these games, where it's open.
I try to give them the blueprint. And they look at me like I'm snoring the
Hey, you
south.
go to one of these middle school basketball games, you catch one of these high school man.
Yeah, I try to give them every piece of the game, but I'm telling you, get people to write reviews about you, because I'm telling you, the search starts.
Yeah, bro, out here where it's nothing yet,
Yeah.
it's all about Google right now.
100%. Google, Apple Maps, all of that.
Yeah, it's all about Google and Booksy. Google and Booksy. We're your best friends right now.
Yeah.
So have your internet presence together.
100%.
Have your presence together.
You
Yeah.
gotta post as often as possible. You gotta do everything you can to, but like I do, so like in this area, when I pass out cards, I found that many people ain't really fucking with me like that. And I think it's because of how unreliable and like corny other barbers have been. But I'm telling you, you will never go wrong if you get people to write your name on Google and Yelp. That's the way to win. That's the way to win. Google and Yelp.
against the Texas A&M lineup that is so patient. How do you think?
Yeah, bro, there's 2 lanes going left right there. At that light.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be a major intersection, bro.
Yeah, supposedly they're bringing West Green all the way down here.
Oh man, this gonna be a major intersection.
Yeah. 300 unit apartment complex, 3,000 houses, 1,500 houses right here in Marvita. No. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. And that's why it's so frustrating because, like, no. And honestly, like this 15,000 I seen a month, that's not even the top. I'm not even gonna max out at that. I bet I'll make 20,000 a month by the time all this shit is done. And that's without raising my prices. And it's frustrating because all people have to do is not fuck it up, right? Like I said, we're in a good location. We're around all kinds of shit on a busy street, across from a high school.
It's only gonna get busier though.
It's only gonna get busier.
But the high school is all you need.
No.
Essentially, for real, because they parents gonna come with them.
No.
So,
All
they
you
word
gotta
of mouth, man.
All you gotta do is not fuck it up.
Oh, I'm just patient. Once
And
my
I don't mean-
son go to school, it's a wrap.
Now I don't mean you. I'm just talking about the barbers and styles that are coming through here. All you gotta do is not fuck it up. It's one thing when people don't like going to the space you work in, but they tolerate it because they fuck with you. We got the opposite here.
Yeah,
People
see,
love the environment.
that's what I was dealing with.
Yeah, I know.
That's what it was. People ain't really like it. I mean, there's some conversations where,
Right.
you know, it's like,
Right.
they damn near fight, thank God.
Yeah.
All that
know.
nigga shit, man.
I've been there. And you know what I'm saying? That's why it's like, that's why we do this. The way
My
we do
pet
it.
peeve, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my pet peeve is men with feminine emotions.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little tough as school.
And we like, so I called that out, right? I called it out to the first group of kids we hired. And the one guy the first guy we hired, he brought like 4 people. He brought Eric, as a matter of fact. And he brought all these people. And I told them, I said, hey, in the past, I've dealt with this, that, or the other. People take what I say the wrong way sometimes. So if I'm ever, you know, if I ever step wrong or whatever, I don't mind y'all telling me, hey, he's gonna say that or I didn't appreciate that or whatever. Because if you want an apology, I'm gonna give it to you because I'm grown. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm grown. I'm gonna do that. And he goes, man, that's that bitch made shit. We real men over here. I said, okay, cool. So then 2-3 months after he brought all his friends here, they started acting funny to me. And I thought it, but I never said, I ain't say nothing, not even to Marcella. And then Marcella pulled, like one time when me and Marcella was chilling, she goes, did something happen with you and so-and-so? I said, nah, not why. She goes, because I just feel like something is off. And I said, you know, I thought that, but, you know,
He feel like I made you, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
I know,
I
I
brought
know.
4 people, man, I made you.
I know.
Nigga.
And so I used to say this all the time because I would have to
He
repeat
wants you
myself.
to do more for him
100%.
individually.
I used to say this all the time because they would break like the 2-3 rules I got. Don't come here smelling like a pound of weed. Clean the language up, especially when like people that you don't know are in the building. And so I kept having to repeat myself, and finally I was like, I want you to understand something. I want you here, but I don't need you. And apparently I was saying it so much that they used to tease me about it. And he was singing that Janae Aiko song, you know, I don't need you, I don't need you, I want you. Every time I say it, so I stopped saying it. But as soon as I stopped saying it, I noticed that the activity level just starts to get weird in here. And so me and Marcel, we used to have Friday night meetings where I would buy food, feed the whole staff, and we had 10 people here. So I'm buying, bro, I'm spending $100 at Mike's Seafood every Friday night. And I would talk to him and say, okay, let's go over what's working for you guys this week. Let's go over what y'all think y'all can use some help on. Whether it's straight hair, coarse hair, whether it's keeping your business cards in people's hands, asking for reviews, like whatever. Like we usually try to help them, like just like career development, right? Like just all you have to do is do what I've been doing. It's free. All you gotta do is, but you gotta be mindful, present, and intentional about what you're doing every day. But at the end of the meeting, we'd be like, all right, we feel like something's off. Is there anything I've done wrong? Is there anything I said? Cause the energy is off. First 2 months. Now I'm in everything cool. We let you know something's wrong. All right, cool. Last month, Marcella finally started chiming in. Now something seems off. Please, if there's something we can do different, like talk to us. What is it? Now you good? Energy's off.
So at the end of the third month, I let the two dudes go because they were giving me the most attitude. I said, bro, y'all gotta roll. Y'all gotta roll. It's like y'all energy is off, the attitude is all messed up, and y'all messing with the vibe of the shop. I didn't build this place to walk in here and feel, some type of way, and y'all refuse to tell me what it is, so y'all gotta roll. So then, like, after we let those two guys go, one of the girls, there was two girls and two guys that started at the same time. That the first guy that worked here brought us. But one girl was the girlfriend of one of the guys who let go, but we didn't let his girlfriend go. It's hard to like keep the shit together because I want to name names. But we let two people go. Eventually his girlfriend leaves. And they were all friends with Erica. So Erica, after they leave months later, Erica finally was like, yeah, they left because they said you're a hypocrite. I said, how am I a hypocrite? They go, well, she goes, well, they felt like you said you work for yourself and you come and go as you please, but you want us to write our schedule on the wall and you want us to let you know when you're not coming in. So 3 people's attitude went bad on me because they didn't understand how 2 things can be said in the same sentence and not be contradictory. If you work for yourself and you come and go as you please, but I'm trying to help you grow your business, do you not think it's in your best interest to let me know when you're gonna be here? Do you see how that? But like for them, as they were, one of them was 20, 2 of
They're
them.
so young. They ain't got no real responsibility.
But not only
They're
that,
keeping this shop open, $4,500 a month. That's more than you paying to live. You feel what I'm saying?
100%. My mortgage is $2,000. No. And so I said to her, I said, I understand. I can understand how you can literally hear that and think that that's contradictory, right? But I think the issue is that you guys are so young, you don't understand how, yes, you work for yourself, you come and go as you please, but it is not me, but I'm not being contradictory by simply saying, let me know. I'm not saying ask me if you can come and go. I'm not saying ask me if you can have a day off. I'm saying let me know. Don't make me the last one to know that it's your day off or you decide to take another day off. But when people come in looking for you, I don't tell people. So I'm trying to help you protect your business, but they looked at that as me being contradictory and hypocritical. I say, all right, dog, you let that be the reason you fuck this opportunity up? No problem. No fucking problem.
So we got you
Yeah.
uncoachable,
Yeah.
and lack of skill.
Lack of skills is the main issue.
Well, when you come, a lot of these youth ain't had no father figure in their life.
Yeah.
And
So
their
one,
mama run off any sort of masculinity. So mama done made them believe you don't gotta listen to nobody but me.
right.
I'm your mama and your dad.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And so, yeah, that manifests itself in the form of fucking,
Yeah.
I mean, everybody ain't gonna think exactly the same. Just as long as you can map out a man's intent.
See, that's what bothers me the most. Dog, when people come here, I roll the red carpet off for my motherfuckers lunch. Do whatever I can to help them get their business together. When I got into the shop, they did not like me. I was polished, professional, all that shit. I dealt with hate so hard from the niggas that work with me. I almost got into a fight with a guy over some shit he wasn't even involved in. But they just didn't like me.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
And so, being that I had that experience, I made sure that this space, you ain't gonna never deal with the nigga shit you dealt with at Justice Trump or whatever it's called. Cut it in. You ain't gonna never deal with no shit like that because I know what that's like to be in a space where all you wanna do is pay your motherfucking bills. You don't wanna do shit else but mind your business, make your money, and bounce. And so when people come here, I try my best to make sure everybody's comfortable, happy, good, straight, and feel valued. I didn't feel valued when I worked in corporate America, and so I understand the importance of that. And yet, if I make a mistake, when I make a mistake, motherfuckers treat me like I'm the worst dude ever, but all I've ever done is try to help motherfuckers. So it's like, it's cool, dog. My mom taught me a valuable
Make you
phrase.
not want to help a motherfucker.
It does, but I'm gonna still keep
Let
doing
them
it.
fuck your heart up.
I'm about to say, I ain't gonna fuck my heart up. But my mom taught me a very valuable phrase. She would always say this shit. It's like her cousins and sisters and brothers and shit would always take advantage of her. My mom is paid. She worked hard like me. She would always say, it's cool.
that motherfucker gonna need me before I can need them.
I got you. Hold on. I got something that'll help you retain.
You said what?
I got something that'll help you retain.
Yeah, what's that?
With a 90-day notice. 60-day notice, just like your rent. Just like your at home rent. You plan on vacating the premises, you gotta give me a 60-day notice.
Well,
And if you don't, you're liable for that 60 days. And I will sue you, and you're gonna be liable.
but, well, so I don't,
Either have a replacement, help find a replacement, or give me a 60-day notice so I can start looking for a replacement. But you can't just leave without being sued, without being held liable. Because that's just like a rental contract. Right?
no, yeah.
Yeah, you can opt out of your lease. You gotta give me 60-day notice. See what I'm saying? The fact that we're waiving the entry fee, we're waiving deposits and stuff like that. We allow you in this space. This ain't for you to come and go as you please. It's your business to operate within the parameters of this business, which means, yes, you got somebody that's gonna be managing the property, just like you got a property manager.
Right.
You're renting. This is not yours. So there's a certain way. You can't leave trash outside your door.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If it ain't trash day, you can't leave it outside your door. I mean, it's guidelines. And once
But the thing
you're
is,
made aware, then they gonna change their whole perception. Because I'm stuck here. I signed it. I gotta be. I ain't stuck here, but
the thing is,
that's
though,
fear. That's that kind of legalese to kind of hold you in. You know what I'm saying?
so I get that, but we don't want people here that aren't happy to come to work every day. Like I told this one barber, he moody. So some days he come in here happy as shit. Other days he come here mad as a motherfucker.
Email shit, man. I said, where that's it?
And I told him, I say, big bro, I need you to understand something. I worked in a lot of spaces where the vibe was fucked up and it ruined my whole life, like outlook on life. It ruined everything. And we created this space to look like this so that it can make people feel a certain type of way. So when you come here with that negative shit, it's exactly the opposite of why I created this space. So if you can't fake it while you in here, if you can't what's up everybody, dap everybody, talk to people that's in your chair, if you can't do that, just stay home. Don't come to work today. And it's cool. But coming in here and coming with a cloud of negativity around you, like that's not, it's gonna affect everybody in here. And I don't wanna be around no moody motherfuckers. So please, if you're having a bad day, it's okay. We all have them. Stay at home. Don't come in this space. And he's like, oh, I'm just supposed to come in here fucking smiling and dancing and doing ballet and shit. I said, brother, whatever you gotta do to get yourself in the zone, I'm fine with it. Just don't bring the negativity in here. And when I like he gave me pushback for simply telling me about don't fucking violate. And what you're talking about, it's a good idea, but the problem is no one else is doing that. No one no other barbershop is doing that. So I feel like if we hit somebody over the head with legalese and you gotta sign this contract, that contract, I feel like it would be more of a deterrent. And I feel like the type of people that would sign a contract like that are the type of people that don't even need the contract. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately though, if we force somebody to either find us a replacement for them, they ain't gonna be like, I don't think they're gonna have any success, because if they wanna leave, why would anybody wanna come follow them if they quit? Because the first thing they're gonna ask is, why you leaving? Oh man, you know what I'm saying? Because they gonna never tell the truth. They gonna tell the whole story. They gonna say, man, the owner always in my face. Man, the owner this, the owner that.
Had a disagreement.
You know what I'm saying? They gonna never say that. They gonna say, man, the owner was tripping for no reason. How many times a motherfucker done told you two sides of the story? Never. Especially when if they are involved, they never say, well, so I slid in this nigga girl DM, right? And then one time I was on the street, this nigga ran up on me. They ain't gonna say that. They gonna be like, man, I was minding my motherfucking business, this little whole ass nigga get in my face for no reason. That's the story they tell. You know what I'm saying? They don't tell them, well, I did this, so that motherfucker did that. That's not how they talk. You know what I'm saying?
No accountability.
Yeah. And so it's like, for me,
I don't want to force nobody to be here that don't want to be here. And like I said, bro, I don't need you, dog. With all due respect. Because these walk-ins are still coming in, and 9 times out of 10 they're coming in for me. So I'm letting these people share these walk-ins with me. So I don't need you to take money out of my space.
That's what it is. It sounds like it was a case of envy. And that's the serious emotion. When you,
The thing is, so Marcella called that out, but I can't voice that. I can't, what I look like saying, the reason everybody left is because they jealous of me. I can't really say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that's part of it, but what's frustrating is, you don't gotta be jealous of me.
did you go to appointments only?
I did because oh my God, that's one thing that made me mad. Like, I've changed my business so many ways to help people be successful. And like, yeah, I went to appointment only because other barbers were having a hard time eating because everybody that came through the door came to shop. And so, that's why I'm thankful you here, because like, I can look a motherfucker in the face with a straight face and say, he will put you together. I couldn't do that with nobody else.
Like, I feel like I'm lying. I feel like I'm lying, dog.
Dude,
Yeah.
when I would tell people that shit, like I remember one time my buddy, he put me in a tough spot though. He was like, hey man, can you get me? I said, yeah. He goes, he cut? I said, yeah. I said, yeah, he cut. I couldn't look him in the eye. He put his son in his chair, half it to the cut. Half it to the cut, he looked at me. He goes, and we just, dog, we shared a little quiet moment. He laughed in his you know, he laughed to himself. And I'm like, nigga, you asked me in front of him, can he cut? What do you want me to say? Fuck this song all the way up. And then I had COVID last year.
With the I ain't ass face.
Right. And then I had COVID last year. And my one guy, the same dude, matter of fact, he was like, dog, please tell me somebody can get it. He was like, man, if you didn't have, he goes, if my wife wasn't tripping, bro, I'll sit in your chair of COVID or not. But I need it cut right now. Please tell me you got somebody that can give it. I say, yeah. I put him on with so-and-so, one of the guys that I fired. He called me the next day. He goes, Doc, I had to take it to calm down, because if I would have called you yesterday, we wouldn't have been friends. And he goes, I need you to come meet me somewhere to see this shit. So I connected with him. I looked at it, I said, dog, I'll be honest, and this is when I had just hired him, and so like, he had one regular that has followed him every shop he's been at. So he been cutting that dude for so long, he know exactly what that guy wants. So I was confident that he was gonna cut him right. Man, he fucked my dude all the way. He was like, I need you to come see this shit. So I met him on somewhere, I can't remember where. I was just cut. I said, damn, dog. He just started, bro. I didn't know he couldn't cut. But you know what I'm saying? We feel like, and this is arrogance on my end. Bro, have you seen Marcella's work? Like, have you paid attention to it? Marcella has, especially black people, Marcella ain't never cut black people hair. She would give her dad a buzz cut. But Marcella, when I tell you Marcella was trash, and you gotta know it, she was awful, bro. And in about 4 months, it took me about 4 months to really get her to a point where people were leaving and being like, she put me in the game. And now, I think it's been a long time since I've seen her do a bad cut. But I'm so confident that I can teach anybody the job. It's that customer service and professionalism that I cannot teach you because you won't learn. If I
you can teach it, but you gotta have a worthy pupil. I'm gonna tell you though, I ain't never seen a barber come out of barber school to a shop and be successful. You had a different drive.
You're right.
You were the diamond in the rough. So typically, I will say, the best barbers come from word of mouth. Another barber for one bring you in. Or,
Yeah,
word
sure.
of mouth. Best barbers something like that. I got a guy, you know, want to come on, you know, like that.
Yeah. No, I
Probably
mean,
where I got tired of doing that too.
right.
Because, you know, one, niggas could get in, start getting some money, forgot you ever even helped them out with life at all. Not saying I want to bring that up every time we have
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
that
this one
should,
guy.
that should be parameters on how you even allow yourself.
You know what's funny? It's funny you said that though, because this one guy that worked here, he owed me money. No, he didn't owe me money. We had done business together before, and he kept asking me for discounts and deals and shit. And like, hey man, buy these flippers for me. And you know what I'm saying? And I make payments. I say, cool, it's this amount of money. Man, you get a discount? No. Man, you ain't gonna give me no deals and say use? Nigga, you asked me to buy them. And so then I would start to point out, like, bro, when I bought this from you, I didn't ask for no discount. When I bought this from you, I didn't ask for no discount. When you sold me this, I asked for no discount. When I was selling your shit in my shop, I didn't ask for a kickback. Oh, you counting favors now, nigga? I said, bro, come on, bro. It's not counting favors. I'm noticing that this relationship is uneven, my nigga. I'm giving this, but I'm getting this. And every motherfucking time you need something from me, you want the shit for the low. I ain't never came at you like that. Yeah.
They want to win out of every situation. And they never losing nothing.
No. And that's cool. Like my mama said, all right, my nigga, you don't need me before I ever need you, know. I do my best, you know what I'm saying? I go to bed at night knowing, man, I help this motherfucker, that motherfucker, this motherfucker, that motherfucker. I like going to bed when motherfuckers owe me. Because if I owe you, I can't sleep at night, dog. I'm thinking about, man, I gotta get niggas money. I gotta return this. I broke this, I gotta go fix this and get it to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I am. But when motherfuckers owe me shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I ain't gonna never see that shit again, dog. Or this relationship over with. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool. It's shitty, but that's just life.
I would not even do it.
Yeah.
We're not even do it. I don't even want to fuck our relationship up.
Yeah. But now and when we first started, you know, one of our missions was, if you want to be a shop owner, we're gonna help you get there. You know what I'm saying? And I'll still be a part of this. I'm still down for this. If you want to, like you specifically, if you want to own a shop, we'll help you get there. It's hard, but it's hard, but it's easy. But you gotta walk the talk. You gotta walk the talk. You got everything you need to do it, except for the fact that I ain't been fucking with you. You fuck with me for a year? You want your own shit? We'll help you get there. It's but it's just a matter of, you know what I'm saying, like, you gotta do the work. But I would say this, when you get to a point where you're making if I'm gonna help you open up a shop, you need to be at a point where you're making $10,000 a month. Which you should be there in about a year.
Yeah, man, I need to buy me a house first thing first.
So if you're gonna buy a house, you gotta get your tax in order. You ain't gonna really, especially in this market, you're not gonna really be able to buy a house if you're only claiming $30,000 in taxes. You're not gonna get there. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. But you understand this too. Do the math. Let's say that's your chair. So 200. Full shop, you're only gonna pull in like $4,000 a month out of profit. Max 4,000. When you're spending $10,000 to $15,000 out of your own share, that's not enough. That's not a lot of money. Because you got to think about all the headaches that people bring into your space. You don't want to shop full of nigga shit. I'm telling you, those barbers are everywhere. Niggas, they all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So,
It's good that you got an eye for that shit.
100%.
That's gonna make your shop that much more.
No, it does. But as you see, it's a slow process, right? Because if I would just let anybody in and stay, because I ain't gonna lie, we haven't been too picky about who we let work here, but we have been real strict about who stays. You know what I'm saying? If you're not adding to the things that we're trying to build upon, you can't be here. And so, but I'm not gonna look at you and say, like, if I were to prejudge you, you would have never worked here, dog. With all due respect, you would have never worked here. But because I'm the type of dude, I'm like, you know what? I have been prejudged. People have looked at me and said, oh, this nigga this nigga that. And when they finally get to know me, they're like, man, that's a real ass nigga. He might be a little different than I am. That's a real nigga. So I don't like judging people right off the rip because my interpretation ain't always the right one. But we could comfortably, if we move like the ping pong table and the tree and shit, we could comfortably fit 16 barbers in here, right? 16 is 4.3 weeks in a month. 16 times 200 times 4.3. So yeah, if we were full, we pull about 10,000 in profit a month. But you got to think about how hard it is for me or you or any person to be in your own chair, making sure your business booms, and then making sure he ain't trying to fuck her, he ain't fighting with this nigga, he ain't selling drugs out the back, he ain't stealing this nigga shit over here at this station. It's a lot, right? And so I understand that you dealt with some dumb shit, and I'm not the type to make excuses, but I can imagine, like, dog, it's hard to be here and make sure she winning, he winning, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot. So just understand, when you become a shop owner, it's more to the game than build it, make it cool, hang TVs every fucking place, add PlayStation, Xboxes, and ping pong tables, and pop a shop, and give everybody a fucking microwave, and you know what I'm saying? Ring lights. It's a lot more to it than just dumping a bunch of money into a nice ass cool little environment, because it's shit that you'll never ever think about until you get hit in the face with it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not telling you don't do it. I'm telling you it ain't what you think it is. Like, people keep fucking with me wrong, I'm gonna shut this whole bitch down because I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just fucking like, oh, bro, these people make me mad because I do so much to put people in the game, and I get shit on left and right. And just to make, like I said, just to get 6, 7 more people in here and deal with 6 or 7 more personalities, and how each other deals with each other. No, this is a nightmare, bro. This is high school. This is fucking high school.
I got it.
Yeah, but the bills, man, the money don't, dog, you sit down, you can't run for this money, dog. It be times I done took 30 fucking heads. I try to sit down and eat the lunch that I ordered at noon at 8 p.m. Motherfucker pull up and I be like, fuck! I'll run to the bathroom. I'm at the point where I'm running for money. So if
I don't know if I don't want to be as busy as you. I don't know if I...
No, I listen. That's what KP said. Because when KP got into school, he was like, I ain't trying to be like you. I said, the only way you're gonna make money is if you are like me. You don't want to do a cut of hours, bro. That's not, you ain't gonna make no money in this game. You gotta do 2, 3 cuts. There was one day I looked up, dog, I had done 5 cuts in an hour. That's a fucking fact. Bro. Burning through the motherfucker. There was a father, his brother-in-law, and 3 kids, 3 boys. So I was like, come on with it. It was like an hour and 5 minutes or something like that. Yeah, you gotta be able to get through it. You gotta be able to make the money when the money is gonna be made. That's my motto. You can't call your shots in the game when you first start. You gotta be willing to be flexible with it. But as you can see, the money is here.
Man, my Father's Day breakfast, I'm still thinking about that.
Your girl made it?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
That was good.
Mm. Yeah, she a chef, man. We do a lot of cooking at home.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm a chef at heart too.
Right.
I be on the grill, man.
See, I used to really want to open up a restaurant. 'Cause I served and bartended for years, and I love to cook too. But man, it's a lot of work. And everything is right, like you know what I'm saying, like
She got the passion for that shit. I come and help out. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be. You know, I get off from over here and go help out or something.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know what it is. I know what it's like to work in a restaurant. I don't know what it's like to own one, but my guess is if her passion is cooking, she should look at maybe just being a personal chef and even cooking out your house. Come up with a spread, post that shit on Instagram.
Yeah. That's what we think about.
You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna do that first, and then I'm gonna build the clientele.
100%. 100%. You know, one of my clients, he does that, but his portion size are trash, and I get it. I get that.
She about to start having Saturdays off, so we're gonna have a menu couple Saturdays and Sundays.
Y'all can. Yeah, his portion size are out of control.
Big size.
No, smaller size, big price.
Stuff good.
It was cool.
I mean, it costs too much.
100%.
You can say
Right.
the price up, it costs too much.
Yeah. It was laughable. And I get it from a business guy, I get it. There's gotta be a profit margin in it. But yeah. It's tough. And see, like that's why when I charge for my dreads, I'm not charging you $70 to $80 an hour because I'm good. I'm charging you $70 or $80 an hour because that's what my time is worth. That's how much I would make cutting hair in the time I gotta do your locks. And so when people are charging crazy prices for their food, they're charging for what the food costs them in addition to the markup. You know, they want to make $2 a plate or $3 a plate or whatever. They got to add that on to the meal in addition to what it costs to buy the supplies for that meal. But if people ain't willing to pay it or they don't see the value in it, you need to do it in a different business. So if you're passionate about cooking, that might be the only way.
It's not real fast.
Well, you don't got to be fast at cooking. If let's say you make enough to feed 50 people, and that should take you a whole day. That's cool, but your profit margin has to make sense, right? Let's say y'all spend $150 on enough food to feed 50 people. That's roughly $3 a plate. So y'all got to sell that plate for $5 or $7. But
You take long to get one plate out.
that's my point.
I mean, plates you even getting out.
That's my point. That's why a lot of businesses end up shutting down. You might be like, bro, that was a great business idea or whatever. But if they can't scale it to make them money, you know what I'm saying? That's why those things shut down. That's why for me, people come in here and be like, man, your shop barely, you barely got anybody working here. Your business is failing. I'll be like, bro, my bottom line is booming. My bottom line is booming. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, of course. As a shop owner, I'm failing. But dog, I make 3 times as much money as I did like
I'm not failing though. In a year and a half.
I mean, I'm just saying, people that one thing you gotta deal with too as a shop owner. Everybody named Mama got business advice for you, and ain't never done it. But I got one of like that dude Heidi, the Mexican guy that came in here, and I was joking about how I hated him, and then before he left, I called it out. Every fucking day he comes here, he gives me advice, and he always like, well, clearly your business is failing. He's a millionaire several times over. He got oil rig. He got like an oil drilling business, whatever. And he'll be like, you know what you should do, what you should do, what you should do. And he'll be like, but your business is failing. Why don't you try to do this? And I'm like, because you don't understand the game. You don't understand the business. Well, I understand business. I understand that if all these chairs are $200 a week and you only got 2 of them filled, you're failing. I'm like, yeah, all right. But Like he is encouraging me to either sell it or change it. And I'm like, dog, my
For
bottom.
what?
He wants me to change this to either like a Hooters, Twin Peaks type of barbershop. We just hire bad bitches. And I'm like, honey, don't you think I've been trying to hire bad bitches the whole fucking time?
Right.
I'm trying to hire anybody that's employable.
Right.
But, you know, again, to a motherfucker that don't understand the business, they got all these great ideas until they understand why those don't work. But yeah, he always gives me advice.
So yeah, it don't make no good for you to help promote a barber if you can't cut.
That part like that.
I don't want to promote you. Your ass can't cut.
Right, because you're just gonna make me look bad. And that's again. So people look at me and they say, man, you can't keep a barber, bro. I had
So
one.
go with skills first.
I had one.
So that you can't fail when you go with skills
Right.
first.
No, you're right. You're no,
Shoot the skills first.
you're 100% right. But like I said, in the beginning, which we're still in the beginning,
Yeah.
my attitude. That's why I didn't even give a fuck about your resume. Like, you give a
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah. I like you don't want to.
No, I don't. I
I want
don't.
to see if you gonna work well in this, in the body.
That is it. Because again, I've gotten more rigid with, like, I used to give people like, oh, this road, like, dog, that was bullshit. I'm gonna work with you. I see potential in you because people counted me out early, right? And so I will work with anybody, but now instead of giving you this much road, you get this much. And so for me, I was like, man, I don't give a shit about your resume. Can you coexist in this space? You done been in the game for 10 years? Cool. You know what it is and what it ain't. So that said, I would get, you know what I'm saying, I would work with you on your cut skills. And then I saw that, you know, you actually didn't show me your work until after you cut one of your clients. And I had already seen enough. I was like, well, shit, this is good. But, yeah, no, hands down, you're the most experienced. Hell, you're more experienced than me. You know, I've been cutting since 93, but I didn't have a license until
Figure out
2019.
how you came up with all these clients.
You say what?
Trying to figure out how you came up with all these clients.
But see,
Well,
that's what I'm
You
saying.
ain't got nobody to share walk-ins with.
Well, no, but dog, think about it like this. I had to have had all these clients before we opened up, didn't I? Dog, a lot of my clients drove, they followed me from 1st and 10 down 1464 in Bel Air. My clients drive 35, 45 minutes to come sit in my chair.
You say you're high definition?
Yeah, for like a fucking month. Then COVID hit. We opened up February 8th, Saturday, February 8th, 2020. And then by March, we had shut down.
By February 17th.
Yeah, right. They sent us home.
They announced it, then by,
Yeah.
a week later.
A week later, they let us back in, and then a couple weeks after that, it got too bad, and they kicked us out again. So I was cutting my garage basic from then until we opened. But like I said, in that little month that I worked there, I pulled 60 people out of the parking lot. When I didn't have someone in my chair, I would be in the parking lot, people leaving Kroger, going to the liquor store, going to a little fucking happy ending foot massage place, beauty supply. I was giving my car to everybody. So I pulled 60 people out of that parking lot in 30 days. But most of my clients were people that I was cutting at 1st and 10. They stuck with me, followed me, and then over time, you know what I'm saying, I picked up a lot of people from being in this space. But dog, this shop looked like this before those motherfuckers came. It's because I had hundreds of clients at that point already. But I'm telling you, the reason that I have such a big client base is because I'm consistent. That's how I keep them. But how I get them, consistency. I'm always here. You know what I'm saying? They know, come hell or high water. Bro, I was cutting when I had COVID. When I had COVID, I let all my clients know, hey, dog, you can reschedule or you can cancel if you want to, but I have COVID. Dog, I was still cutting 3, 4, 5. There was one day, I cut 8 people's hair. Every one of them knew I had COVID. They were like, man, I ain't sitting in nobody's chair. Either I just had COVID, I just got vaccinated, or I don't believe in COVID. So I was still cutting damn near 10 heads a day with COVID. But you're right, the talking, like my, you know what I'm saying, my mouthpiece, like that is absolutely, that helps. But I think the main reason I boom the way I do is because people ain't gotta find me. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of barbers, either they shop hop or they don't know how to stick to a schedule. Like they like this. You know what I'm
How
saying?
far ahead
You say
you
what?
really got to book these?
So a lot of times my clients book. So the closest appointment they can schedule is within an hour of that time, right? So like right now it's 1:50. So the earliest they can schedule an appointment, so it's 1:49. The earliest they can schedule an appointment is at 2:50. But most of the time, honestly, a lot of times I go to bed and my calendar might be half full for that day. By the time I wake up, it's like 80% full. And even throughout the day, I might have one or two cancellations, but like, and that's what kind of blows my mind, because I hear people tell me, yeah, my barber's booked for the next 3 weeks. I don't know what that looks like. Because for me, I have people that are booked 2 or 3 days out or whatever, but I think why their barbers are booked is because their barber sees 8 people a day, right? Like they'll do like one appointment an hour. I do 3. So that's why I don't think right now, that's why I say I bet there'll be a day where I make over 20,000 a month because of how fast I am. Yeah, I don't see how they do it. I had this one guy, he came from Belleville. The dude I tried to give you. He said Saturday. He said the barber in his area, it's a couple like me and Marcella. He said you gotta book 4 days in advance because that's how full their books are. And he said I can't commit to that because I booked and then I realized the day of I can't make it and I can't cancel. But now for me, it's for me, like my Thursday right now, because I don't take appointments Tuesday, Wednesday. My Thursday,
But why not?
what do you mean?
I mean,
So this is my Thursday right now.
you can open it back up now, right?
Well, I can, but yeah, right now this is my Thursday. So by the time Thursday hit, I won't have no gaps. But no, you're right, I can. But again, brother, we date. We ain't married yet, bro. You know what I'm saying? We just get to know each other as soon as you. And so what I would like to do, I don't even think I need you to work Sundays. But what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change once again. Once you done show me the action in your words, I'm gonna probably go from Tuesday, Wednesdays as walk-in only to Sunday, Monday as walk-in only for a bunch of reasons. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go there. I think I'm gonna do that. But right now, dog, it's stressful to run appointments 7 days a week, especially when I demand my people to be on time. Be on time, bro. Don't voluntarily book an appointment, be fucking late for it, and expect a grace period. I hate that shit. But that's the main reason I decided to do a couple days, and I picked the 2 days I picked because I was by myself. Now, yeah, you're right. I can, but again, man, actions speak, bro. You know, so far you're pretty on point with what you said, but I need more time. And again, I put everything, my time, my money, my blood and sweat in this. I don't want to just all willy-nilly be making changes to my client base. So like if I tell people I'm gonna do something, again, that's why I'm so successful. It's because I say what I'm gonna do and I do what I said I was gonna do.
I ain't gonna lie either, dog. You get your inspection. I can look at, a lot of people ain't got barber license.
I know. It's been about, like, so, of the 15 people we've had here, we've had about, I would say half of them didn't have a license. But we told them the same thing we told you, right? First week free, first month 100, 150, 200. We told them once you get to full booth rent, until you get your license, it's $250 a week.
Gotta be in school.
Yeah.
If you ain't in school, yeah. Man, you'd be surprised how many motherfuckers can't even read.
Oh, I know.
Be out here arguing with whole motherfuckers like you smart.
Yeah.
Like your opinion should even be valuable. You won't even take the time to learn how to fucking read.
Yeah,
You think you're arguing with me.
I had a guy in barber school. He was my age. I was 36, 37 when I got in. And he was a year older than me. And he could cut. And his wife owned her own grooming business, dog grooming business. And I want to say he was in school for about a month. And he wound up dropping out. And then a few months later, he came back to get his stuff. And I was like, big bro, where you been? He was like, man, I just couldn't do it, man. I was like, couldn't do what? He was like, man, these words is too big, bro. I ain't gonna waste my time, man. I know I ain't gonna pass this test. I say, dog, sit your ass down. Hey, read, bro. He dropped out because he couldn't read. I said, man.
Yeah, he don't get it.
Yeah.
You can't pass some practical.
The written, yeah.
You can't read, you can't do this. And then you lied on the admission. That's what that means. Because it says you must have a high school diploma or GED.
Yeah.
You fucking lied. So what it all comes down to is everybody can't do this.
Right. You right.
So you have to help everybody different.
So, but I know.
You have to help everybody, like me. Everybody don't come in already ready to,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So you might have to. All right, this is what I'm gonna do for you. I'm
But now keep in
structure
mind.
it to where you ain't got no choice. You gonna win.
But keep in mind though, I still see 20 people a day. So like, where do I make that time? You know what I'm saying? To help this one and that one.
Well, I mean, everybody gonna be different.
No, you're right. You're right. And not everybody gonna need the same kind of help or the same amount of help. But the thing is,
And would you be 20 people a day if you had an open schedule? If you could schedule every day, would it be 20 a day or would it stand out and give you?
oh yeah, no. So here's what happened. Like I said, I track all my data. Yeah, you saw.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
This elimination game. We go straight to Jack Finley. Yeah, it just is what it is. You made a mess, and now you need your guy that's been the one get you out of messes all postseason to come in and do what he's been doing. This sets up to be a fascinating matchup here for Jack Moss versus Jack Finley. The freshman comes on for Notre Dame. Jack Finley, the base. Indeed, Jack Moss, one of the best hitters here in Omaha. And a left-on-left matchup. Bases loaded, nobody out. Third inning. No score just yet. Since Kansas, we've taken our home back. We've never done what everyone else did. We took home and we ignored the doubts. We loved the excitement. We believed it. Even when us after we made sense to everyone else, we kept going. We keep going. Until our path was the one they wished they had taken. Welcome back to the NCAA Men's College World Series presented by Capital One. Just a huge AB coming up. Jack Moss will bat against Jack Finley, the Notre Dame stud freshman who has taken his game to a new level around the last 3 weeks or so. Yeah, I mean, you look at the postseason numbers are .71 ERA in 5 appearances, 12 and 2 votes, only allowed 3 hits, 4 walks, and punched out 14, and opponent's batting average is over 77 against them in the postseason. Takes over from Liam Simon. First pitch to Jim Moss is strike one. It's an A&M two-hitter who struck out his first time against Simon.
I guess I'm in a little unique situation too, because I still got a few clients to start off with.
Yeah.
Harder in the postseason.
I was trying to fill the gaps in, you know.
That's where you gotta stay, right?
And you got the right attitude. And again, I think what's most valuable about your situation is that you have experience to understand a good situation versus a bad one.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think the people that have come here realize how good they got it.
No, definitely not.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if not, then immediately when you come in, finish.
Right.
Now, granted, you see some kind of value within yourself
Right.
to even act on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's gonna take some self-awareness and some your own effort to get it going.
Right. And that's the difference between you and them is that you done done it for so many years now. You get it. You know what I'm saying? Like you get that a lot of this ain't really got nothing to do with nothing but your own efforts. You know what I'm saying?
Can't blame nobody at the end of the day. Any help that you get along the way,
Right.
you better appreciate it because you know what I'm saying?
And not only that though, like I know you didn't want to put up with certain types of things in the space that you were in, like you know the big shit, the stealing and fighting and whatnot. But how successful you were, mostly, I would say 75% of that was you. Now 25% of why you weren't more successful was probably because it wasn't the best environment, right? But still the biggest piece of that pie was yours. You know what I'm saying? How you engage with those people, your follow up, your follow through, your punch, you know what I'm saying? Like all the things that people, all the reasons, like each and every one of my clients fuck with me for different reasons. Someone fuck with me because I'm funny, someone fuck with me for doing the job, someone fuck with me because I'm punctual. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a bunch of different reasons why. But at the end of the day, all of those reasons why they fuck with me are basically controlled by me. And so the best part about your situation is you've been in the game long enough to understand how much of your success is your fault. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I got a hard time having people understand. Like, bro, this is you can blame me all you want to. I'm too busy to be the reason you ain't busy. Like I'm too busy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm too busy to be the fucking reason.
Well, from what they looking at it is one and the same.
Right.
Yeah, because you could be helping me, but you too busy.
Right.
They want you to say here.
Right. Here, let me drop all my clients and the potential $1,000 we make today to help you get through 4 fucking haircuts because it takes you 2 hours on the lineup.
Even if you did, you know what I'm saying? If you was booked up, if you was booked up, taking 2 hours on every cut.
Right. And that's what I was trying to say earlier too. Is like the last two barbers I hired so they quit. One of them was fresh out of school, and one of them went to school with me 3 years ago. We graduated together.
Because they got no bills at home. That's how they quit.
Well, so you're right. One of them was, so they both were 30. The dude that graduated with me, this nigga was so backwards, bro. He's a good guy. And I knew he was flaky. I knew it. I told myself, I say, I'm gonna hire my boy. He's the best dude you could ever meet. He's a terrible person to work with. He would show up, smoke weed all day, wait for his friends to come get a cut. Cut them. Walk-ins to come in. Oh no, I got a point.
Walk-ins.
Walk-ins would come in, they would want anybody to come. I'll be like, Tristan, you got it? No, I got somebody coming in like a half hour. I said, half hour? I would put my head down. You got it. Don't worry. I get you, sir. I get you, man. He would only cut his friends, right? Take 2 hours on his friends. Tristan can cut. He puts you in the game. But there was a couple times where he didn't have no appointments. He'd take a walk in, and I said, Tristan, these people got life to live. They got shit to do. So like, you can do a great job on them, but 2 hours is excessive. That's a lot of time. Especially for a motherfucker that don't know you. Like, you hold this nigga hostage. But again, again, he would do such a good job, but bro, he would hold you hostage. But again, I told him, I said, Tristan, you have to do the math. How do you anticipate making money when your time is not worth? I said, unless you're charging these people by the hour or by the 15-minute increment, you're never gonna make what you're worth. Because if you're only charging 30 for a cut and it takes you Ice, when I tell you 2 hours, I am there were times where it took them longer than that. I say, dog. I say you can't. The only way you're gonna make money is if you're charging these people $100 for a haircut, because you're taking too long. And then the other guy, they came at the same time. They met here. They didn't know each other until they met here. He had just graduated. He was KP's friend. He graduated, but he didn't have all of his. He didn't have his license. So I said, that's cool. You got 3 months to get your license, and it's gonna be then boot rent's gonna be $250 a week. He was like, oh, no worries, I'm gonna get that done. He would show up only 2 or 3 days a week. Only 2 or 3 days a week. He would never work Sundays. He was here Saturday, but he would basically get here like Thursday through Saturday. He would only cut a few heads because he took 2 hours on a fucking tape. And I would say, you know, my man, like, how do you anticipate, like, you have to make your time worth more than you're making your time. You can't do 2 hours on a cut. You can't. And there were days where, like, it was slow, right? So he would take his time. I said, there's no harm in that. But on Saturdays, when we have 20 walk-ins and you only got to 4 because you're taking 2 hours on a cut, bro, that's not me. That's not my problem, right? But like, it's my problem because you're gonna come here, you're not gonna succeed, you're gonna leave. It's gonna make me look like I came on a fucking shop. But like, it's a you thing. And he would always tell me, man, I want to be like you. I want to get like you. No, my nigga, you want what I got. You don't want to do what I do to get it, man. You know what I'm saying? But he would tell me every day, man, I'm trying to get like, no, you ain't. You ain't trying to get like me, dog. I work 7 days a week. You work 3 on a good week. You know what I'm saying? And so he procrastinated. He started off at a free week, 100 a week for a month, 150, 200, 250 here. He didn't, I told him, all you gotta do is schedule your practice. He didn't even have a written done. I say, you schedule your written, pass your written, and then once you schedule your practice, all you gotta do is forward me the email. I'll take that little $50 off your.
He never did none of it.
Never did.
Because
he wasn't
you
gonna
say he went to school with you or he went to school with you?
No. The first guy I told you about went to school with me, he had his license. The other guy that came the same week he did, that's KP friend, he just graduated from school, but he never took his practical or written.
How you know he graduated?
Because he got on his hours. KP co-signed. He went to school with him, so
That's one of those I can't read it. If he never took his written, bro. I took my reading as soon as I got to $1,000.
Right, but see, it was different for us, because I'm a $1,500 guy too. But for them, you can't take your written until you're at $900.
Still, you take it early before you even get up. So my guess sounds like dude didn't even take his written.
Oh, I don't think he did. But he did.
And usually you can't read.
But KP told me he got all his hours. Yeah.
Man, these niggas don't be able to read, bro. I'm telling you.
I think he can read. I don't know.
What was the logic? You did all those hours.
Listen, I agree. All I'm saying is, I told him what I said. I didn't switch it up on him. I told him day one. If you got 90 days to get your license. As soon as you don't have your license after that 90 days, it's $250 a week. He paid the first week, he was at $250. He paid that week. Then the following week, he was like, hey man, he worked till Friday because Blueprint was due Saturday before he started cutting. He pulled me aside Friday. He's like, hey man, can we have a road trip? I said,
You already knew what it was.
I knew what it was. I said, yeah man, what's up? He's like, yeah man, you know what I'm saying? It's not really working out for me. I gotta do other things. I said, yeah, dog, I get it. I told him, I said, dog, you're a good dude. You're a good dude. You gave up on this thing. And he was like, I know. He was like, I'm gonna figure it out. He goes, I don't want to burn a bridge, but I'm not like, this is the spot. He goes, I'm gonna be back. I just gotta get some shit taken care of. I said, hey man, if you need something, dog, call me because I believe in you. I want to be a part of your success story. I don't want you out here failing and struggling.
One of them niggas ain't got no ID or nothing.
Yeah.
Shit like that. You can't register for nothing. You don't got no ID.
I told him to help you, man, let me know. But we had an understanding when you started that you was gonna get this stuff taken care of. He was like, yeah, and a couple of days later came me telling me, oh yeah, he went to such and such. I'm like, and again, man, he was having a hard time here. He was working 2 or 3 days a week. He spent all of his time in the car with the other barbers smoking weed out of the parking lot. Walk-ins would walk in, sign up, and wait. I'll finish my client, and I think they expect me to run outside and be like, hey guys, we got money in the building. You want to come back or not? And I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
They just assumed that he was going to you.
They assumed he was going to me. But my thing is, I assume you got better things to do. If you're gonna sit outside, smoke weed all fucking day, while business is coming in the building, dog, I am too disciplined. I have worked too hard to grab you by your collar and force you to be successful. I'm already doing that by all the money I've put in this space. The aesthetic, all the things I've done here, I'm doing that by doing that. So for me to then have to go and whip my titty out and give you my nipple, no. Be in the building, be ready to work at work or don't be here. One time,
Why? Because they want the money.
they want the money, but they don't want shit to get it. One time, he showed up on like a Thursday. Hadn't worked all week, showed up on Thursday. I said, damn, dog, you missed a hell of a week. He was like, oh man, why did you call me? What? I said, why would I call you? Why would I call you? He was like, to let me know how busy it was. I said, bro, here's my thing. If you can be at work, be at work. I assume if you're not at work, it's because you can't be at work. So what I'm gonna call you for? What I'm gonna call you and say, hey man, it's 50 walk-ins that done came in here, dog. I need your help. I assume you could have been here in the first place. But his attitude was, well, it's slow, so I'm gonna move around. That's cool, dog. But I'm not slow because I put in the work to get here. The reason my Saturdays are popping is I was here on a slow-ass Tuesday once upon a time. The reason my fucking Thursday's popping because I was here on a slow-ass Sunday once upon a time. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so I'm gonna tell you, this is the real shit. HD, I managed that store. I opened that shop. I was driving from my house right here all the way down to 1464, but at the time I didn't have a toll path, so I was taking a ride. Okay, so I'm taking an hour to get to fucking to First and 10, then an hour with traffic. So I get to curious. I'm like, man, my clients are the best, bro. But there's got to be something closer to my house than this. So I see HD. I DM him on Instagram and Facebook and shit. Owner calls me back and we get talking. And I tell him, like, yeah, man, when y'all open, he's like, cool, come check us out. I did that. I let the shop owner know that I worked at, that I was leaving end of January, early February. So I'm at HD helping them put shit together. The owner says, hey man, I don't know if you have any interest in this, but I can really use a shop manager. I said, yeah, absolutely. Because I know that man, you don't pay me. So, you don't pay me. So at HD, it's fucked up because the owner, at the time, they might have changed this, but at the time, he said, our motto is we want to change the game for the consumer and the barber. I said, how do you plan to do that? He said, well, for example, if a barber is running late and that barber has an appointment, we give that barber 15 minutes to get there, then we give him a courtesy call. I said, why? He goes, well, you know, we don't want barbers feeling like, you know, they can't have a bad day from time to time or something like that. And he said, so we give we let the client know we're going to give that barber a courtesy call after 15 minutes. And I said to him earlier, I said, well, but how does that benefit the client?
That's where it mixes up. You know, you got a commission shop, you got a blueprint shop operate like a commission.
Right.
So you gotta do it.
So he goes, yeah, it just we want to look out for the barbers to make it easier to make money. I said, sure, but what if that client has somewhere to be? Well, you know, we feel like if you book, you know what I'm saying, you have to expect that the barber's gonna be running a little different from time to time. I said, okay. So
behind, not in the building.
yeah. So I glossed over that part because I'm like, well, I don't know my business like that, so that ain't gonna be nothing that I'm worried about. So now I'm managing the shop, and this one guy, he had an appointment with the kid, and the kid is like, hey man, so-and-so ain't picking up this phone, but I got a 1:30. Can you get me? I'm like, well, I say call him. He goes, I've been calling and texting him. I said, that's cool, just call one more time. Because I was cutting my client's hair at the time. And he was like, yeah, can you get me at the appointment? I said, yeah, I got a little bit of hair. So I had him call him, right? He didn't answer. So I cut the kid hair. Like I do with everybody, I took a picture, posted on Instagram, I'm trying to go on my business. Shop owner calls me. Hey, are you still in clients? I say, nah. He goes, yeah, are you still in clients? I said, no, what you mean? He was like, barber so-and-so said that he just saw on Instagram that you posted his client's picture. I said, yeah, he's coming here. He wouldn't answer the phone. He goes, did you call him? I said, yeah, I told the client to call him right in front of me. He goes, did you call him? I said, no. I had my Clemens and comb in my hand. No one didn't call him. He goes, but that was our policy. You're supposed to call the barber and give him, you know, a heads up that he got an appointment. I say, hey, bro, I'm grown. This man is grown. His client did not want to book, like, was trying to reach out to him and get a haircut. They had an appointment. He had an appointment. What am I calling for? He goes, I understand you don't agree with the policy, but that's a policy. I say, all right, my bad. So then, that same kid a month later comes back, same circumstance. Hey man, I got an appointment with so-and-so, he ain't picking up. So I said, he goes, can you cut me? I said, yeah man, I got you. At that time, I was like, fuck it. Like, I'm already past this shit. I'm already past this shit, so I cut him again.
Hold on, you was the manager and
yeah, I was running the shop, but I was also seeing my client. But he wanted me, the owner wanted me to like handhold these dudes. And my attitude is, I'm gonna teach you to be self-sufficient. If I gotta constantly hold your hand, that takes away from my productivity. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring you up to speed, as opposed to me slowing down. You know what I'm saying? And I would always say to the squad at HD, because they would be mad at me because I would always be passing out my cards. They'll be like, well, you're supposed to promote the shop. And I'm like, right, but if I promote the shop, but you ain't here, when people come looking for a cut, what am I doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, they only want to come when it's busy, right? But they want me to make it busy. But I'm like, bro, if the only way you eat is if I feed you, that means I'm gonna never get a fucking day off. I'm gonna always be overtired and underappreciated. So I said, how about you hustle like me so we can all eat like I'm eating? And he was like, man, but that ain't your job. Your job is the shop. These niggas telling me what I'm supposed to do. Your job as a shop manager is to, make the shop busy. I said, with all due respect, I can make the shop busy, and y'all can let me go. And then what? And that's what happened. I got that shop popping. They let me go. So he didn't give me a reason, but so HD has 2 locations. Now they got 3. But they had 2 locations at the time. The first one was on West Little York, and then the other one was on, the first was on Queens, and the other one was by Kroger, right? And so the first owner the location of the first owner of the first location and the owner of my location were best friends. So he would have that guy come over and fuck with us. Like,
I did owner of what location?
the first location. So the first location were co-owned by Dion and his dude named Dre. Okay? And so he would have Dre come over to the location that I'm at. So Dre and Dion co-owned the first location. Dre managed the first location. Okay? So Dion opened a second location where he was the only owner. So Dre and Dion owned the first one together. Dion owned the second location. So he would have Dre coming over and like literally fuck with him. Like I have the music, I have like edited music, and I would have it to a level where we could all hear each other. Dre would turn on, you know, like unedited music and turn the shit up. I'd be like, what are you doing? Oh, you know what I'm saying? I just want to hear a little, you know, hear some of this. I'm like, right, but can't nobody hear each other. And it's all kind of, you know, the family, like, what are you doing? And so, like, he would do shit like that. And I'd be like, all right, man, whatever. So, one day, I can't remember why this happened. But one day, so like, this might sound dramatic. I literally think they tried to kill him. I fucking believe this shit. So, one day, me and Dre had a disagreement because it was like during COVID, they wanted us to go back into the shop and cut. I'm like, dog, I just heard about Razor Sharp, how the owner just got pulled out in handcuffs. Nah. Yeah, the owner of Razor Sharp was like, fuck that mandate, I'm cutting. Police came and got him. Said, nah, bro, you nah.
Razor Sharp?
Yeah, Razor Sharp.
Damn, we was in there. I was in there the whole time.
Okay.
We had the lights off.
Yeah.
We had somebody watching out for the law.
Yeah. Well, so I don't know if it was Razor Sharp. It was like it was Razor something. So I don't know what it was Razor something. But I was told one of my matter of fact, I think it was he that told me this. But he said so and so that owned whatever spot, it was either Razor Sharp or Razor something. But they said dude got arrested. I said nah, I ain't going to jail in Texas, dog. I made them mistakes in Minnesota. It was safe. I ain't playing with. So he was like, so me, the owner, and Dre on the phone one day, and they were like, yeah, we're thinking about opening the suites in the back, and you know what I'm saying, letting the barbers work in the back to allow them to make some money. I said, well, bro, I got all my clients come to my garage, so I personally don't need to be a part of that. But I told him, I said, I'll help y'all the days that I don't have a lot going on, I'll help. But I told him, I said, I don't think it's a good idea. And Dre chimes in, he goes, you don't sound like you're very supportive. I said, well, I told you I didn't think it was a good idea. So I'm not going to post on the shit. I don't think it's a good idea. And then, so I said I would help, but I don't think it's a good idea. So then Dion goes, well, Dre, are you on board? And Dre goes, well, I got other stuff going on, so you know what I'm saying, I can't commit to it. I said, man, I just thought you just said I wasn't being supportive, and you ain't gonna get involved. So I called him out, he didn't like that shit. So a week later, they allow us back in the shop, right? Like the state or whatever lifts the mandate. So I'm in the shop. Drake comes in to speak to Dion. I say, what's up to him? Because I'm like, bro, we grown. I don't give a fuck about that little misunderstanding on the phone. So he ignores me, right? And I'm like, oh, all right, then. So I just keep going. So after I get, yeah, some membership. So after I get done cutting, Dion's like, hey, let's go outside. Let's patch things up about that phone call. I said, all right. So I go outside, right, in the back with them. Dion shuts the door, or no, Dion stands in between the door. So he's in the door sill, okay? Dre is outside. He got a little pouch on around his neck. Dion is standing blocking me, like basically, I gotta push Dion out the way to get back in the building if I want to, right? And so Dre is calling me all kinds of nigga, you this and you that. And I look at Dion, I say, what, why are we out here? First of all, And he was like, well, I just wanted y'all to have y'all little discussion or whatever. And I said, this ain't nothing to talk about. Like this your business partner that you do business with is calling me all kinds of nigga because I called him out on the phone. Like I don't understand what the point of this whole conversation is. But I just stood there. I was like, all right, you done? And I think he was trying to start a fight so that Drake could pull his gun out and shoot. I truly believe that shit. And so after it was all done, Dion realized like he wasn't gonna be able to rev me up. At the time, I was on probation. But even if I wasn't, I still was like, bro, I'm not gonna fight another nigga over a disagreement on the phone. Like there's too much money to be made. So Dion cakey ass, he pulls Dre inside. He was like, all right, this ain't really going nowhere. And so he
That's shit I'm talking about, man. That old fight.
Right. So hold
You don't
up.
like something somebody said.
Yeah. So hold up. So it gets good. So Dion and Dre walk out the front together, right? And so Dion pulls me back and he goes, man, I want to apologize. That was messed up. He shouldn't have called you all them names. I said Dre. I said Dion. You were standing right there. You could have easily been like, hey man, get to the point or let's move on. Because we literally didn't accomplish nothing. All he did was call me nigga. That was it. And so I'm like, all right. So he goes, yeah, I'm sorry. That was really unprofessional. You have my word. Dre ain't gonna never come here again. I said, all right, man, whatever you want. Because like I said before that, Dre was fucking with me like, he'll hide the remote. He was just doing dumb, stupid shit. And so he was like, yeah, I can see the
How did this nigga got his bag up to be a far older?
Man, I don't know. So I Googled it. After that incident, I started to read the reviews because I had heard, because another guy that I worked with at First and 10 came from HD. And he told me he didn't like how they did business over there. But I just chalked it up to like just a nigga being jealous or whatever. So I read reviews. And how I knew he was going to pull a gun on me, I read a review. It was 3 people that wrote a review about how the owner of HD pulled a gun on somebody. So I'm like, this nigga, right? So,
Pull that thing, man.
Yeah. So,
sometimes you do.
Right. So the following week, so 2 weeks later, Dion is real. So I told Dion, because Dion was always picking fights with his reception. And so one day I called him out. I said, man, I think you like drama. And he was like, why would you say that? And I called him out. I said, you messing with her for no reason. She did nothing to you, and you picking on her. I called that shit out. And he just kind of rolled his eyes or whatever. And so, okay, so here's what happened. So Dre, so the day before we had the fight, Dre cut some kid's hair, but didn't bring his credit card slip. And so it was 2 brothers. I cut one brother, Dre cut the other. Dre took literally an hour and a half to cut this kid hair. I got his brother's hair cut down to 15 minutes. So his mom was like, well, we don't have his credit card payment machine. Can you take mine? I don't got time to run to the ATM. I said, yeah, no problem. So she paid me for both haircuts. And when me and Dre got into an argument about the radio, he got mad and stormed off. That's what happened. So that was what happened. But that was after we got into a fight on the phone. Okay? So he storms off. And so we have that argument outside. Dion says he can never come back to that location. He got to stay in his own location, right? So now I've been Googled this nigga, looked up his reviews on the other shop, and I'm seeing he pulling straps on niggas left and right. And I reached out to the other guy that worked with me that used to work with Dre. He was like, man, that
More than one.
Yeah. He was like, nah, that dude out there, bro. He wild. So the following week, Dion never did this. But one time he calls me, he says, hey man, I'm taking my wife out of town. It's our anniversary, blah, 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 so I'm not going to be available. And I'm thinking to myself, I mean, okay, thanks for the heads up, but you know, whatever. I never called this nigga. So Dre shows up with this new barber from Dallas. And he's showing them our location. And so, that's literally what I said. So I'm cutting the kid hair. This other barber that I had just hired from Dallas, cutting the kid's hair, and then Dre walks in with this new barber. I said, bro, you ain't supposed to be here. And he proceeds to put his finger in my face. And he said, I don't know what he said. But he put his finger in my face, so I slapped his hand on my face. This nigga had a little beaded bracelet, beads fly everywhere and shit. And, you know, obviously he didn't like that. But I'm like, nigga, get your hand on my face. So, I go back to cutting my kid's hair, and I tell him, Deion says you ain't supposed to be here, bro. You need to bounce. Well, Dre takes off his little satchel or whatever it was, and I got my clippers in my hand, okay? I put my hand behind my back, and I'm like, what do you want? So nigga punches me. Now, I screen all of my cuts, right? So he punches me, and then the other guy that I had just hired knew that Dre was the owner of the other location. So he jumps in and holds me. So I'm like, me and Dre wrestle on the floor. The dude jumps in and grabs. Dude, he was cutting? I was no. My client was sitting in the chair. The other barber that I had just hired that week jumps in and he pulls me off of Dre. So Dre punches me. I then get Dre, right? I got Dre in a headlock, and I'm trying to get myself up to the ground so I can, defend myself. So this nigga grabs me. Now what made me so mad about it is Dre then goes to his fucking purse, his little satchel, and he acts like he finna pull his gun out. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm finna get shot in a barbershop. And so whatever. So Dre leaves. The dude that Dre brought there is like, man, this is wild, man. I can't fuck with you niggas. So he leaves. Lost the barber. So the other guy that had held me back called Deion and was like, Deion, man, you know what I'm saying? They in here fighting, man. I came to get away from this lifestyle, man. I can't be a part of this, man. Y'all need to get this shit right. So Deion calls me up and he's like, yeah, man, I need you to get out of here, right? So now I got all this footage on camera because I streamed. And so I say, hey man, look at the motherfucking camera. I have my hands behind my back, this nigga punched me in the face, and this other nigga grabs me off of Drake. I didn't even hit the nigga. And so the following day, he goes, well, I'm gonna look at the tape, and you know what I'm saying, I'll let you know what my next move is. So I'm like, all right. So I later come to realize Deion set that whole shit up. I don't think Deion knew he was gonna punch me, but I think Deion thought he was gonna scare me off. But I just bought a house. I'm not gonna lose no fucking job because of some shit. So I'm like, nah, bro, I'm not gonna fight you at work. I'm not gonna get fired. Long story short, I got fired. He was like, yeah, you're ruffling feathers, and you know what I'm saying? This just ain't working out. So let me go. And at that point, I was cutting out of my garage so much just because we had just been let back in the building because the
You was already straight.
I was already straight. And that's when Marcelo was like, you need to stop fucking with them. They sound crazy. And so that's when we opened up this year. But yeah, this one guy, he came from, so they sent me like 4 guys that left the first location because Dre was crazy. They were like, yeah, man, there's just too much going on, but I want to be over there. So I'm like, cool, I run my business this way. Just like I run this one, right? Customers first, keep it clean, keep it professional. Well, the one guy that I got, he was selling drugs out the shop. I'm like, dog, you can't be in here doing it. You can't be here smelling like weed, and you can't be here coming and selling weed. And he didn't like that, and he would always be late for his appointments. His appointments would get mad, and I would send his appointments to just any other available bar. So like one day, Tristan, the guy that I graduated barber school with, he was working there and he didn't have nothing going on. So I was like, all right, you can take it. Since so-and-so ain't available, I'm gonna let you take it. So one of the barbers that was already there from the first location throws a hissy fit. He's like, man, you can't be giving away other people's clients. And I'm like, dog,
That ain't your client, first of all. If they wasn't sending somebody else there,
that's what I told him.
that ain't your client, bro.
That's what I told him. And he goes, that's not how it works here. Deion said, you ain't supposed to be doing this, that, and the other. And so I'm like, all right, I don't agree with that policy. I'll talk to Deion about it. And so it was like a bunch of that little stupid shit. And then the dude, he was a newfound Christian. So he was always trying to play gospel music. I say, dog, I'll let you do that shit on Sunday. But we ain't finna do that on fucking Thursday, dog. Like I'm not listening to Kirk Franklin all fucking day. I'm not listening to Yolanda Adams all fucking day. This shop appreciates that you a new Christian, my nigga. But like that ain't good for business. So he would call Dion every day. Man, this nigga playing Drake again. Man, this nigga playing Chris Brown again. Why won't he share the music? And I'm like, dog, I'm a shop manager. I'm not here to play what I want to play. I'm here to play what's popular so people have a good time in the building, get their haircut and leave. And he just kept complaining and complaining. And then the one nigga that couldn't keep complaining kept complaining and complaining. And then, yeah, it was just a bunch of like dumb shit like that.
Women mean.
Bruh.
Women mean.
They should have ass and tits. But yeah, it was that fuckery. I was like, you know what? And my thing is, it's like, okay, if you can open up a shop and be successful, dog, I'll figure it out. I can figure it out.
Y'all can do what I can do.
I can definitely.
Take a little bump Trump coming in the door.
Yes. And I do. So my goal is to eventually get us into a parking lot with like a Target, a HEB, a Kroger, or whatever. Just because of all those, dog, I'm telling you, bro. When I tell you, I think it was actually like.
You don't want to do commission when you do that.
Yeah. Honestly, for real. But dog, when I tell you, I pulled. It was either 62. It was like 60 or 62 people. I pulled in 30 days out of the parking lot. I'm like, man, look, I can really
You just keep a track of numbers like this.
Oh yeah. Oh, listen, man, success can't be an accident. It cannot be an accident. It has to be intentional. That's the only way you're gonna be able to measure success. Imagine if I told a nigga, yeah, I make 15,000 a month, come here. If I ain't got no receipts, if I ain't got no proof, what is that? Like that number ain't real. That's why I urge you, bro. If you're pulling in 8,000 a month, make sure you can balance, substantiate that. What did you?
Yes.
Cheating.
What'd you say?
I know that.
Yeah, he don't look familiar. You say you got 245?
Yeah.
Can you hit him lower? You gonna be late?
Yeah, I think.
That is some pretty good history for Oklahoma. The other times they've started 2-0 here.
Just see if it's cool first. Be like, hey, I might need a little extra time.
Winner this one will have another elimination game tomorrow at 1 o'clock local, 2 o'clock Eastern, right here on ESPN.
Let's see if you're gonna be here next week.
Boys, they go to Steve Johnston. He's got that global right now. Triple Warriors, this one to last. And on the lead off, Rocket into the bullpen. Four nothing Yankees.
You said what?
I don't get out of that. I'm losing my contacts.
Talk about some real juice out of Oklahoma.
Now, he might be going to the dentist.
Off the bat from Trevor Warner, that almost tastes a little bit better. That little ball that's barreled up like that.
That is.
Mine with Mike.
He has the ability for hard contact at all times. Talk about the great AB he had the other day. That Tennessee win for A&M over the Longhorns.
What's your ETA?
We haven't seen it for extended periods of
15
time
minutes?
because of the injuries that he's had this year. But I mean, it's 6'4", 210, can run, can throw.
How many haircuts, guys? Two. Can you sign them in and I'll get to work?
Let me take a look out first, or you and him, or
Yeah, me and the big ones.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take the look out. Yeah. Sure. You don't want to get a haircut? Hold on. Video games? Do you like video games? I got a Nintendo Switch. You like games? Come here, man. Alright, we deal with it all the time. Don't worry about it. This ain't my first rodeo. Do you know how to play video games? You want to play video games? Yeah? Come on. Come see. Can we be friends? See? I'm doing it, man. You're my best friend. Your best friend. Okay, I'm going to set you up. Yeah, just sign in for me right here behind you.
Let me try to knock on that.
Oh, your people? Okay, I got you.
And that's why you can't give rep on the
Do you like getting haircuts? Yeah? I knew you didn't mean how you came in here like that. I knew it. I'm gonna give you the controller in 1 second. Let me put my gloves on. Alright.
So, it's an offense that scored a whole bunch of runs in 2 games. And
How'd you guys find us?
We've been here one other time.
Oh, you have?
We live very close.
Okay, let me have your hand, okay? I want you to put your hand through this one. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. All right.
And Alex Rayo is getting out for Notre Dame. It's been a home run and a double this inning. So there's that four-seamer. Just did a really, really nice job with that. He just as soon as he makes contact with this run.
You're gonna make him start telling him he wants to go get a haircut.
That's the goal. That's our master plan.
You ever seen Austin Powers? No? You're too young for that. Yeah, that's our calculus. That's why we made it so kid friendly, because we want to encourage kids to feel that comfortable. You know what I mean? Make it easier on you as a parent when your kid wants to come to your house. Because a lot of times they act like he did when they first come to the door.
Our master plan is working.
Okay, that's fine. I got a light.
You have two major injuries, starting with that oblique injury was out for 4 weeks, and then he had the hamate break and had surgery for that. And when I talked to him earlier this year, he said it's been a learning curve. I'm feeling a lot better, and I'm rounding into form. Plus, that he's a guy who can change the game with just one swing. Right?
Yeah, he is proving that here over these last couple of days in Omaha. So Jack Moss, the runner at third. Dylan rocked the batter out of the free spot for A&M. A strikeout, he reached on an error. He's had the count to him on.
Hey, what are you talking about? Okay, let me take this one for a second.
One of the top relievers for Notre Dame was Alex Rayo. Had a great changeup. To left. To left. And that turns him ahead. And it adds another for A&M. They were waiting on Dylan Rock. And he supplies a fifth run. That's a welcome sign for this Aggie offense, right? Dylan Rock came in today, 0 for 7 in the College World Series. Jack Moss was
Okay, so now you get to drive, okay?
and had punched out in his previous 2 at-bats. Moss goes double, Rock
You're doing really good.
and the Aggies are
What am I doing?
right now in fifth.
So just like a,
You want a ball or light?
sorry?
You want the fade ball or light?
And Jared strikes out.
Light?
I
Okay.
think we'll do like a 3 on the side.
Oh, so, okay, so the size to be a 3.
Well, sides on 3, can you do like the side to,
Not much swinging, but
oh yeah, I think your side. like on the top, just shorter than what it is.
Yeah, bring on with it. So, okay, let me get this straight. Do you want the shortest part of the sides to be a 3, or do you want me to work up to a 3? I got you. Okay. You're doing so good in that game, man. It's almost like you're not even playing.
Each bracket winner heads out to the College World Series final. Best of 3 that starts Saturday. The teams in the driver's seat. Oklahoma
Yeah, 2135. FM 529. Make sure it says Cypress, Texas 77433. Yeah, 2135 FM. Yeah, 21350. That's you, I see. Hold on, right here.
If you look away, you might crash. Okay, so let's stay. Let's still listen to your game. Okay?
He's quick. I can knock him out pretty quick.
You know this one? Good.
Hey, there you go. What's up, my guy? Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, it's far. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's all. Hopefully it's working, all right? Well, from where you are, it's not that bad. Tell you what, did you come straight down 99? Come down 99 next time. There's a lot of things right here. Look at you that. You're rich there. You're gonna make a big intersection right there. With your Target, ATV. Better experience.
But you can keep playing. I think it's a good at playing video games for the first time. Gullibility or video game acumen?
Yeah,
A little bit of both. You guys got the day off, or what's the occasion?
We just came back from San Diego.
Okay.
So we were there for what Friday we came back yesterday.
Okay.
And I took the day off. So I go back into work after driving in.
Oh, you drove?
From the airport.
Oh, got it. Like I said,
Our
that's
flight in San Diego was at 3. But when we landed here, it was 9 because of
the time, right?
yeah, the time change. Kind of brutal.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially with 2 young boys. I imagine it wasn't easy. Are these the only 2 you got? Yeah.
Really good though. There are other babies at least worse than that.
Yeah. That's always the measuring stick you use. Is like, okay, at least my kids aren't that. What was in San Diego? Just fun, or did you guys have like a work conference? Or?
We have my wife has my sister there, so we went, stayed with them for a night, and just did a. Sea lions.
Such a deliberate offensive approach from this A&M team. And it's interesting chatting with Troy earlier this week. Watches this setup. He goes into that thing.
I've been meaning to.
And he does that every single
Obviously,
time. And it's something they talk about
every time I get off work, it's like
just for their breathing.
4 o'clock. So I was like, well, I'm off today. It shouldn't be too busy.
Yeah.
Tuesdays
are hit or miss, especially in the summertime. It's just, man, some days you open up the door, think it's a Saturday before prom or something.
Yeah.
Other days it's like, we're all the people. Hey, would you mind keeping your shoes on?
That's good job, because that ball's going to 6 already. It's easy for a runner to cross over a double, thinking maybe that ball's gonna sneak through. Nice job there by Rock to not lose his concentration on the bases and give up the 3 out. What do you think he's doing right there? He's checking for all the outs. That matters more.
Hey. I'm trying to work over it. Can you keep it down a little bit? Thank you. What's up, dog? Those baby Crocs? I heard good things.
Knock off baby Crocs.
You say what?
Knock off baby Crocs.
No. They're the off-brand. What are you talking about, man? You must be a Celtics fan. Are you mad? Is that what it is? You mad the Dubs won again?
Another thing I don't like about the Warriors dynasty is, typically when it's a dynasty like the Patriots or something, it's really easy to hate, Tom Brady or whoever's the face of it.
Right.
It's really hard to hate Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So easier for Draymond.
I was just about to mention Draymond. So like me, so it's funny. Draymond, you don't like Draymond? So I used to, I'm a Laker fan, I'm a LeBron fan. So I used to blindly hate Draymond. But the thing I appreciate about Draymond is that he's honest in situation. And I can't fault a man for that. Like, when he plays terrible, he doesn't, like KD, for example, Kevin Durant, when he's playing bad and someone calls it out or whatever, he's like quick to just shoot back, fire back at somebody. Whereas like Draymond is like, nah, I play like trash, or his mom will come out and say, I don't know who that guy is, he's not playing well, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate Draymond's accountability over everything. I feel like he won me over with that. But Drake. But I mean, that still doesn't discredit.
I was in his game.
Nah, I mean,
Chasing out the refs, pleading his case,
But if you're telling me that he was the only one that did that, I would go for that. But he's not the only one. He's every single player does it. Here, look at the game. You're gonna I don't want you to miss. Good job. You won again, man. You're incredible. No, I see him as an accountable figure, which I can appreciate. And he seems like the best teammate you could want and the worst guy to play against. And again,
Don't score nothing.
he don't but
Be
when,
better. He could be better.
yeah, but he's a defensive stopper. He's not step play. He does the dirty work. He sets the screen.
Yeah, he does dirty work.
Yeah.
There you go.
And when
That's
Steph,
the word. That's the right word.
and when he was out, Steph had his worst shooting stretch in his entire career. Draymond missed about a month this season, and when he was out, Steph played his worst. So like people can't discount the fact that while he might not be the sexy scorer, he does the dirty work. He makes it so that Steph can.
He is the Rodman.
Yeah,
He's more like Rodman.
100%.
I will say that. You don't have no players like that.
Not many. Not many.
He ain't worried about getting the red mark on him or something.
Yeah, no, he'll go get down and dirty.
But see now, this is what I don't like. You on the floor. Man got the ball, you done jumped on top of him.
Yeah,
That
that's a little,
stuff hurts, man.
that's a little extra dirtiness.
It's huge, bro.
Give me that. How's it going, my friend? You winning? Are you still winning?
So integrity gotta be weighed in.
Yeah, but again, that's gamesmanship. Yeah, that's gamesmanship. I'm not saying he's my favorite guy. I'm just saying I no longer hate him.
You made peace with him.
Yeah. I've accepted the fact that that's the best role for him on that team. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying I no longer hate the guy. Do you want me to take more off the top? I took about a half inch in some areas. And then I'll edge up his perimeter. Should I take more off? Did I take too much off? No, that's a terrible question.
Put some back.
Yeah. Man, if I could put hair back on, I'd be killed. Should we take a little more off?
I think maybe a little bit more.
Get some fun? You got it. Yeah.
Figure out how to put it back on.
Okay.
Interview with Katie over there, asked him about not having scored 60 in the game.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, yeah, it's because they make adjustments, and with other people they don't make adjustments. So it's the same thing. So it's like Kobe, they weren't like, oh yeah, well he's just hitting us in this corner every time. So
Right.
we'll just let him keep having.
Yeah, we'll leave that corner unattended wide open.
And that was kind of the sentiment that I saw in that
Yeah.
interview.
Again, that's why KD is my least favorite guy in the league. Okay. Do you leave his hair wet? Like, do you put product in his hair, or do you just leave it dry?
No, it's good, but it's like,
Yeah. I think within a day or two he'll come back to a degree. I mean, he still has some wave.
yeah.
Yeah, he's still got some wave. Let's put a little water. This is just water.
To tell you where you're at relative to the fence, right? You know, okay, it's 2 steps, I'm at the wall, I hit the track. That's some of the stuff you're doing when
Hey, my man.
But for whatever reason, he got midway into the track, wanted to take one more beat, or else he could have come up with a fantastic play right there at the wall. Second man, David Denver, with a ground ball. Trevor
or take some more off the front, or did I take enough? Yeah. I'm gonna edge him up. This may be his least favorite part of the day. Are you winning still? Are you still winning?
You got a car? I know, I thought you were doing it.
You're doing so good in this game.
So were you a Lakers fan, LeBron fan separately, and then
Yeah.
whenever they got married, you had a great day? Or?
Yeah, so I'm from Minnesota, and I'm older than the Timberwolves. I think the Timberwolves originated in '88. I was a Laker fan well before that.
When they were
Well, I'm not that old, but yeah, most people don't realize that they are from Minnesota, and so before we had a team, my dad was like, well, you know, you can be a Laker fan because they're from. See you, buddy. Have a good week, man. He was like, you can root for these guys because they're from where you're from. And so yeah, I was a Laker fan first, but then when LeBron came to the league, he just to me, and we don't need to argue about this today, especially if you disagree. But to me, he was head and shoulders the best basketball player I've ever seen. Michael Jordan kid. And so instantly, I was a LeBron guy. And then I was both, right? Like I was a Laker fan and a LeBron fan. But then when they got married, oh yeah, I was happy as can be.
Oh yeah, so you happy right now.
Oh yeah. Even though it's not going so well.
So you ready, Mama? When you start?
Just check him out real quick. Tell me, because I'm done if you're happy. But I'm not done until you tell me to. Tell me.
It's good. Toss this in.
Yeah, let me see. If you want, you can keep playing while your dad gets a haircut, and then you can get up when you leave, or you want to get down now? You want to keep playing? No? Okay, I'll get you. You can terrorize the shot. Try to break as few things as possible. That would be nice. Let me take that though. You did good. Okay, you go ahead and get that way. Good job, good job.
You gonna get a lollipop?
A lollipop. I got it. I'll bring it one. Let me just clean up everything. I'll bring you the lollipops. Hold 1 second. Go ahead and play. I'll bring you the lollipops. Uh-oh, somebody unhappy.
Right there, boy. No, I got it. 61 twice inside. He's huge. Hey, man. He gonna take a little, have a little growth spurt, be tall like you.
Sterling, You got Sterling? Okay.
Tell you what, it Coco better work. Really? You like the boy stuff?
Well, there's a particular like YouTube channel.
Not a whole case.
This lady that does like the mix for little kids. So she does a lot of songs.
What is it? What is it called? What's it called? Songs for Little. I'm always looking for something new. And it's usually, that's what it is, it's a song. Songs for Little. What we doing with that?
We do like
The Tiger-Wolves for Auburn playing in an elimination game against Arkansas tonight. About 3 hours from now, over on ESPN2.
Absolutely.
They've had as well. That's a question if they would be a regional host. They were, and for the second time in the last 3 NCAA tournaments, the Tigers back here in Omaha. They were regional hosts and they boat raced to regional session, right? They're pretty easy work there, but then they go and do something on the road that nobody has ever done, which is be able to sit here in the state, push ups and the all the Tigers are in some sort of
It's one of those,
and I don't think
one of those things you said, one of those things that mounted and you right there.
That'll be a good one. Arkansas with the big first game showing against Stanford, put up 17. Auburn yesterday eliminated the number 2 national seed, Stanford. Pretty quiet. Here in their 2 games. That's like Texas, like 25 for us. Stanford's offensively, ought to be the best offense they've had in the program now.
What are you talking about, man?
It doesn't mean you can't score, but it definitely changes the yes. You know, and that's the thing. Once you do it one way for 60 games, it's hard to come somewhere else and realize, okay, maybe it may not be about this, and change what you don't want to do. I don't think you can change that. So Caleb works a 4-pitch walk to one out here in the 6th inning, and A&M is on 5. And as they become final, continue to form that with game 4. But one thing with an even up this series, they took game 3 last night, 6-2. Our coverage starts 8 Eastern, 6 Mountain on ABC and ESPN Plus. 6 Mountain. Time's up. Go ball again.
You go to medical field?
Still on that one last line. And just starts yelling squeeze ball. It's catching on. Now, we had a blast. Regional weekend was like, I'm just telling you, There's no other way to watch the regional Masters play. And obviously, Danny and Chris West and Runs crushed it for supers too. But we did a block box and we did 4 games on at one time for 4 straight hours.
I was always a
Another base.
starting cut the road. So I had oh, wow. Always been my hustle.
Yes, Rose is a baseball legend for his birthday. It's just a matter of
I
how
already knew I was
you don't handle the technology.
my God, I was playing.
I will say your eye discipline is definitely tested. You gotta check. Everyone says look from the inside out, but then in the quad box, you have to just kind of keep bouncing around. I mean,
I didn't go pro out.
it's learned. You know, you make adjustments as the kid goes on. It's the red zone of college baseball. Initiated out there. There's fun with it in the
Up there with Cam Newton.
Hope you enjoyed it too. I do think that you really have that. Your selfie game is strong. That's about good. Maybe not real good at texting. When Jared comes down, when Alex Rayo had 20 pitches, walking a single after ground ball to begin this 6th. And Notre Dame is down by 5. Well, Alex Rayo, a senior right-hander, has given a lot to this program over the course of the last 4 seasons. Keith Marks, Will Mercer will take over in this elimination game here at the College World Series.
Hey, I've been out here since I was 80 since some things that were I'm originally
Not today. There is nothing I can't do. Mixing that Jeff Burger cake. Want to decide? A snack? Obviously. A meal? Yes. Mixing that chicken fries growing. Fine. Only at Burger King.
Introducing Gatorade Day. Kidney starts from the inside out. Get healthy real hydration. And no added sugar, artificial sweeteners, or added colors. Gatorade Day. Healthy real hydration. 50-50. Honoring 50 years of silent life and the women moving the world forward.
As we continue to reflect on Title IX as part of ESPN's 50-50 initiative, our latest docuseries titled 37 Words is about the battle for equal rights in education and athletics and the lasting impact of the civil rights law passed 50 years ago. The first 2 parts of this 4-part film premiere tonight, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on ESPN, and then following the premiere immediately after on ESPN Plus as well. Omaha, the setting for the Men's College World Series. For the 6th inning, it has been all Texas A&M. And this winner against Notre Dame goes now to his 4th pitcher, senior injuries have slowed him down. One way why he doesn't have as many innings or appearances as he typically would have. He wants out 8 balls up here. Comes on for the lefty in 2-5 for Texas.
I like this style.
Struck out his first 2 times and then cut to the right center.
Like this is the first time I heard it. Oh, mama, come on. Congratulations. Ooh, excuse me.
How much time you got, Ice? How much time you got? Ice. How much time you got? How much time you got? Go outside. Yeah. You gotta, it depends on what you get. But his price on the ball. Yeah, it depends on what you're getting.
just buckled down to run second base and one out. And so they're making some pitches. He got out of the first inning and he had done roll since then. Well, no disrespect to Denver's second half, but it's not just been a bad outing. Like, I mean, it's been a bad 6-7 weeks. It hasn't been awful, but there hasn't been a great one in the bunch, right? You have to be mentally strong. You know, be able to do that. It's just a machine right now, getting these ground balls. And I'll tell you, that was so folks rumbling a little bit about why he has started this game because of the struggles he has had ever so long. Just watch that little lead. You know, he go out and do the job, he comes and look what he's done, 3 outs. Only 3 fly balls, he got 8,000 strikeout guy, 76 punch outs for Denver in 85 innings of work. And look, 10 more base hits, 2 in the innings, 54 and 2. Back behind him out there, in the bullpen, that's Menefee. Joseph Menefee, one of the top relievers for A&M. And you know what? He's still carrying his velocity well. 2094, here we are in the 6th inning. Well, it'd be interesting if you see Menefee coming up, right? Menefee is not a single ball. It's more of that elevated four-seamer, so he likes to break the ball off of it. And, you know, you can make a pretty good case. This is not normally the game center. Normally, you love fly ball pitchers here for Chuck, but on a day where the wind's blowing out steadily, like, you gotta love having a sinker ball on the mound, right? Because there is definitely the opportunity to hit the ball out here to any part of the park over the north. Swords all over the place. That was real great there. We're talking about the changeup is the better of the 2 secondary pitches, but that was fantastic slider there. I think we've all been good. Maybe not the Sounders had that consistent good break like that, but he's not left many of them in the middle part. But even when he's on that break, ball has been on the outside part of the play, right out there. Where he tried that backdoor, you see him try to start it all for the outside, and had it leak back over to just missed it out of the velocity. He's 95, he's still rocking. So Notre Dame's 3-hitter Carter Potts. It's up there, around out to third today. And we're going to go to short this time. Cole Taylor. And Brock Potts. It's a clinic right now. He's slowing the backs down, speeding the back up. So here's a question. I mean, Bertie, you laid it out earlier to Dr. Strauss. He's thinking ahead, as you have to do when you're trying to win elimination games and get to the objective at the finish line. But when is enough time? You got 5 runs. You got 7 pitches down. You would bring it back maybe 4 days of rest. Sundays or Tuesdays if you're there. Yeah, we talked about having a day. I mean, that team that comes all the way back, you got to hardly have a plan. Giving that plan to your team is part of building confidence. We talked about that yesterday with all. I think it's pretty obvious when we're going to be warming up in a bullpen. Like, this is it for them. This will be it for them. You get the league isn't gigantic, but I think to be fair to the kid, right, he's pitching on 2 days rest right now. You're going to bring him back 5 days later. You can't have him go out and play the Martin Sanders or something like that. The first short rest is the second short rest is really just something. He's going to play 5 days. Almost like he knows this is the finish line for him. So he's just in the thing right now. Because he's going to be able to take up to 95 and start a team a little bit harder. But if it's told, hey, you got 3 more up top. Well, 1 more, you get me through 6.
My name is Will. You want to go with you?
Alright, go to cash coffee. Yeah, but you can't leave you pick your cup. You can't just bounce on it. Let's go. 22.
You working today? Oh, you gotta go back. You gotta go. I think we'll chill all day with me. What we doing today?
Thank you, buddy.
Ready?
Zero around here? Yeah. No fee? Keep the top how it is, or you gonna take it down? You wanna take it down a bit, or leave it? Yeah.
I'd like to pay for it. There's people out there in the audience that know I'd love to hear it. As long as it's black guys, because even white
Definitely hit or miss. I definitely did that on purpose.
It's one of your old clients is coming back in. Yeah, he's this dude named
Your old client.
no, he's one of your old clients, but I've been cutting for 2 years.
Really?
Fernando. Yeah, Fernando. He asked me if a dude named Ice works in my shop or did he used to. I said, no, he's new. He goes, believe it or not, the dude cut my hair for 2 years when I was in high school. He said he used to live across the street from me.
How old is he now?
I want to say like 20.
Welcome back to the NCAA Men's Challenge World Series presented by Capital One. An elimination game.
I didn't find out I was here.
He looked on Boosie.
Oh, shit.
Dropped their opener, won their first elimination game against their
Well, tight cut.
Yeah, he wanted to know if I did undercuts or if he had to bring his little sister to Erica. And I told him, I was like, you bring Erica if you want, but I do them too. And I just told him, just search her on search her on books and just put in tiger cuts. And then he texted me back and says, hey man, does something named I still work there or did he used to work there? And I was like, yeah, she's still But yeah, he saw you because he was looking for Erica on books.
There you go. And it began small. I been chopping this whole motherfucker. Not like you though. I didn't get in there like you. Shit.
Stick with me and do what I do.
I ain't no dummy. I'm ain't raising no fool. I just want to take some kind of finance to do before I die.
You'll do that.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was just about to say it.
Really?
Lord, the chops on that end.
Bieber? What? Thought you said this is the new Bieber. Say that's my Chico. I love Chico.
Tell you something.
Yeah, brother. Please go loud or what? I know you don't fight. Please go loud.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's up, G? Yeah, I'm in the new spot. Yeah, just go ahead and book your spot. Yeah, that's fine. You got it? Okay, you got it? It's called Indigo.
Yeah. That's right.
You don't never stop grooving. It's always in a little groove.
Yeah, I try to pick artists that have like pretty groovy playlists.
So it's just rocking on your playlist.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. To a degree.
Like it's going to playing everything on all the albums.
Yeah, mostly. But I try to like over years, you know what I'm saying, if this is the type of song I don't want in the mix, I just dislike it and it takes out of rotation. Yeah, it's just Pandora.
Oh, that's Pandora. Man.
I got a Samsung. So I got this hack Pandora app where I got free Pandora One with no commercials or advertisements or whatever. So literally what you were hearing, this is what I was playing at HD.
Well,
I said literally what you were hearing, this was the same thing I was playing at HD.
sure.
But the one dude felt like too much Drake and Chris Brown was popping up. He was just
They
mad.
on the wrong frequency, dog.
Yeah, he was mad I would let him play gospel every day. It wasn't even like I wouldn't let it at all. I was just like one day a week we can do gospel all day. Other than that, like
Think you'll get.
yeah, I gave him Sundays. I was like, bro,
Yeah.
you want to give your life to the Lord, either buy yourself an individual Bluetooth or
More than fair.
yeah, or we can do it on Sundays. But like we ain't all born again Christians. As a matter of fact, I'm agnostic. I don't even mess with it. Yeah, he just kept raising his thing.
I mean, to even think the word off around you like that.
Right. And this dude was 40 something. He was not a child. It wasn't like he was 19. He was 40. Yeah, he was a shyster. That's cool. Like, if I had, and that's like, I don't look at things that didn't work out for me as like a failure. Because had that worked out, I wouldn't have this. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm thankful that it worked out.
More now or what?
All of it. But bro, when I tell you I was on my deathbed back home, like man, I was close to going in my basement and hanging myself. I was taking hell. Eventually, I realized, just like I talk about the young barbers, like I wasn't taking accountability all the way. And I didn't realize how much control in my life I had.
Yeah.
And I just finally was like, you know what? I do have final say in my life. And that's when I moved out. I came here, no plan, no nothing. I was just like, I'm gonna figure it out when I get here.
So you decided to be a barber when you got here?
Literally. I told myself, see again. So I've been cutting my own hair since I was 12, so I didn't know how the barbershop worked.
All the way through.
All the way. I knew I was good, but I didn't know, because I didn't spend time in the barbershop, I didn't know how good I was. I knew when I would see people walking up and down the street, I could do better, or I could do just as good, or whatever. But I truly just, I didn't know. Trust me, if I knew what I had, man, I'd have been a barber 20 years ago.
You're rich by now.
Filthy rich. But, I didn't know. And so I told myself I was gonna get down here, move around the city for 5 years, try to build my clientele that way, then become a barber, and then bring on my friends, get them to come, let me cut their hair. That was my plan.
That's not a good plan.
It was a terrible plan, dog. But again, I didn't know anything about the game.
All my friends moved down here.
No. I was talking about making friends for 5 years in Houston, and then, no, I didn't mean to get my people from Minnesota. I'm talking about move down here, move around the city, make some friends, and then get those people to come to me. I had no idea that was even a bad plan. But
You don't even want to make friends like that with everybody.
nah, you're right. And at the time, I wasn't as mature as I am now, because now, as a 4-year-old,
It's cool when you see an older gentleman say, with humble enough say, I'm mature.
Yeah.
Even in my older age.
Oh yeah, bro, 5 years gonna be a whole different than I am today. But, yeah, I finally got sick of working for other people, chasing status, chasing clout. Cause like I was a store manager for AT&T, I wasn't making no money. Then I got hired down here as a district manager, I still wasn't making no money. But I had like a prestigious title. Telling people I'm a district manager for a big company.
So you already had a little job or something.
Yeah, I had a
You weren't
job.
just on your ass.
No, I'm too smart for that. No, I had a job. I turned down here, and I had to apply for either a promotion or I had to step down because they didn't have no store manager positions open. So I had to either step down or apply for a promotion, and I was already not making a lot of money as a store manager, so I couldn't afford to take a demotion. So I applied for a promotion. They gave it to me, and I got here. The job was trash, but I liked the city, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try to be a barber now. And if it don't work, I can always go work for somebody. They'll always, especially with my resume,
You'll always be a barber.
No, I thought if it didn't work out as a barber, I could always go back and work for AT&T or some of the other. It's a billion companies that I have never worked for.
Educated legal faith.
Yeah, man. It was calculated. I knew, what I'm saying, the odds were in my favor just by how big Houston is and how many, what I'm saying? I just knew that it was just a billion opportunities.
Yeah, but tap in. Coming from we from the Midwest, some old ass cities, bro.
Yes.
Ain't got a lot going on.
So I knew it was I knew I had a good chance to, I could get a little, like I said, with my resume, I knew I could get a job doing anything if coming here didn't work out. But I thought it was gonna take me 5 years to be a barber, 10 years to have a barber school, or 10 years to have a barber shop, and 15 years to have a barber school. Now, if I want to go down the street and buy that next level building, I can do it right now. But not, like, my goals have changed. I don't want to do that.
But they damn sure ain't got no students.
Well, they shut down, so now they're off. They're
COVID fucked them over.
I think mismanagement did, But I don't know for sure, but I would have to say, because they had two locations, one in Bay City and one out here. And for whatever reason, the students that were going to this school came to school one day on a Tuesday and the building was locked up. All their stuff was inside, they couldn't get it. So a bunch of kids went to Franklin where KP was at, and a couple of them went to Ridges right here. They opened up a barber school at Ridges.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. And so now,
You got a barber school inside Richard? Like, that's a
right next to Ridges.
Oh,
Like,
that's nice.
like it would be like us opening a barber school right in this next building. Maybe 6 months. It's new. So I happened to find out about it because I was going through, I wouldn't say identity crisis, but I was losing my sanity because of all the bad barbers that we had got here. So I reached out to them, to Ridges, and there's some other owners I knew, asking them, am I tripping? They're like, because people are telling me this. Should I be doing that? But I talked to them and they were telling me about the school and stuff. And they gave me just some friendly advice. But yeah, it's about 6.
What was you doing wrong?
Well, I was asking them if they thought, like what they thought, because like what I was telling you earlier about barbers telling me I need to spend money on billboards, I need to do this, that, and the other. And they basically reassured me, like, nah, it is not your responsibility to make their business. It's their job to make their business pop. And I told them, I was like, I thought so, but like, I done got 6 people telling me the same thing. Well, the other barber shop, they doing this. And I'm like, well, the shop I came from wasn't doing that. The second shop I came from wasn't doing that. And
They've been laced up with unreal expectations.
yeah. That hard. And oh man, that's funny you say it like that. But yeah, no, they was high as a kite on that information. Misinformation campaign. It was more. But yeah, so I called a few people I knew, telling them what it was. And that's when, so like, I had always been accidentally doing this. But one guy, the dude, you ever heard of 32 Degrees?
Yeah, West Coast.
Yeah, that's on. And the owner, I'm cool with him. I called him up, and he was telling me, he told me a story about how this dude came in, asked for an interview, and then when he scheduled the interview, he showed up late, and he came in gym shorts.
So he thought it was a barber shop.
Right.
So yeah, you expect excellence from the jump. Like,
Yeah.
set the bar high.
Yeah, so he told me that story. He was like, I had to tell my man, thank you for your time, but this ain't the spot for you. And I thought to myself, that's what I've been doing all along, is trying to protect the culture. He's like, yeah, you gotta protect the environment that you gotta protect an environment that you're trying to create for the barbers that are coming there, so that you don't have a shop full of the wrong kind of barbers and the right kind of barbers that would be a good fit in your space.
Yeah, it's just a little hanging up. Once you see it, you'll be like, okay, all right.
But yeah, it was, that was when I learned that they were open barber school. And that's honestly, man, if I had the patience, if I was 10 years younger, I would have done it that way. I would have opened up a shop, a barber school, then a shop.
How you say younger?
Because I don't have the patience now to deal with these entitled young people. Because most people going to barber school are kids fresh out of high school. Most of them. There's a handful of people our age, just finally being done with corporate America and, wanting to try something new at this point. But most of the people that I was in barber school with were in their teens. There was one kid, he was 17 years old. But it was like, man, it was about 10, 18-year-olds I went to school with, but I was like, oh my God, I can't deal with y'all. So if I were younger, I'd open up a barber school in the same area as I would open up a shop. So that
Feed your, I've seen that done before.
yeah, that's what Ridges is doing. They're feeding,
Well, it's Somebody go to Franklin, I think, almost me time. Well, it was me time back in the day. I think it's called In the Cut.
Yeah, okay.
First one on Franklin, I was in the cut.
Oh, okay.
On Lil York. And Holy Six right there.
I didn't know that's what that was. Yeah, I know that. I didn't know that's what that was. But yeah, you get to see the talent pool, and you can hone and cultivate the type of professional that you want in that program, and then give them,
Absolutely.
first dibs at a chair. Like I said, and now I'm like, I go in on that with somebody, but they have to be committed to doing the work and running that business, because it's hard enough managing a shop with people that think it's your responsibility when they're not doing well and don't want to give you a covenant, which I don't want anyway. I don't want to cut anyway, but I want the same energy. So if you're gonna blame me when it's not going well, then when it is going well, I need my percentage. Trash.
Supposed to be like that laughing cat. Wow. no, no. You mean card? Yeah. You too. Hey, can you do me a favor and go on Google, leave me a review, and then on Google, if you Google and go to the website on Google for Tiger Cut, I'll show up. My name is Wood. That's what I will. You can do this for the match. Yeah, man, take a load off, bro.
I know some of my people gonna pop up and that's it. Great. Awesome.
Oh, I wonder where the power was coming from. Over there. Oh. What's off the ground with you?
I feel like when you pulling in out of this shop, 5,000 a month, because you only go, you know what I'm saying? When you going about a G a week, or, 1,500 a week, man, you in there. And like, it's only a matter of time.
Already starting to look like that.
Yeah, you already, you know. And again, like, you got everything you need to get there. You just need the time.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm saying?
ain't rushing it, you feel me?
Yeah.
You know, to somebody coming straight out of school, I ain't never seen it, but hearing numbers on it, they expect to do them numbers fresh out.
Understanding how.
Like they got some kind of talent that they can negotiate with. No, it'll be hard for you.
Nah, man, we just build a team, motherfuckers. Yes.
Unstoppable. It is a team effort too. A lot of folks don't look at that, man. Y'all in there knocking it down, building a rapport for a shot, man. It's a team effort. And you know, when the day over with, sense of accomplishment. Get that. I need some of these in my car.
I got, apparently people don't like them in here. I got a step over in back.
of that piece on Amazon?
And I don't remember. I think we paid $100 a box, and I think we bought 6 or 8 boxes. Yeah, it was a great shop. I feel like, yeah,
That way, man, it's gonna keep paying you back.
but no, I feel, I just feel like this area, like I just drove up, I went to GameStop, I was trying to buy some Oculus VR sets for the shop.
Man, Bob,
Yeah.
I ain't about to make people sign a waiver to do that.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, I mean, if it gets too wild, I'm gonna probably just have to take them home.
Age limit or monitor it or something.
Yeah.
You have to hire a gaming expert just to monitor it.
Yeah. But I was driving up Fry all the way up to 290, and they're filling every piece of grass with a house out here.
You say about 290.
Yeah, I was driving from, because we live in the same area. I was driving up Fry to 290. And from here to 290, they building a house on every piece of grass they can find.
Oh yeah, subdivisions, not just houses though.
That's my point. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like this.
Then it's gonna go to apartments in between that.
Yeah, dude. So that said, within 4 or 5 years, when this area is completely built out, everybody that works here could be making easy $10,000 a month. Easy. Shit, that's great money.
College 120. And take your vacation out of here.
Yeah. That's
You should be walking for shit. Right. Between that and the restaurant, my wife. You should be alright.
Yeah, y'all gonna be good, man. And you gotta think the 120 you can make as a barber, that goes longer, farther than a 120 you can make at a job where they pay you that salary because they taking them taxes off the top. When you work for you, so that's why I don't mind buying shit at the shop because it's a tax write-off. Yeah, it's a tax write-off. I'd rather spend this money on y'all than write Uncle Sam a $40,000 check at the end of the year. Fuck that.
Yeah, I need to file one of that at least last 2 years.
You still ain't filed for the last 2 years?
Because I was here last year. Yeah, I had my accident. Oh, I ain't filed, man.
journey. Own it in the Hyundai Tucson. Get 2.79% APR for 60 months on the Tucson with new and Victoria arriving daily. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
I founded New York City for women to play the game they love. It's creating an opportunity for women to come as they are and be themselves without judgment. My main purpose, my main goal is to provide a community for them.
Well, I see you at the show tonight.
Big moves that start from here. Tennessee, spirit of the NBA.
Wonder if the girl still have say she got married or green team.
You had that installed? The little desk thing or sitting on the
No, I installed it. She's showing that she's gonna stick around.
Yeah.
So I don't like doing that shit. But it's like we go back and forth on what we want to do with the business. Do we want to give people bigger spaces, or will we shrink them to make room for more barbers? And I know it's an easy like putty and paint, but after she didn't get a year, we let her just.
Oh, it's been that long?
Yeah, she's been here for a year. She's been here for what, 16 months? Yeah. Something like that. Oh, you can see.
Welcome back to Around the Horn, brought to you by Chase.
I can show you bigger things than that.
Today, Brooke Kepka announcing he's leaving the PGA Tour and joining the potentially related news from the tour today. This afternoon, announcing change starting next year. 8 limited deal, no contact, returns to $20 million
Saturday
or
through
more.
Sunday, Monday, Sunday, yo.
So, Bill,
You got somebody pulling up?
Actually, yeah.
Oh, this is my neighbor. Hey man, get my car back, man. What up? Is that a rental?
No, that's me.
Okay. Okay then.
We thought about that Sonata at that 200,000 mile mark, and we like, you know what? If it break down, it's like forced to buy something we might don't want, so we might as well go trade it in.
How many miles you got?
57,
Great. What is it? Was that a 17?
18.
18. That's all right now. I see you, big boy.
Hey, cause that was our main thing. Like, what if this? Right now, we put money into this car. We might as well get something that we really got the gap on it, everything.
Right. No, that's it. Yeah. Oh, we did.
So, I haven't seen videos though of the helicopter ride. We did.
Oh yeah. Let me know. Let me see that.
It was fun out there.
It was scary.
The helicopter ride, no, cause it like we did it at night.
Huh?
But it was cool.
That'd been worse.
It was cool. I guess I don't like heights. I'm good with. But like when he turned and went, I guess went like that. Like you could feel like I was like, if this door open, I was already told my wife, like, make sure you get ready for that lawsuit. Like, cause I watched too many movies. They don't shut the door all the way.
Yeah.
You know, even though I got the seatbelt on, but the seatbelt is like the seatbelts on the airplane. It's just that little, yeah. So I'm like, how I know if this clicked in there all the way?
Slide from up under that motherfucker.
Already.
Hey, my name is Ice Water, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't
My
even
boy
know.
Al.
Yeah, I
You stay over
remember.
there too, hell yeah, I did make sure.
But that jump, bro, I already had a plan like, hey, if I fall out, you already. Don't even look for the bottom.
Right.
Yeah, don't even think where I splashed at. Just
Make sure y'all suit.
That's it, go straight leg, get the best lawyer over there. But it was cool though, man. There was some weird people on that trip.
But yeah.
Where I seen
Did y'all go to the Fremont experience? So I think the street is called Fremont, but it's basically a long ass strip under a big dome. It's basically like a sidewalk. It's on a sidewalk, but they got a big dome covered up over the sidewalk, and then they project movies on the ceiling.
Nah,
Bro, it's cool. It's cool. And like, so that's where like,
theater,
you say what?
like an IMAX theater.
No, so I mean kind of, but it's like the strip on the sidewalk with the thing covering it, and then they got all the like celebrity impersonators down there. So like I saw Tupac, Snoop, Marilyn Monroe, Madonna. Like I saw all these like celebrity lookalikes, and that's just how they panhandle. They give you some entertainment, and then you know what I'm saying, hoping you break them off some bread. But they had like it was some wild shit. And so that's what I thought you were talking about. Cause
Where
that's,
you was in Vegas?
it was in Vegas. Yeah, it was in Vegas. It was a few miles from the strip.
okay, no,
Yeah.
we ain't even, cause I know our hotel was like the Paris Hotel. Like not too far from the MGM though, I can tell you that we wasn't too far from that.
How many nights were y'all?
Four.
Four? Yeah, I'm surprised no one even mentioned it, because I'd never heard of it, but my uncle lived out there, so he was like, yeah, I'm gonna take you to the Fremont experience. Now that I think about it, when I went, nobody else that I was with knew about it, but when my uncle picked me up, he took me out there, and when I told him what it was like, I ain't heard that. Yeah.
I know we gonna go back, I just don't know
Check
when.
that out. Check the Fremont experience.
Cause we wanna go, basically, we play, you know, we gamble, but we ain't play big.
Right.
You know, we won like $54, like, cash out. She won 30, cash out, like, and it was like,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
That's dope. What was the occasion? Just an anniversary?
Yeah, just an anniversary. Cause basically we gonna try to like, every anniversary to go somewhere other than Houston, you know?
Yeah, see the world.
But I know when we go back, we seen like different excursions, like we seen, I wanna say it's like gun range, so they're shooting like AR-15 and on the Titantron they were showing that, and I wanna do like, I wanna go to the mountains, that's where no matter what. I definitely I wanna go to, or hiking, like, cause like just looking at their mountains, I was like, man, that shit looks so nice.
There's a lot of orange and brown out there.
Hell yeah. I think I seen Elvis like 10 times on the strip. I seen Elvis in the goddamn in a wheelchair. I said, damn, what the fuck? They get it.
Right. They give you all aspects of Elvis. This the disabled Elvis, this black Elvis,
Man.
this Christian Elvis.
The only thing that killed me though, I went to the smoke shop. You know, you can smoke out there.
Yeah, it's
Man,
different out there.
bro, that shit. I'm about to get some.
You can't go to the popular one.
Hell no, I'm about to get some gummies. That lady told me $57. I said, you can have these back. I don't even spend that much here.
Right.
I went to a regular, you know, I can get some $10 Skittles. I was like,
Right, you would be in the game.
and then I'm like, are they good? She like, well, I don't really eat them. So I ain't even tell me the price. You ain't, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you had been like 57, it's worth it, but man, when she said 57,
You was like, you had these on the back.
bro, I thought she was gonna say like 15 bucks. I had to repeat, huh?
57 cents? No, dollars? 57 George Washington? Nah.
Bro, I'm like, hell
You
no.
can pesos?
Fuck, yeah, like, I go cold turkey for these
Yeah.
days. But the experience was good though. In the heat, I wouldn't even say heat, like, cause I didn't even sweat.
Yeah.
Like the fucking humidity, I guess, was great, and the wind was blowing.
When I went, it wasn't like that. It was dry heat. It was, the air wasn't moving.
Damn,
It
for real.
was, bro. I went there during the heat wave.
Oh,
It was, bro, it was, when I got off the plane, it was 132 degrees. Like, people think I'm fucking lying. Let me see something. Let me see if I can verify this. I promise.
when we went, yeah, it was a cool break.
What was the temperature in Las Vegas, June 30th of 2013? Oh, yeah, yeah. When I got to Vegas, we got off the plane, it was 132 degrees.
Yeah, I think the highest it got to us was like maybe like 90. But winds was like 15. That shit was, I was like, hell yeah.
When my uncle came and got me at midnight, no, I'm sorry, 1 o'clock in the morning, it was still 110 degrees outside. And I'm thinking like, you know, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna get you tonight. I'm thinking like, okay, it'll cool off.
Hell nah.
It was still hot as fuck. And it was still no wind. Like, it was still just, but even though like with no humidity, the wind don't even really matter. It's just blowing hot ass air around your face. Bro, it was terrible.
Cause I know it was a cool breeze.
Yeah. You lucked out there. When I went, it was treacherous.
See, and that was my main thing, cause I'm like, fuck, I don't want to wear no black shirt, cause I love wearing black.
Yeah.
Like, black and red is my shit. Like,
Yeah.
you would not see me, like, if I'm out of that color, she picked it out. But if it's up to me, it's gonna be red shirt or black shirt, and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to wear black. I'm gonna be hot, sweaty. I done bought extra dry fit beaters and shit. I'm thinking, like, I know I sweat. And I'm like, this fucking hair, no matter if it's in a ponytail or down, I'm sweat. But it was cool. I don't know what these chips is. I'm about to get 2 bags of chips.
The wrap snacks or the regular?
The wrap snack.
The wrap snacks are $2.
Alright, I'm gonna just get 1 wrap snack. Because I know I was telling her she should try these.
I got some Rick Rosses too.
Rick Ross is slap.
Yeah.
Number 7?
Yeah. Yeah, they're my favorite.
Yeah, give me the Rick Ross and I'm gonna have to come.
That's fine.
I'll add it for the
Yeah, you shit. Don't worry about it. I'll add it to the tab.
Yeah, that's you already know if I bring Mir here, grab it. I have to pay on site. And then we see chips and cookies. The only next thing he gonna ask is chocolate milk.
What was that one thing you bribed him with? Was it like chicken nuggets or something?
Donuts and chocolate milk.
Nah, it was something I ain't never heard a kid be bribed with. It wasn't that, it
Hash
wasn't.
brown.
Maybe that's.
It has to be the hash brown. They're the only ones that you can bribe with.
Yeah, that's what it was, man. Dog, I fucking died.
Still, just like that.
Fucking died.
Hey, you better be good. You want hash brown chocolate milk? Yes, please. Like I said, when the Chuck E. Cheese was about like 2 weeks ago, he in there playing, feeling good. He go sit at the table and say, pizza please. I said, Mir, we ain't buying no pizza here. I get you a hot and ready from Little Caesars if you want a pizza. No, Little Caesars nasty.
You got a particular type.
Man. And then the lady ain't making no better. So she come around. Do you want to order something? Yeah, just let me get the smallest piece you got. And you know the pizza, he don't eat the top. He take cheese off, pepperoni. The tomato sauce, he wipe off, he just want the bread.
That is.
He just want the bread.
That's it. If I go order a pizza like that, give me no sauce, no cheese, just put the dough in there.
It's like, man, get this nigga some crackers, man. Get him some crackers.
He killing me every time. Shoot, I'm gonna go home and unpack, bro.
Okay, yeah, man, glad you know what to say. I say what up. You live, so he lived on the other side of the street I live on. How'd you meet him?
You know what?
Oh, okay.
Anywhere near that, you've got enough going on in your team, enough disruption, enough distraction. He would be a nightmare if he came there. He would, with a darkened hand, the new coach, that would be terrible. He's not gonna get your championship this year. You're gonna have to give up your only asset, 2 draft picks. Stay away from Kyrie Irving. Forget it. No more talk of Kyrie Irving later. Forget it. Stay away. No. Squirrels or Kyrie Irving? What do you got?
No, I thought you had met him in the neighborhood.
I live on the same street.
Yeah, he lived on the other block. behind my street. Like his house backs up to mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, heights. Kind of heights.
So he lived off of Bantam. So you turn to Lantana Heights, me and him are the first right.
Oh, y'all live on
I'm
the
sorry, the
right.
first left. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
but
the
I'm
first.
saying, I'm on that main.
Yeah, I'm the first left. When you turn to Lantana Heights, I'm the first left into the development. And he's on that
So
street.
you left.
Correct.
Left.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 3 lefts into the development.
I'm left, right. So if you go straight on West Green,
Yeah.
they got the first entrance right there, they're making another.
Yeah, down the way.
The
So I
second
haven't been
entrance
over
is
there.
right there.
So I used to ride my bike through the neighborhood when I had one. But
I'm
yeah.
going to the mailbox. Ain't your mailbox over there?
Yeah, so my mailbox. Yeah, so it's left.
We not far from each other.
Yeah.
That street, so look.
I think that street you turn
You
left
go
on
right
is
here?
Sagebrush.
Yeah, it's called Sagebrush.
Yeah, that's the one he lives on, but I'm
I'm
on
on Sagebrush.
Okay.
No.
No, so the first.
That's Lantana Heights, I think. What's
No,
that?
so that's Lantana
That's
Heights.
Lantana Heights. Then what's the first left?
I thought it was Sagebrush, but I think Sagebrush is the second one. So you must be because the mailbox. So when you turn into the development on Lantana, then you take the first left because the first right
That's
is.
something Heights. No, that's not. It's not Lantana Heights. It's something.
Nah.
I forgot what it's.
Well, that's Lantana Heights. When you turn into that development, that's Lantana Heights.
Okay.
But I think the first street, I thought it was
It ain't Star Lane. Star Lane's the next one.
But I think I know.
You go up, then you at Sagebrush.
Yeah.
Once you get to the stop sign.
Yeah, that's Sagebrush.
Sagebrush.
Yeah, my mailbox is right there.
I'm on Sagebrush. Oh, your mailbox is close to you?
Kind of. So like I'm in the middle of the block, and the mailbox is like on Sagebrush in the middle between.
Oh, I didn't.
So 529 Lantana Heights. That first left, the first right is where the model homes used to be. They're doing the work on that driveway right here. You take that first left, and then Scarlet Sagebrush is right here. You take another left. That's where my mailbox is, and then I'm right here on Blue Line.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, we going up. Hold on. We on Lantana Heights.
Yep.
Make a left.
Yep.
Stop sign.
Yep.
This street coming this way is Scarlet Sagebrush.
Yeah.
So your shit right here.
Yeah, my mailbox here, Blue Binder is right here. That's why.
Yeah, man. I know you probably just be shut down once you get up.
I mean, I try to force myself to go out one night a week. Like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go out tomorrow night. I'm sorry, tonight or tomorrow night. But I mean, yeah, I go to the crib, watch TV, play some video there. Cause I got a similar setup at home. I got 2 side-by-side TVs, so I play Madden on one TV and watch or listen to something else on the other TV. But I just get my couch bed and out. Yeah.
It's only been a month, shit.
And they say you got a year this?
Hey, give me your time. My charges they get dropped.
They already got dropped, or
I ain't been indicted. They just, got me on bond and shit.
yeah.
I ain't been indicted. Beer fucking seems like their cuts or shaves are top notch. 80 clients have added your shop as a favorite.
My shop
Tiger cuts. Book
Yeah,
he
Book.
said
sure that wasn't yours specifically?
I was mine specific. But no, it's probably looking at everybody's. Shit, yours probably got more than
Oh, I got 300 5 stars.
cuts and shades. Top notch.
Always read with American Finance. Live from Los Angeles. Coming up on NBA today, the 2022 NBA draft is only 2 days away. Dive into the biggest news for the teams at the top of the board. Plus, speaking of the top of the board, who's number one? Our expert will tell us who to look out for in the draft day. And fresh off celebrating their 4th championship in 8 seasons, we look at what the Dubs need to do this offseason for a chance to repeat. NBA today starts right now.
Where's all these cars coming from?
There's a bus barn down there. Yes, there's a bus barn. Obviously, the high school, the middle school. There's a dental office and a doctor's office that I go to right there. And there is also currently one housing development right here, but then they're building a second one. But yeah, these guys are either administrative staff for the school, the middle school, the doctor's office, the dental office, or the bus barn.
Looking at how many cars at the light.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one guy, he the last dude I let go, he used to go middle of the day when this parking lot be full, when this little area be full, passing out cars. He said he got a couple people to come give him a shot. I don't mean parking lot, like when the cars are waiting for the light to turn green.
Yeah.
He'll go up there
That's actually smart.
yeah, the top of it, walk down and just be knocking on windows, passing on business cards with his barber smock on, or his barber vest on, or whatever it's called. And to let people know he had barber, pass out cards. Yeah. Yeah, me and Marcella used to do it, and he started doing it. And then we saw on Instagram last year, Spotlight, they pulled a stunt where they went out to the street and started cutting hair on basically like that grassy part, but on Barker Cypress, dude was cutting hair for a club. I thought it was dope, but they were like, "Oh, we should do that." I was like, "You can do that. I'm not gonna do that shit." I don't like following people. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you have a great idea, like I'm gonna like it or comment or whatever, but I'm not gonna do it. That's why, like, yesterday I did a design and KP was like, "Oh man, why don't you post that shit? That shit was hard." Like, cause it wasn't, all I did was what I saw in the picture. I didn't add nothing to it. So like, I don't post, like if I post a design, it's because I added something to it, or it was a freestyle.
And hopefully more. But you never know, you've seen number one kids flare up, you've seen guys like Gilbert in the 2-time MVP fly to the second round, and Gilbert Arenas fly to the second round. You never really know.
I don't even grow your hair out.
So the actual life of art, you can see stuff. In some league, you can see stuff. You can't practice, but until those lights are on, you don't really know. You have all those qualities maybe a little bit reported, but it's really like everything. And you try to get you guys right because the other on the line to be done. Yeah, it's to me, if you're particularly at the top of the draft, unless you already have a foundational superstar at a particular position, and the guy that you think is the best player available plays the same position with a very similar skill set, unless that very unlikely scenario happens, and none of the top 3 right now have what I would consider a foundational superstar, you just take the best player available and worry about the other stuff later. And I think you look directly at the Kings at this point. You have to decide what we have here in Fox. Does that mean we shouldn't take Caden Ivey? And look, De'Aaron Fox is a really good player, If you think Ivy's by far the best player on the board at 4, you can't find a good trade you like to move down. Just take Ivy, figure out the rest later. All these teams, when you get to the deep stages of the playoffs, they need multiple ball handlers, multiple guys who can compromise on defense. Just because you have one doesn't mean you don't draft another if you think it's the best guy on the board. Fair enough, for sure. JJ, you've seen plenty of rookies come into the league. How long before you knew
We have to know like we the delivery.
I usually can watch the player interact with the player for just a few days, and I can see whether they have those three intangibles over time. Because it is rocket science. And to Matt's point, I do think there is an element of luck here. And it's really hard to figure out those three attributes before you actually have them in a locker room, before you actually have them in the same difficulty in that. Too often we see people become tantalized by someone's length when they clearly don't love basketball. I mean, talent certainly reigns supreme in all of this. And we get so caught up in the NBA with transactions, with potential trades, with free agents. If you look recently in the NBA, the best teams by and large, the top 8 teams, the top 7 teams, whatever, I'm not saying every championship team, the top 7 or 8 teams year to year are teams that have drafted well. If you look at this year's 2 teams to the finals, the Boston Celtics drafted well, the Golden State Warriors drafted well. When Oklahoma City was awesome, they drafted well. So Thursday night is as important of a date as there is in the NBA. Let's not understate that. Boston doesn't love that. Or good draft. But anyway, I think, you know, as someone who was on the Sixers, right? Someone who's on the defensive end, I always love to kind of textbook because I remember one particular person I tested early on. And I'm thinking of this for years, 2015, 16 with Devin Booker. We were in Memphis, I was on the Grizzlies, and me and Tony Allen was on that team, had Devin Booker physical, bumping them, hitting boxing them hard, setting hard screens on them. And I remember my former teammate, Bro Watson from college, was the head coach. I was like, I like this young man. He's like, no, man, he's the truth. He's one of the ones. And ever since then, I've been a fan of Booker. So on the flip side, a lot of these guys, you never know when they're ready, but you better believe that veterans are going to keep counting these rookies from day one. And you got to be able to stand on your own and not, and not hide your tail. And that was something that Booker definitely did. All right, let's take a look at Jonathan Givony's current draft 3 board here. This is how it's projected and how that to shake out. The projection from Givony is Mark Smith over Chet Holmgren. So that is the first overall pick. But let me ask you guys, if you agree. All right, we'll get to that in a second. David Compton, let's talk Marks and Woj on the world day.
I gotta redo my stater.
Stater?
Stater is a like an alternator for a motorcycle.
Did you?
Oh, what's up, King?
Chet Holmgren, he is a one-of-a-kind prospect. So there may not be a wrong answer. Sometimes there's a right answer. So there's 3 right answers in this draft. But to me, Chet Holmgren has a skill set in game and the potential to the imagination of an organization and how to utilize him, how to coach. He's going to put him into a system and build around him. Certainly physically, he's going to develop over time. And I think Mark Smith is an outstanding NBA one. I think he's a multi-time all-star. But to me, I don't think it's that important decision to let Chet Holmgren. You say that, but it's a front office guy. Is this decision already made? Like, do you think they already know who they're going? Like, they do for weeks, or is it still coming down to? I think there's a power level that I did lottery.
You guys need to hire one.
You need to basically confirm that you get both players you really
This week,
this is where I think the bar is obviously a damage. That's what they'll all position that he is. Junior, then said Holmgren could be that player. 5, 6 years from now. Right now, as far as where you're right now, kind of feeling like the bottom out there. That's a great point. I don't think we're going to be too right decision to rank 3 in this phase, but it's just what's best. So let's
Order fade in.
Yeah. We could look back as Ken Holmgren has everything he doesn't have.
You guys remember those? You guys remember? I can enhance it as well too. Like on top of it, whatever I'm gonna do, enhance it again. Help achieve that.
Thursday night, 8 o'clock. If we didn't know that number 1 is going to be find out early night. Alright guys, thank you. JJ, I'm sure you didn't notice that you heard this, but there were only 2 games that might have been that conversation. One that was left out. Give us the Blue Devil Lions here. What do you think you're going to Montero and how they'll translate?
Hopefully one day we're gonna
I
get it.
don't really Blue Devil Lions into this midnight together. I'm really impressed. It's still 8. Keep coming forward at all 3 levels. And my biggest question mark with him comes down to a word we mentioned earlier, and that is fit. Because I do think he is a 4. And I think the 4 is a one position player that only plays the 4 is perhaps the most, invaluable, the least valuable player in the NBA. You've got to find the right 5-man to pair with him, or he's got to eventually be able to play the 5 in a playoff series and provide enough defense and rim support to lead your team forward. So my question about him is, it's not his skill set offensively. I think he's terrific, and I agree with the panel there. I think Ken Holmgren and Mark Smith are the 2 best players in this draft. Upside. I also want to say that clearly Jay Willis has been playing a lot of golf lately. He's got his hand and he's got the confidence to pull off a blazer and white pants. I love that, man. I love it. All right, JJ, real quick, 30 seconds here. What do you say to those that say, well, during the season, Carroll was there some games, he wasn't there other games, we saw how great he was in the tournament, certainly. What do you say to those that try? Well, I actually think he'll benefit more in the NBA from an NBA system with proper spacing, playing 5 out. He didn't play a lot of 5 out. And I went to 6 or 7 games this year, watching other games. There are a lot of times where he would have the ball and Mark Williams or Theo John would be posting up. There's no clear grinding angle for him. So I think he'll benefit a lot from the spacing in the NBA and be a tough. Matchup night tonight. Awesome stuff, JJ. Still to come here on NBA Today. We look back at the best moments of yesterday's parade in the Bay and what the Warriors need to do to keep this thing going. And we're just 48 hours away from this year's NBA draft. Which teams are most likely to move on? We asked our draft experts what's the latest on the Nets and Kyrie Irving's contract. We dive into what actually is going on.
Some of you tip, putting on colors.
Kyrie and his exactly. Hold on. living their best life. The Warriors flat out took over San Francisco yesterday. They spent a lot of time asking us guys for the regular season and finals MVP, but this will be the most important question for whatever we ask. Who was the Warriors' parade MVP? Go ahead.
Freaky old lady next door be like.
How you doing, Mr. I've been doing better if I come sit on that bench. Ma'am, I said I just cooked. What you got? I got some throat bones and rice. Ma'am, I said I got some neck bones and rice. I'm gonna lock the door. I'm gonna come over there. Okay, baby, how you ain't know you are. Then bring that dick with you. Ma'am, I said get up on a roll of tissue. Alright, I got you.
That freaky old lady next.
Soon in San Francisco, but the Warriors do have some business to attend to. What's the top priority for the Warriors this offseason?
Yeah, well, actually, I bumped into Bob Myers the other day, who held up his 3 rings to me before, and I asked him, like, what have you been doing these past couple days? And yeah, well, he's been celebrating. He's also been having meetings. They've been hosting pre-draft workouts. The Warriors have several draft picks in the upcoming draft, 2 days away. But the big area to look at and to watch the Warriors this offseason is 7 free agents. 2 of those free agents, Gary Payton II and Kevon Looney, who had breakout seasons and who were integral keys in them winning the title. And the other thing to watch is they have 8 returning players. 2 of those 8, Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole, were both up for contract extensions. Jordan Poole has a rookie extension, the deadline is October 17th. Andrew Wiggins is on the last year of his contract that the Warriors inherited when they brought him over from Minnesota. So the Warriors want to bring back as many of these players as possible. But of course, they're the highest spending team in the league. Will they be able to? We spoke with Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole, Gary Payton, Kevon Looney a couple of days ago, and all of them have the same message. We want to come back to Golden State and make another title run.
Awesome stuff as always, Kendra. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, back with our panel here, JJ, Matt, and Zach. Of course, guys, look, we all, I'm sure, have interesting opinions on this, but what do you guys think is the Warriors' top off-season priorities? football coming up soon for extension. Louis' free agents in Unica. Louis played every game this season. Absolutely remarkable. Was always their stopgap starter when they needed someone to start change the lineup. Was well coming off the bench. I think what they do with him and how high they're willing to go with him will be really interesting because James Wiseman is sitting there waiting in the wings, and how much faith do they have in him to be ready to play a huge role next year? And just in general, what is the breaking point at which this team can no longer spend much money? Because if they add up all the luxury tax on top of this, they bring back Mooney at market value and Payton with the schedule of the finals. I don't know if they win the finals without a Gary Payton second. They bring back all those guys. We're going to be talking about a payroll plus taxes that's about $400 million potentially. And the rest of the other 29 teams are watching and saying, what is the end game of this? Can they just keep doing this year after year after year? Maybe the answer is yes. And by the way, I don't think it's a bad thing. They drafted most of these players other than Wiggins. We should all want playing Draymond and Steph to be Warriors for life. Why shouldn't they extend Jordan? There's really just one guy. Even Looney is a Warrior for life. We should all want that kind of continuity. That kind of continuity is one of the reasons they just won the championship.
I totally agree with that. He's so underappreciated for his role.
Are you expecting anybody else? No, not yet. How much time we got?
He's a guy who's 27
Five.
the second most important player for you in a championship run. Let's value him. Let's sign
Hello, hello.
him.
How are you?
Let's sign him for an extension.
She just had a baby.
Okay. Just sign in, and then he's gonna get with you. This is mine. Okay. Yeah, he's finishing up his Hello, hello. What up, what up, what up? Not a whole lot.
What's up, big man?
Going on, all I want to see is James Wiseman. I think this team, he's going to be really big for their plans moving forward. I think they got to throw him out there and see if they have this kid in a lot of high school.
How much are we cutting off?
Any college. Barely played his first year. Did play his
I look at it, I would have taken you, she's still nervous about it. She has the picture, but the picture, she still thinks it's nice. But it's gonna be something like that. Go first or you
Hell yeah. I work all day, every day, man. Yes, of course. Yeah, that's why these are my two walk these aren't off days. These are the 2 days I do walking.
I remember you told me that's what thing when I looked at your book and I was like, oh, it looks like
No, it was, yeah, it just was on the day. Yeah, because, but no, Sunday, I work every Sunday. Oh, shoot. No, it's just, these are the days I take it easy, and as soon as he gets up to speed, I'm gonna try to not work at all on Tuesday, Wednesdays. But I'm just, I ain't quite ready yet to step away from my bed.
vacation plan and everything?
Yeah, so we're trying to go to Cali in January. So I'm gonna work again. Well, so that was the plan, but I don't think that's gonna work out. We wanted to go to a cruise from Cali to Hawaii, but so I thought, I didn't realize how far away Hawaii was from Cali. I thought, it's like a 7-day cruise just to get there from Cali. Yeah. Right, and then 7 days back. So it'd be different if it was like a 2 or 3 day situation. But real quick, what am I doing? 5? 6? I'm gonna do 7 since you weren't sure.
No, we'll 6.
6? Okay. But yeah, it's It's a, yeah, so we're going for that, but in January. So I'm gonna work every day again this year, and then in January, take worst at most 2 weeks off, but I'm gonna probably make it 7 to 10 days.
Yeah, 2 weeks is long enough.
Well, for me, it's
Well, I bet for you, the first week, you're like, yeah, I can't.
right. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be ready for all that, but no, I'm gonna take some time off. I just don't know if it's 2 weeks. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's 10 days or 7 days, but we're waiting for the NBA schedule to be released for next year. Because if I can catch a Lakers Warrior game, ooh, that'll be the move. And then that'll be a take. Do I fly into LA? Do I fly in San Francisco or like wherever? Yeah. So we gonna see. And I'm gonna work. I try to work again every day this year. Every last year. See what schedule looks like.
So looking for a week?
So January, hopefully.
Oh, start of the year.
Yeah, so I'm gonna finish out this year, working every day again in January next year. I'm gonna try to take 2 vacations next year. One of them will be in January, and I'll probably take another one in like June or July, something like that.
Start of 2022, right?
Tell me. So to the bump.
You work with them.
Yeah. And you know, it's not like I hate my job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love my clients and y'all become my friends and family. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's not all of it. It's just stressful a lot of times. Because like, someone always thinks I owe them my time. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably why I went to the walk-in only Tuesday, Wednesdays. Because like, people call and text me like repeatedly. Like, I get 5 straight calls from somebody.
Yeah, like today I was like, man, because he's been asking for it about a month, but every time I come, like, you know how tired I am. So I was like,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, so, nah, you sorry. You good?
It's fucking good. We can do that quick.
Yeah, that ain't the norm.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Because I'm gonna come try Friday, because Friday's my birthday.
Oh no, what you got work?
I'm gonna try to come Saturday, but I'm working.
That's that adult stuff, man.
So that's my mom.
I know. Your mom take care of you, cook for you, clean for you. All you gotta do is do the yard work, do your homework. How is work?
It's good right now. I mean, I don't like the schedule on it. But I got a job offer in Fort Worth. So I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to move up there. If we do, it could be something like that.
And you guys are relocate, or you would just have to commute there a couple times a day? Like, how would that work?
No, I'll just move up there.
You would, okay.
Kind of pack up and do it kind of stuff.
Now, is it something your girlfriend is open to?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's cool.
Because I was looking into Fort Worth about like last year, but the job didn't go through. But I can't do it again until my am ready. Tomorrow on the phone.
A Zoom call or a phone call?
That room center was called. Because she wants to go where it's cold. She thinks like, it gets a little bit cold, but it's not a big deal.
But I know it does snow there every few years, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't even call it snow.
Well, regardless of what happens, I hope it works out as good as it can possibly be for the family.
I think you have to talk to
Like the other day, I got the offer, massive, so I'm like, which is what I would do then. Yeah. Oh, if that's the case, I thought you. Okay. Yeah. Then I play poker with them. Yeah. I play poker. I'll be like, look, let's say they offer you say 80,000. I would maybe offer 90,000. I can't pass this up. You know what I'm saying? Just squeeze it a little bit. What they offer me for my company, I ask a dollar more. A dollar more because I don't really want to move that bad, you know. Right. Like I'll stay for when they get. And I mean, I got so comfortable on that. I know we're towards the end now already. Yeah. I just want to make it work.
There you go.
Have a good week, my friend.
You ready for this?
Gotta bring it up. I want to do, say I should put your so basically, right before you start coming in. Like almost 2.5, 2 years. Anything like 16, 17, 4 years. Yeah, all right. I've seen it firsthand for the last week and a half. Yeah, that's when I saw it on your thing, I was like, what? I think, because when he left, I was like, damn, now what? So I was even looking for a while, like, looking, nothing would pop up, nothing would pop up, nothing would pop up. Yeah, I just did it. You're my money. Small world. Yeah, he actually moved into my development. He lives around the corner from me. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize he was a barber. One day I was riding my bike and he was on his motorcycle. And I just got, like nodded at him. And they said, you know, you come into the shop looking for a job. Oh, geez. I'll be there. I think you can find more barbers that want to live in that neighborhood. Do the 100%. Really, that's what it'll take, man. Because like a lot of times you end up looking for opportunities closer to your home. You know what I'm saying? So like there's just enough barbers out here. Especially with the gas rate out here. Absolutely. Especially with the gas rate out here. 100%. What's that? No, I said 100%. Yeah, I put premium in my car, but I only gas up once every couple of months. So I gassed up yesterday for the first time in 3 months. $94. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I was on. I got an 18-gallon tank. I only put in like 17 and a half or something. I felt every piece of that 94. Yeah. No, I'm actually trying to sell my car. Oh, yeah, you're selling right now. Because I'm still trying to get to the gym. I'm still trying to open up a gym. So it's still about to get sold. I'm waiting for the title to come in the mail. I need to check my mail. I bet it's here by now. But as soon as I get the title, I'm going to put it on Facebook Market, see what I can get for it. So I can get on the high end 25, on the lower end 23. I'm sorry, high end 27, low end 23. So I'm gonna see what they're offering. Um, my business partner, her daughter needs a car, and I actually found one a truck. Um, so she's got this older, it's like a '04, '05 truck that is a piece of crap. But I literally, all I'm doing is driving across the street. And when I get my bike fixed, I'm not gonna be driving at all. So I'm actually open to buying her little beater off of her and selling her my car. And I'll let her make payments, like that's my girl's daughter, so that ain't getting it. No, she ain't got 25,000. But yeah, if I can get in that range.
It's that in the
Yes, sir. Yeah, if I can get close to that asking price, I'll be that's what I told her. I said he paid me 5,000 a month. I'm not gonna hit you with no insurance. Just pay on time every month, 500. Cover the insurance costs. And you get that. I'll buy your little whatever your car is worth. But I gotta her car ain't gonna be seized. The truck ain't gonna be seized or nothing like that. But again, I don't really need it for much. But whenever I like to build stuff, so I can get that truck. Then once we open this gym, once that becomes profitable, I'll start to put away some money to buy like a Tesla or something. You need a wide model, something like that. I work hard, man. I work hard. A lot of people sleep on Tesla, but one of my clients let me drive hers one time. Bro, it was moving so smooth and so fast. I thought it was gonna take off and fly. Sink. See what I can come up with after we get the gym on. You gotta take the leg check. I just want to do it. Oh, probably calling me crazy. Yeah, he said he tried to get you a job at his spot, but you didn't like all the climbing or something like that. I said, when he told me he tried to get you a job at his spot, but you didn't like all the climbing or something. I can't really say it, but it was something you were.
See how fat I am? I'm about to tip of that towel.
Man, yeah,
Like a fishing pole.
I guarantee eventually you'll fall in shape and,
Yeah, it just heights, man.
yeah, I'm with you, bro. I can't do
Like, that's why when I work right now, I'm underground. Going up.
Listen, you gotta explain that to me. I can't do heights.
Like, I tried multiple times with heights. And I mean, maybe just because every time I've been at heights, or I've like done, I've never been properly. Yeah, and people I work with, like my dad, like, he tries to scare you, so I always gotta, I'm traumatized.
Yeah.
So my buddy was just in here telling me about he was on a helicopter ride in Vegas just a couple days ago.
It was making me queasy just listening to the story.
You see helicopter rides, airplanes, I got no problem with it.
I can do everything.
Or like being on a roof sometimes, like my job, we have to walk roof. I don't mind being on a roof.
You're a real man.
But just like climbing that tower, maybe if I got like, if I knew I wasn't gonna die, I'll be yeah, he told me multiple times, this money starting off, this money.
Money like what? Like when they start shopping?
Like maybe not money, but it's
No, but that's, to start, bro, to start is good. I wish I could guarantee bar was $24 an hour to start. I never have a problem.
yeah, fuck. I'll be this one.
Yeah.
Hey, but I was then, like, no one ever told me, you never know. Yeah.
So it's only
For real. For real.
You said you never. Yeah. I had got booked last 2 weeks ago. Booked at 10:30 p.m. I got like a night owl and an early bird option on my app. I booked at 10:35 or something like that. I was pissed. 'Cause I was messing around the shop, and I left the shop around 9:30. Went home, ordered some food, and took a shower. Next thing you know, I look at my phone. I think it was an appointment for the following day. It was like 10:35 p.m. So no, you're right. There be people, the people work like crazy, crazy. And you have to be back over here 10:35 customer being there. I was pissed. They paid me $75. So you say y'all gonna work for your birthday?
Nothing, I gotta work. And I'm not really big on. I'm not big on shit.
You don't need to make it about you.
Yeah, I
You
just
want to see people.
yeah, that's pretty much all I'm doing my schedule. Maybe about to eat.
And you can see the 76th annual NBA Draft Thursday night live from Barclays Center, Brooklyn, 8 Eastern 5 Pacific on ABC, ESPN, ESPN Radio, and ESPN app. Coverage starts at 7:30 Eastern.
Yeah, like Miguel and his our best friend, he's always like, man, what we doing? I'm like, shit, that's the push.
Passed away at age 25. Many people were trailblazers in 2017. 6'9" swatting and played 3 years in the NBA with the Blazers.
Like, probably all we do is just chill,
Had a standout sophomore freshman at Purdue and named Big Ten Player of the Year. Was the consensus first team All-American. He was also a finalist for the Nation Team. Following the season, Landry made the draft and was selected number 26 overall. Following passing in 1990, the Allen County Florida about the same. Swansea passed away.
And they were done like stuff like that? Or, yeah, we were doing like all of it? Yeah, I never did.
The last one I did, I wonder if I got on my Instagram. But yeah, one of my buddies, my mean little sister too. She was, I mean, they're easy.
Really?
There's nothing.
I thought there was something like hard. I didn't think it was hard.
So the hardest part about it is the parting, like getting the right section. But for me, like I'm gonna show you. Is your sister? Sister-in-law. Yeah, I'm gonna show her 50 times in the mirror to make sure we're taking as much off as she wants, so that we don't have it.
Yeah.
No, that's the hardest part. It's easy. It's easy to. It's just a lot of barbers get scared from long hair.
I always like, I'm one of those people I like to put myself in this situation. Like, so I was like, man, maybe he's still out, but I'll still be freaking out like,
Now I got a video on my YouTube channel. This white chick with long hair. I did hers out of design. I actually just happened to watch that like a couple of days ago, and it just happened to pop up and like I don't know. I was looking at my analytics on my page, and it was like one of my most viewed videos. And so I watched it just to see like why were people watching this video. But nah, I can't say I do them all the time, but they're not hard. It's just you just gotta make sure the hair is sectioned off exactly where the client wants it. That's the hardest part. But for me, man, I'd rather measure 50 times before I go once. Yeah, it's like that. What she's asking for. So the hard part is the design, but that's not even hard.
I even told my girl, I want her to get one of those, like, the other cook like that. Yeah, I want her to get one too. Yeah, her hair done, so.
I do a bunch of man bone cuts, which are basically the same thing. And honestly, those are harder because a lot of times, until they get to the point where it's long enough, you gotta do a lot of fading. But when it's long enough, there's no fading involved. That's easy. That's really easy. And that's why I say this is super simple, because there's no fading involved. Like it's just sectioning off the right amount of hair, the right depth, right there, basically. Like, literally, your haircut is harder than what she's asking. Yeah. No question. afford her this video. Your boy almost two. He did. I thought you said she was gonna wait till they're 2 months.
Yeah, well, that was the plan, but because I'm gonna kind of like.
Oh, you?
Like the word, I just want to chill with him.
Yeah.
And it is weird, man. He doesn't really work. Nah, he does. I'm trying to wait till they. Really, I'm trying to wait till it comes down with me, so everything.
Right, it won't be so obvious when his hair's gone. Shorter.
Oh, I have a video I'm showing right now. It's off of TikTok. It's not like a haircut, but it's exactly how I want it. Okay. I'll show you.
Spent the last 10 years as a working for the NBA, most recently as the associate vice president.
Everyone says no for me.
No matter what they say.
Our next European game is tomorrow night, and it's the only game on the schedule, so all eyes.
So I have to listen to you about calling it quits, or you want me to stick around with it?
No, I got it. Another guy that's coming.
Coming up.
They call me Cookie if you want to.
I was telling him earlier, man, I be running from like people, like whenever, especially about wrecking a car, I'll be optimistic, like, okay, cool, you can do it. But they be people, I'll come like, dang!
You want to block the door and run to the back?
Yeah, I do that. Like if I don't recognize the person, I'll run to the bathroom and just hide. Like, go to somebody else. I don't, like it'd be different if, like when it's just me here, like I know I can't run from that. But when it's other barbers here, I want to give them an opportunity to grow their business. So I try my best to just be not here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, man, every time I don't hit the back for 45 minutes. Like, look, I'm gonna bring my phone in here and watch a movie.
The bathroom, I get away from my family.
There's
I'll
nothing,
be banging on the door. I'm like, damn, man, hold on.
there's nothing I don't love my job. I love my job.
Yeah,
It's just,
you're great.
yeah.
But he's 34 this season, the oldest MVP was Paul Malone at 35. But I think Katie's coming out with
Yeah, I like playing games on my phone. So, he's banging on the door. I'm like,
TikTok or something. Trap. Can't stop watching videos. Bad boy. Nah, no chance.
Thanks everyone who tuned in. Thanks to the guys here. Check out the Old Smoke Podcast, Old Man and the Free Podcast, and the Low Post Podcast. And download the Indie Tech Podcast. Get all the podcasts. See you later. Pardon the interruption, but I'm Mike Robot. It's the longest day
You
of the
doing
year.
beard on eyebrows too?
How long does it feel to you?
Birthday. Yeah, today, yeah, first day of summer. Old enough to rent a car. How old are you to rent a car? 25. So there's a loophole because you could go to U-Haul and rent a truck at 18. And for cheaper. Oh yeah, 20 bucks a day. I think you do the same thing at like Home Depot and Lowe's. Like you can rent one of their trucks for literally like 20 bucks a day. And that's what one of my girls here, she did. She needed her truck was damaged, so she was having it serviced, and she tried to get a rental car, and they said she'd be 25, and she had this genius idea to go to U-Haul.
It used to be 21.
So it was 25. It used to be 25. Wait, where?
Insurance, that's insurance they're talking about. 25.
I know. So
You
I
gotta
know.
have a credit card with
You talking to rent a car or rent a U-Haul? Because I remember when I was in college, I tried to rent a car in Virginia Beach, and the lady told me I had to be 25 in order to rent a car, so I could have my auntie do it. But you're saying they lowered it to 21? Yeah, I remember the lady told me that I couldn't rent a car without. I couldn't rent a car legally, at least in that state, till I was 25. Let's consult the old Google machine. Yeah. How old do you have to be to rent a car? It's 21 now. How old do you have to be to rent a car in Minnesota?
Like in all the other states in the USA, you must be at least 21 years old to rent a car in Minnesota. Additionally, it's important to note that some car rental companies will require you to pay a surcharge to rent a car if you're under 25 years old.
Yeah, it says there's an additional insurance you got to get if you're under 25. Yeah. Touche. But I think in 02 when I did it, I think it was 25 back then.
Real realize they big bag.
Yeah.
Shit, 21-year-olds, they got insurance.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we leave that alone.
Insurance for me. Mine was recently, I was paying like $260 a month for my car. And I barely drive. I finally got down to like 130 something. But I've heard people tell me they paying $600 for like 5 vehicles in the family. And they family insurance. But considering I'm paying $260 for one car,
That's full coverage?
yeah, full coverage.
That car right there, I pay liability. I'm at 167.
Really? So I got mine down to 160 or 70 for full coverage now. But like a year ago, I was paying about 270 almost. And I thought I have no speeding ticket. I have no traffic citations or like none of that.
I got nothing. I just got a ticket. Just no accidents, no nothing.
Yeah, I want to say, well, I've never had an accident. Reported on insurance, I've definitely had accidents. But I've never reported them. Because I was just like, fuck it. I was just glad to pay to get it fixed out of pocket, so I've never reported an accident. I thought that was just because my car was, a sports car. And one of my buddies had a charge. He's like, oh. He got 3 cars, his wife's car, his car, and his son's car. And his son is 17. He says, dog, I paid $380 for 4 cars. So he paid $380 for 4 cars. I'm paying $270 for 1. And he had a charge. Yeah, he had a Hellcat. Yeah, he had a Hellcat, full coverage. He's like, all my cars are fully covered. And I got a 17-year-old. We paying $380 for 4 cars. Who you with? I don't remember, but whoever it was, I remember I called them and they gave me the same quote that I currently got. I'm like, how you pay? But he had homeowners insurance, both of them, which I would have too. I don't know why they was giving me, but they was trying to give me. So I was able to just minimize. So I still got full coverage, but I was able to minimize like all of the. Like I used to have like $150,000 on the other driver. So we got some cars that I can cover their vehicle for up to $150,000. And now I got it lowered to like up to $30,000. So that drastically dropped my premium. They said that was like one of the main reasons my insurance was so high.
kept doing, and DeChambeau, right, and Patrick Reed and Justin Johnson, they're all major winners, they're running in the top 10 right now. They're all major winners, you can sell it and use them to get television content. Kepka by himself is not that big of a deal. Everybody knew he was going to go. His brother played in that tour. And his performance in his press conference when he won the U.S. Open, when he was whining about the fact that people were, wow, look at the legitimate story about manufacturing of the golf course indicating that he was going to go. It's not a particularly popular. Yeah, I believe that one of the philosophy is sort of an egomaniac. But Mike, every one of these good players, especially American good players, appreciate died by 1,000 cuts. And that's why, as you say, they're coming back with no cut events and more money. Because if you are allowed to play in all the majors, people will take this one money and it is fundamentally battle the money and it gets them where they want to the sports law. It's going to go on for a while.
Ain't making no good memories.
Let's go on. Let's take a break. Coming up, the Avalanche go back to Logan Dark September for game 4. We're on the S4 the NHL goes Kevin Weeksy. And later, Gronk, the boy, announces what they did. He is the starter for the NHL network. But, until he knows the whole thing, it leads on. Kept it the daily television show. There's 40 tours of every country. You can't guarantee that everybody is in.
Pardon the interruption is presented by Corona Express. Find the fine light. La vida masquina. Pardon.
So let me get you a little bit, brother.
The hour.
You've been working from home. But your roommate just took up percussion as a hobby. You need to drum up a new drum quick and get out of here. Indeed you do. And Indeed resumes more than a resume. It makes it easy to personalize your job search and even helps the right job find you. Seems like everything's smaller these days. Watches, vacuums, even refrigerators. So why not a smaller electricity fund like Fund Reliance?
everything else out. Yeah, you want to go down to 5? Okay, thank you. You get nervous? No way here, that's all. That's, she's like, I wasn't nervous, so you would have 5. You make it worse.
You are watching part of Interruption, presented by Farmer Extra, part of Happy Hours.
In the story of the Gulf of the Rolling Seven, the lightning beat the Islanders last night. That was a 2-game run. It's making a perfect time to bring in the ESPN Hockey Analyst, former NHL goalie, making his PCI debut as a former Milwaukee in the break. This is absolutely pressure on him. Pressure on him. Let's start with this. After the 7-0 loss in Game 2, the Lightning did. They had hung Andre Vasilevsky out the guard. What changes did you see in Game 3? What did they make to help the win last night? Oh, right, you do that on the top. I would say this, the biggest thing for me, the change they made last night was defensively. Defensively, they looked like active, but there were some other players in Game 1 where there were players in the first half, but this was their A game back to the avenue of Tampa. Defensively, they were a lot better. They blocked a lot of shots in this game. They were much better defensive position. They were able to exit the defensive zone quicker than they were in Games 1 and 2 combined. Quick passing, full support. And if there are no direct plays, indirect plays go off the board or some block budget that they're able to chip off the other cover. So I thought defensively they were much, much better. They looked very much like themselves. Of course, under that last night. One of the things that really have full time simple last night. So what we need now is your chair set up. We can go back to Game 4 and is that a deep call? It's not a deep call. Probably going to get one take out the mention later. He might be calling this decision over a black or a red. And maybe a third of it. I don't know. But if I'm him, I will have to start camera. I just don't want the guy that brought him there. He's a dude. So what now? Now let's go to play a 7-2-0. He's going to play the team after the camera is injured. But if I'm there, then my hunch is that I go back and start the camera in Game 4. That might be a little tight. In Game 4, it might be a 2-4 lead. But I can go back and start the camera in Game 4. All right.
That is a 5. Solid? Yeah, because the only thing about me most is the how like my hair kind of kind of comes out. Like your face. I was facing. I'm reflecting. But like, especially when you consider with the fire done now. Yeah. You know, like I did a 5 on the top and a 2 on the side. Just kind of
The night before, I had
pop out.
the day of, I had right up to the game, I had in the office also. You're at a night where you focus on your whole routine, your whole preparation, you're in your mindset, you're doing all the things that Rick and Joel are talking about. And you get out there and all of a sudden it feels like you're allergic to the ball. That's just the way it goes sometimes. But this is right now the biggest day in the world. You guys know there's nothing that you can do final. And you know, so I love every week and I watch them all. But it's really neat to get over the Stanley Cup playoffs, let alone the Stanley Cup final. And I'm telling you, for either team, Roger got right. So you saw when they watched the NBA at the game 27, or if the Garden Center past Powell Metro, it's the first team in the other. John J. Washington, Bounty down there, this is a unique opportunity. Never know what's going to happen.
Come on up, little sister. Molly? Nice to meet you, I'm Sean. Put it in a ponytail real quick, or just hold it up, just like that. All right. Let's see the picture again. Well, let me see. I don't want to see the design right now. I just want to see how much of your hair you need to cut. So you got. So you want it like that much? So okay. So in that picture, it comes up to the front. Yeah. So hold this mirror. So in that picture, it's like this. And all the way around. So you want it to come above your ear, or do you want it to start behind your ear like that? Oh, okay. Well, what did you have your rubber band? What did you have your braid in? Like these? Oh, those rap snacks are those good? Man, the Rick Ross ones are the best chips I've ever had in my life. And one of those, that's what I was looking at. Yo, they're the best chips I've ever had in my entire life. I'm gonna grab one. Yeah, you can add to the tab. You can just take it from there. I'm gonna take these to the Alright, we have boxes of them. And so before I cut, I'm gonna let you check out my line and make sure it's perfect. So look like you can fight. Soda and some chips. Yes, yeah. Right, you wouldn't even let the aftertaste hit you yet. It's different now. We're also what you talking about. Rose. So many flavors at once. That's good. Yeah, man, they're my favorite. OMG. So you used to be wrong now. Yeah. How long you been letting it grow? Okay, alright. Here, now just a little bit. I think this is top of this. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm about to give you a mirror. Here, let me put this up. It's not look bad. It's already seen after you parted it. It was really nice. this one. So all that's gone. You with it? Yeah? Alright, you mean to record it? Okay. Everybody acting like you know me, dog. Simply, dog. Friendly, dog. Mary, disinfectant magazine series. Veterinary Casa Limbo. Keep it. I know you're gonna feel weird by leaving your barber because she was pregnant for a better barber. I'm you know, not you. I'm telling you, man, convenience, man. You got everybody have a good week. He was a who?
He say she was a family member.
Ah.
You say you never gonna let her.
About to say you might not get that.
When it comes to these chips, how do you buy them? Is that the store?
Samsung. Yeah, we order them online. So it's like we don't got time to be going to the damn.
Bro, what the difference is? I thought. Everything this kid does seems to be big. This is hard, broken hard. I guess it's gonna get a lot. The yanks are the first thing to 50
Cap.
This just in. 20 of the 24 lawsuits against Deshaun Watson have been settled. Will this affect his impending NFL suspension? Charles Barkley might be the most entertaining sports personality since Muhammad Ali, and Kevin Durant might be the most complete basketball player ever. And they're going.
I heard I'm watching, they call it more charges, right? Well, yeah, 66 women in total, but only the 24 lawsuits. Yeah, man, it's not looking good for the man. He looked like pretty good. You said what? He was good. Yeah, he was great. But I think being coddled all his life, like people always covering up for him or whatever, caught up to him. Sound like he was kind of acting bad out there. How old he is? 14, yeah. I won't say too much. He was out in these streets acting bad. I want to corrupt no young minds. He was out there acting bad.
Checking the NFL. Spokesman Brian McCarthy said that the owner from Deshaun Watson have no bearing on their timeline for their discipline for Watson. I'm told they've been working on this case for the last 18 months. They feel good about their findings, and they were hoping to come to a decision sometime between now and training camp. So the next month, there should be some clarity. The NFL players union will be involved. They could appeal on Watson's behalf. And so nothing really changes at this point. The only thing that changes is Watson with these settlements could have less involvement, less details coming out in the future. Typically it's dragging on, and the NFL needs to revisit this. So in other words, if they come to a decision on, say, 10 games or 16 games of the discipline, and then there's more that comes out along the case 3 months from now, they can amend that discipline. But now, it's all settlements and stuff. And it is just the NFL entirely thinking that people will be over it.
This is Fritz. You want it on this side or this side? Your left or your right? Your left? So, try to drop your shoulders for a second. is Mr. Gonzalez. What's up, my brother? Finishing up. You're right with you. Let's see. Before I got the money. When I say walk out, we'll walk in. Yes, sir. Okay, let me see your design picture again. Make sure I got it right. Okay, so we got. Give me a favor, hold it in this arm. Two lines going into one. Okay, don't be mad. Close your eyes, take these. Alright. Hopefully you can get me. Take that. Press that. Press that. We in there? Cool.
Well, I'm sorry, what's that? Yeah, absolutely.
And then when I make the video, I'll text it. I'll text a link to Zondo, and then it'll be on my TikTok.
One of a kind pieces made by hand, living original.
Do you want to leave your hair up in a ponytail, or do you want to let it sit? I'm gonna put this up just for a second. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna take it out. Oh, let's see. I think it's 90. You guys want cash or card? Or Zelle? 94. Oh, so 97. Yeah, 97. Yeah, and I'll text you when I get the video uploaded. Cool. I'll text you the video. This is my TikTok if you haven't already added it. But I'll text him and he can text you this. If you don't. Jenna.
Cool, man. How things you ready?
Happy early birthday, my brother.
Sir, appreciate y'all doing it.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm not giving this a try. It is fantastic, no doubt. But this is exactly why women live longer than men. And this is also why you play quarterback. You don't have to put up with this nonsense. Come on. If someone looks at you sideways, there's a penalty. Yeah, That's why it's not playing football.
What up, Jordan? Ain't going like that. So, is the Stranger Things game tonight? Tomorrow.
1 o'clock.
She's so thirsty.
Will you be okay with Cash App, my good friend?
Yeah, as long as it's once in a while. Yeah, the other day when you
'Cause I
left,
don't even know how much it is on walk-in.
it's $5 more for kids. So, 30. So his.
Way too low on that list. We can make an argument about who should be on the list and who shouldn't. But
Rebecca's haircut is 35 with the lines. 37. Yeah. Yeah, 37. So it really doesn't change anything for. So yeah, the other day when I cut your hair, you said something about it's a cheaper paying cash. It's $2 cheaper, but you always like do a $5 tip. But when I charge you 65, I took 65, and you're like, it's cheaper. It's like, well, I mean, by $2, but yeah. But yeah,
So you didn't include the
I did not
tip?
include the tip.
Oh, my
No, it's okay, brother. I work for what I charge. Tips are great, but I don't require or expect them. But I realized, I was like, oh, okay. I think that's what the confusion is.
Right. Because I thought you always just threw the $5 extra.
No.
Because I would give you $5 tip.
No, I don't. We ain't that cool. I don't feel comfortable just taking my extra percentage off the top. I don't do that. But yeah, so 37 is what this. Well, yeah, cash out. It'll be 37.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking. That's what I usually pay beforehand, right?
Right. But that, yeah, that's what's only pay. But that's because you throw a $5 tip in. And again, you are not required to tip, so I don't want to put that in the streets like that. So I'd be fine with 37. I would just point out that when you said that, it occurred to me what you missed in that situation.
I don't know. When you handed me the money back, I'm like, well, damn, what about doing wrong?
Yeah, no. But it was also like, I didn't want to text or call about that because I didn't want you to feel like, damn, I gotta run them five. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't that serious. That's why I was like, yeah. Do you like it better to park on this side, or are you indifferent, or do you want it back on the other side? I'm asking you. It's your haircut.
Well, you can still see it, though.
Yeah, but I can fade it out. I can probably fade it out. Because that's really what I did the time before.
However you want it, man.
So it's your cut. What do you want? You want to keep it on the new side or go back to the old side? Cool. I think it looks better, personally. Oh, easy.
Did you and your woman ever go by that barbershop?
I did, yeah. She was stuck here. But I was able to go check it out. So, it was nice. It was nice in there. They don't speak in English. Are you bilingual?
Yeah. Yesterday, we had to go buy a plunger.
Okay.
So that's the first time we ever been to that little dollar store next there.
Yeah.
And this little boy walked out with a nice haircut, man.
Yeah.
He had a mohawk, he had a part, and I was actually like, damn.
Yeah. I went and talked to him. The owner doesn't speak in English, so luckily the dude running the cash register was a Hispanic guy, but he was bilingual. So
he answered all my questions. The only thing I didn't ask was what do they charge?
I don't think they're Mexican though. I think they're like Puerto Rican or
Okay.
yeah. And this is gonna sound like really random. Like really random. The way that little boy's haircut looks, I firmly believe they're like Puerto Rican or and I don't even know how to explain that, but the Puerto Rican guys, they have a different thing the way they do their haircut.
Yeah. So, I mean, to a degree, I study haircuts. Like, I look at, when I see people walking down the street, when I'm on Instagram, you know what I'm saying? And so, I don't know how to say what you're trying to say, but I completely get it. I was telling somebody this a couple of days ago, but when I see people from other countries because like I got followers all over the world, and when I happen to look back at other people's stuff from other countries, I'm like, what inspiration are y'all getting these haircuts from? Because like, it'd be some people I can tell, like, you don't have a lot of real estate to do like the type of fades I do. I like to stretch a fade out because that takes more skill. That's a harder fade to pull off. Like the longer you stretch out the fade, when I see people with it's just certain haircuts it look like you don't have no skill.
Well, if this makes sense to you, which you probably won't because you're not from Houston. So back then, I could tell if they went to a South Side barber or a North Side
I'm
barber.
on a South Side haircut.
And you could just look at it and be like, yeah, he went to a North Side barber. He went to a South Side barber.
So I'll be honest, I don't know what the North Side aspect is, but I've seen I've seen a couple of the South Side haircuts. Yeah, no. So I do get that. I don't know what the North Side looks like, but I know what the South Side is. And I know what some of the cuts that I've seen come from there. And I've seen the cut that everybody in Dallas got. But yeah. But no, so I know they didn't speak English. That was I knew that. And so when I went and talked to them, they were cool. I brought them a bottle of, I almost said cologne. Wine, brought them a bottle of wine. Welcome to the neighborhood. Because, I don't look at people as competition. It's just, the game don't gotta be that way. And
Too many people walking around with hair, you know?
A billion %. Too many people, too many bald people, too many people with beards. Like, bro, it's room in the game for everybody. So I don't look at the game, I don't look at people like that. If anything, if they keep putting on fire cuts and we get slower, I gotta step my game up. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
How many barbers did he have in there?
He said 4. He said the owner and 3 others were in there. And that's their second location.
I wonder why it says 504. They're not from New Orleans.
Man, I wish I got there late. They had already closed. So I was just thankful they gave me any conversation. The owner, like I said, didn't speak a lick of English. So the dude that was talking to me, he was polite and all that. He broke it down. He was like, we pay our barbers by the day. The one thing that I wanted to ask the most is, what are y'all charging? And I forgot to ask.
See, the thing is, as a barber, don't have nothing to work.
Nah, I'm sitting pretty.
But other people that don't take their craft serious or feel like they don't have to do this, they don't have to do that, they can lose.
See, and that's the thing. Like so he's good. He's been cutting longer than me. But like, if I were a new barber in this area, I would be mad and terrified of brown barbers. They outwork us. They expect very little. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, that'd be my biggest nightmare as a new barber in the area. It's like, man. So I used to live in Spring Branch, and I wanted so badly to stay in that area. $5 barbershop, $7 barbershop, $8 barbershop. I'm like, man, I can't pay my bills cutting like that. I can't do it. Can't do it.
And a lot of those haircuts ain't bad either. Seriously.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, man, they'll outwork most people in this. Man, they gonna clean up. I drove by there today and they had nothing going on. We had good activity today. Now I only passed by, so I can't say that, you know what I'm saying, it was slow all day, but when I drove by, they didn't have nothing going on. We had a decent...
I think that's a good location because there's so much traffic build up right there at that light. Where people are gonna be like, oh, There's a barbershop right there?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Also too, the people that go to those businesses over there, aside from the nail shop, but like that check cashing place, like they are absolutely where they need to be. The dollar store. Again, it depends on what their price. If they're charging 20 or less for a haircut, they're right where they're supposed to be. They're right where they're supposed to be in that area, because those people, if they're only charging $20 for a cut, those people, I don't mean Mexican or Puerto Rican. I'm saying those people that go to the check cashing place or places are generally people with low socioeconomic status. That's why they put those things there in those areas, because those people probably can't get a bank account or are uneducated about banking, so they won't do it. So like that's the area for that.
See, but then again, they might not have $20 haircut, but you gotta understand, I'm sure that rent ain't cheap over there.
Well, but see, here's the thing. So one thing he told me was he said they had 35 walk-ins the day they opened, which is that's good. I think our best day was.
Yeah, that's damn good.
That's great. That's absolutely great. I think we had 30 something walk-ins during like the back to school rush last year. We had like 36, 37. So that was booming for the first day. The difference is when we had those walk-ins, it wasn't driven by a coupon. Like they did a $10 off coupon. Did you get one? You got a $10 coupon, right? Yeah. All right, Alex. Yeah, they had a little $10 coupon, and I was saying to myself, that's not sustainable. But again, I don't know what they're charging. But I do know that they had the $10 off coupon.
But if they got $10 off coupon, trust me, they ain't charging $20.
Well,
know what, I ain't gonna speak on them. I don't know what they're charging.
I disagree with that, because I think, so the way they got it set up, from what the dude told me, they pay their barbers by the day. So that's a form of commission. They're basically getting commission. Think about it. Like, let's just say they're charging 20. They're going to take a loss in the beginning, because a lot of these leases are structured to where you get a month or two or 6 for free. So they can take that L in the beginning, because they're not being forced to pay rent anyway. So they can get their money in the back end after they build up their client base.
See, like, I didn't want to say what I wanted to say, because I didn't want to disrespect no barbers in here.
Yeah.
But
No, if you ever can get a hold of me, you will
he's
not.
good, huh? Yeah. Nah, I saw him cut the other day.
Oh yeah, okay, good. No, he's the best barber I've had in this spot.
But for people to say, nah, I don't do walk-ins, or I don't do this, or I don't do that, man, every walk-in, if you do a good job, that's a customer.
100%. And not only that, here's the thing: people that don't do this, or even barbers that do this, they don't get it. People die. My mom just texted me months ago. People die. People get fired, hired. They move across country. They move up the street. So you can say, oh man, I got 1,000 clients. I don't need no more walk-ins, which is like, that's me. I got when I send out emails, it goes to over 2,000 people. In addition to the fact that you are 2 people, right? On one account.
And a lot of people are like that.
That's my point. So like, I have thousands of clients. I have no idea what the true number is, but I know this: I'm never gonna stop taking walk-ins, because one of these days you are gonna, get promoted, buy a big old house in Dallas. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't just look at where I'm at and say I'm good, because I'm always gonna lose people for reasons that are out of my control, for silly stuff that I've done, or you know what I'm saying? Like, you just man, we get hired and fired every single day. But people die, people move, people get hired, people lose their job. Like, your client base is a constantly changing thing. So it's really short-sighted for a barber to be like, yeah, I don't take walk-ins. I stopped taking walk-ins to help them grow. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't a permanent thing. It's I'm growing at an alarming rate, and I'm suffocating the life out the room. So I stopped doing walk-ins for a minute to help them grow. But
like the other day when I was getting my haircut, there was a man that walked in here with 2 kids, and he wanted his hair colored.
Yeah, the Arabian guy.
And they just moved here, I think?
Yep, from Charlotte.
Okay. If they get great service, stand-up service, and the kids are happy, he's happy with his colored hair.
Right.
Man, that's 3 spots right there.
Right, 100%.
And it's like, it's like, if you can sign somebody up for a credit card, sign them up for a credit card, right? you ever go to Macy's back in the day, we'll give you $20 off your thing if you sign up for a credit card because they know once they sign you, they got you.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same with this haircut game. You get somebody a good cut, they're happy when they leave, they signed up.
100%. When you were just walking in, a guy was just leaving. Actually, it was his sister though. I guess his sister's his barber. But he came, he's like, yeah, my barber's pregnant. She just gave birth to me, so I can't get a cut from her. So that's why I'm here. He's like, I live right here, but
The dude that just left?
not the guy that I was cutting, the one he was cutting. Oh, so I think they walked out in between when you walked in and they came back. But so I said to him as he was leaving, I said, man, don't feel bad leaving your barber because he just he was putting the game because she was pregnant. He was like, it's my sister. I was like, never mind. It ain't gonna be Anyways, nah, man. I fear that there is another Sean out there somewhere as hungry as I am, that is as good with customer service and like all the things that I think have helped me get to where I'm at. And I'm sure it's probably not. At least I'm sure there is another guy like me out there. But I'm positive they're probably not in the area. But I work every day like there is because I know Jimmy, I know them people got better work ethic than anybody ever had. And that is the issue that most people have that keeps them from being successful in this game is they treat it like a side hustle because the money is fast and they can walk out every day with $2, $3, $4, $5, $800. And so that they don't respect the fact that you gotta constantly cultivate that and harvest that so that you know what I'm saying you can buy a house, buy a car, do whatever you want to do, but if you treat it like a side hustle, you're never gonna reach the next level. But nah, I saw that and I was like, man, I'm not worried about like my business ain't gonna never fall off because I'm always treated like a business and I'm always treating my clients like clients and not customers. But people that come here, they like, man, Jimmy's my suffocator. I know them people do not play. They work hard as hell.
They ain't coming all the way to Katy to play.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that first location in Pasadena, I don't know how many of them live out here. But shit, I know they really big. Yeah. Did you go inside? Nah, it was nice in there, man. It was. Yeah, they got a little pool table in the back. Like I know they can't replicate or like even simulate what we do here as far as the environment is close. And again, it's nice, it's new, like, nah, they're gonna be good. They're gonna be great. And if you say they cuts are good, see, I don't
know who cut his hair, but I just know my wife came out and said, damn, look at that little man's haircut. And it was nice, man.
Yeah. Yeah, nah, listen. I am not surprised.
But that's what I do. I look at haircuts.
Of course, yeah. I'm the same way.
I look at Instagram reels and this dude got 35,000 likes. I'm like, man, that haircut's horrible. It's horrible. I can see a line in it. I can see the edge up ain't straight. And I'm like, man, people just hit like they hit like.
No, I do the exact same thing. I look at somebody's video and I be like, why did this blow up? It must be the audio because but see, I'm a congratulator. Like I like everybody's stuff, bro. I be saying some trash all the time. But I know how hard it is for people to give somebody, encouragement and feedback and how easy it is to hate on somebody. So I always try to just, give a like. There's been a couple times where I've had to DM people and like, hey man, if you need some help, and I got some videos, if you're in the area, you can always pull up. Like I've offered that because it's people waiting to hear this stuff.
So Ice lives around here?
Yeah, he lives in my village. That's why he was on the bike. He lives like 10 houses down.
Nah, I saw a haircut he did the other day. It looked good.
His only problem is he just moved from down by Fry and IT. So he said he had a lot of clients, but only a handful of them are willing to drive, up here. Because a lot of them were, southeast of where he was at. So now they got to go further northwest to catch up to him. So he's had a handful of people come support him, and he's getting a walk-up traffic here. Because again, I'm trying.
Oh, the other day, that's another thing I liked about him. When them people were walking in,
yeah, he walked up to get him.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, man, that sets you apart. That's what I was doing at the first shop I was at. I was in the middle. I was close to the back of the shop, Every time I walked in, came in, I walked up, greeted them, dapped them up, talked to them. Like, that's how you build clientele. Is like, a lot of people think, oh man, these cookies so nice. It's like, no, bro. There's a lot of people that can cook, and they all got trash personalities or trash work ethic or.
One of my homeboys just went to another homeboy just went to Smash and he was upset.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, man, it really upsets me because he does such a good job, but he don't respect my time. And he goes, I don't even know why I'm setting an appointment. Man, I sat in there over 45 minutes at my appointment. And then I wasn't there, but according to my homeboy, he don't even say, man, my bad about that. I wasn't nothing.
Dog, if I'm more
You're just next, and that's it.
if I'm a minute late, I apologize. If I'm more than 5 minutes late, I start to give money. Like I don't. That's not cool. Because again, like I was just saying earlier, you get hired and fired for the most trivial reason. There are some people that I ain't seen in a long time. I'm like, yeah, I wonder what didn't I do right? What happened? Did they move or did I get fired? You know what I'm saying? Because that's two totally different things. If you move out the area and I'm no longer viable, I didn't get fired. You just moved. But if you stop coming to me because you got a better option closer, that gets me wondering. Like, man, I wonder what did I do? And so, nah, man, I'm the first one to call it out. He'd be like, oh, man, it ain't no big deal. And I'm like, nah, it's a big deal. He was 7 minutes late for me, I'd lose my mind.
See, but I really didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to be like, man, I would have took that. But I know how you are with your appointments and this and that. So my homeboy, he couldn't get in touch with his barber. So he had texted me. I can even show you.
He text me?
No.
My
homeboy text me. And I can even show you the text message. He goes, hey, tell your barber I'll pay for his whole trip and I'll fill his pockets up. Tell him to come cut my hair for some award show, right? Yeah. But I was like, man, I'm not even gonna do that because you're not gonna look bad to 15 appointments for a one-time deal. For a one-time deal.
Somebody asked me a few months ago about like if I want to be a celebrity barber, and I told them like I don't think the way my business is built, I don't think that will work because like I keep it a buck. On a slow week I make 3,000, good week I make 4,500 a week. Unless that client guarantees me like $5,000 a month for the rest of say the year. Something like that, bro. I can't play with y'all. Can't do it.
And that's not even. I wouldn't even say that's good enough because you're still away from home. You know?
Right. No, you're right. That's a good point. And like I said, I don't even entertain these conversations because I don't even entertain the idea because I can't look a dude in the face and say, yeah, man, pay me $10,000 a week for, basically what's that? Yeah, basically pay me $500,000. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? For this year, me to be a barber. Because ultimately, over time, I think my business is built on the fact that I appreciate and respect people's time.
And I think that's why I didn't even bother messaging you because you're not one of them guys that's just looking for fame. You're not gonna leave your for show for now. That's like a happily married man losing his wife over a one-time deal.
Right.
That's ridiculously stupid.
Yeah.
So.
No, that's a great analogy.
When he texted me, I was like, okay, I mean, round trip, yeah, you're gonna pay him, but he's gonna let down 15 to 20 appointments. Where they'll be like, man, he just did that next day on us like that. It's not worth it.
You're right. You know me well. I wouldn't have a heart to do that. Dude, when I had COVID, it was the hardest thing. It was the hardest thing to do because I feel like I found out I had COVID Sunday night. Monday, I want to say I had 14 appointments on my calendar. It was the hardest thing that I've done as a professional so far is to text those people down, dog. Because I felt like I let them down. You know what I'm saying? And so letting those people know, yeah, I got COVID, man. If y'all want to keep your appointments cool, if you don't, I completely understand. We can reschedule or whatever. That was a hard thing to do.
You knew
it
what
wasn't
I was
even
gonna
my fault.
do, son.
You said what?
I said you knew I was gonna chunk.
Oh yeah, I know. I don't. Man, look, I don't blame nobody. I was surprised at how many people were like, COVID. Who cares? It was a lot of people that didn't care. But that first Monday, I had 2 people that were like, oh yeah, I don't care about COVID, I got the vaccine, or I don't care about COVID, I don't believe it, or I don't care about COVID, I just got over it, so I got the antibodies for 90 days, whatever they said. So it was a few people a day that didn't care, but for that whole 2-week period where I kept testing positive, I kept having to give people, you know, the heads up, like, yo man, I'm sorry. But I felt like I let them down, you know what I'm saying? So ain't no way I could text somebody and say, yeah man, I gotta cancel. A, it's out of character, I've never done it. And be like, yeah man, I'm not that short-sighted. I'm not that short-sighted. And you know, and the other reason why I wouldn't do it too is because ultimately I would give that money to my client. I'd be like, look, man, I have to go across town, do whatever, next one's on me. So I'd be hustling backwards.
Alright, so check this out, right? She'd probably kill me if she knew I told you, right? But my wife doesn't know you, right?
Yeah.
So she was absolutely hooked on Jordan having a haircut for the game tomorrow, right?
Okay.
So I said, okay. I said, look, he don't do a appointment, so it's just a walk-in thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I told her, I said, look, according to Google, he don't open until 12 o'clock tomorrow. Is that true?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I thought you
Tuesday, Wednesdays, yeah, those are the days I try to take it a little easy, sleep in, and if I gotta run errands, like these are the days I use for that.
I did not know that. I thought you opened at 9 o'clock, right? Because my plan was to get here at 9 and then go to the game.
No, yeah, you've been
so
bad, bro.
yeah, so I told her, I said, look, he don't open until 12, so Jordan ain't gonna get no haircut.
Yeah.
And she goes, well, take him to the place we saw yesterday. But it's not that easy.
Right.
You can't just turn your back on your people.
Right.
Nah, hell no.
Some people don't have that loyalty, bro. I appreciate
But
it.
I can't even blame her for that because to her, a haircut's a haircut.
Right.
A haircut, to her, what I pay is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's just, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I cannot do that.
Yeah, no.
And a lot of people chase hype. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a hype chaser.
No, you're right, 100%. It's a lot of cloud chasing. But see, like, I'm older. When I'm like in my 30s and 20s, I probably would have been a little bit more. Here, I can tell you uncomfortable. I'm gonna finish this part, then I'm gonna take this out because I just need you up so I can do this part. So, in the future, remind me to just do the back first, because I can tell you ain't feeling this chair. Go ahead. Yeah, no, I was just saying, in my younger days, I was probably a different dude with like clout and all that other stuff. Because I think ultimately that's why barbers want to be celebrity barbers and celebrity stylists anyway, is because it's a status symbol. It's chasing clout. It's like, man, I'm so good. You know, only the elite clients want to sit in my chair. It's like that type of thing. But now it's like, nah, man, I'm basic, bro. I'm a basic ass dude. I got it.
All the extras you to get the haircut right here. On the other side of right here on the other side of 99.
There's a shop over there?
In Old Katy.
Oh.
Right?
So I don't know my directions. I drove all the way down 529 when I first moved out here. It wasn't nothing out there.
Okay, well, yeah. It's called Game Day, maybe? So
pull it up on Google.
So all the Astros got their haircut there, right?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You don't remember the name of that place, Jordan?
Yeah, the Rams were ahead of the Bucks because the Rams won the Super Bowl, guys. Like, in order to beat the champ, you got to beat the champ. And I felt that if Gronk decided to come back, then yes, the Bucks would be the class in the NFC. But he didn't, and he was a free agent at the time, so there was no understanding of him being in the fold at all.
You're not talking about famous fade, right? Because I think that's the one I saw advertisement for over in that area.
Now that Rob Gronkowski is not there, but they do have to replace 802 yards, 6 touchdown passes, and like we talked about, a guy that just rose to the occasion at the right time, willing the block and a great blocker,
Strike
the
zone.
field and made big plays no matter the
Yeah.
cost. That is something that they will miss, and I know they were counting on.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, so And I'm reading the first comment on here on Google. Walked in needing the haircut and got ignored for 30 minutes. Right?
Yeah.
So Correa, Springer, all the people, he's doing all their haircuts, right?
Right.
They're on their Instagram showing them cutting their hair, right?
Yeah.
So I took Jordan to him the first time, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want anybody else. I came here for you. You know, kind of like our first conversation.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know if you remember that.
I
Right?
do. You put me in a tough spot. I had just told everybody, like, I'm not taking walk-ins. I'm gonna let y'all have it. Yeah, you put me in a bind, but it was fine.
So the first one went good, right? The next time I go, he's like, man, I'm gonna need you to go with somebody else. I said, I didn't book somebody else, though, man.
Oh, so you scheduled an appointment?
Yeah.
Nah, bro.
And he's like, nah, man, I don't remember the excuse he gave me. And I was like, you know what, I'm good, man, don't worry about it. And bam, I'm out, right? It only takes one disrespect.
100%.
Maria has more money than me,
Right.
but when it comes to haircut money, our money's the same. His 20 looks just like my 20, right?
Right.
So I was done with it. And now I don't think any of us go there.
Yeah, and see, so one theory I have, if I treat y'all like celebrities, then if, say, LeBron or anybody, right? Anybody ends up in my chair, I know how to act, right? Because I got a lot of practice. But if I treat y'all like, man, you ain't number $10, $15, whatever, then I'm not gonna have the ability to maintain a relationship with a high end. It's, you know, you talk about dating, you know, cheap stepping on your lady, you know what I'm saying, for one time with so and so. It's like, how can I know how to treat J-Lo if I'm not treating nobody else like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, so for me, you got, like, I believe in practice how you play. If you practice like trash, you're gonna play like trash. That's the type of player I was in high school and college. Whenever I had bad weeks of practice, I had a bad game. And so for me, but
you know, and I don't wish homie no wrong. I mean, I don't think anybody goes there, but they do. But my whole thing was, over that, you got rid of a dude that was paying you weekly or bi-weekly, on time. You know? So, and now look at Craig, he's in Minnesota.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
And that's another reason why it's like, man, like, I'm not really impressed with the idea of being a celebrity barber, because they, depending on the type of stuff, if it's an athlete, man, they come and go. And yeah, man, like, nah, I would compromise my business relying on that sometimes money, because also too, stars fade. Right, like one of the first guys that came to try to work here was the barber for Trent Williams, who's a lineman for the San Francisco 49ers. He was like, yeah, I fly out of town every other week to go cut his hair wherever he's at. So if he's in, you know, if he's in Dallas playing Cowboys, if he's in Boston playing against New England, wherever he flies them out. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, that has got to be, unless he has a set day where he travels and he doesn't take appointments on that particular day, man, I can't imagine how you can run a business like that.
That would be inconvenient. And just to say I cut Trent Williams in now.
Right. Now again, Trent Williams has signed I want to say Trent Williams is getting like almost $30 million a year, something like that. He paid, like he's one of the best linemen in the game.
But let me tell you this. Okay. So I'm sure my boy got more money than Trent Williams, right? I'm sure. My homeboy didn't want you to cut his hair, right?
Yeah.
But I go back to this thing once again. That's a one-time deal.
Right.
And then after you get that, whatever he was going to pay you, and after that, then what?
Exactly.
And that's why I tell people all the time, never lose your for show money for some time money. You know, never. That's like me. If I ever choose to get my barber license, I'll never quit my job, because that's my for sure money. I know what I'm going to get.
Almost done. I'm sorry. Make it perfect. Excuse me, make sure it's perfect. And then I'm gonna take the bench off. I think this will be the last summer you're gonna need this. Man. I feel like you're gonna get a growth spurt, and you're gonna shoot up to about 5'8", and then you're gonna need this. But no, I concur. I'm
But yeah, that's why I never waste your time with it, man. You gotta know your audience. You gotta know.
yeah,
You know
no,
what I'm
that's
saying?
dope. That's great. And it's also so me and Ice were talking earlier today about just being self-aware. And I think a lot of self-awareness too is also being aware of who you portray yourself to be, right? Like I went to school with a bunch of kids that like lived a good life all their life and wanted to let the world know they were thugs. You know what I'm saying? But they were projecting an image of themselves that they really weren't. And like I always told myself, like, man, I don't want nobody to think I'm bad. I don't want nobody, because somebody always want to test you. Always want to test you. So go ahead.
Now you're talking about mine, so I don't want to forget.
Yeah.
I've been coming here for shit, probably over.
It's been about a year. I think
More than that.
Because I text you. You got the COVID text too, didn't you? Yeah, because I remember you made me send you a picture of my positive test for your wife.
I asked you.
Yeah, man, I am not mad.
So, in my history of being at this barbershop, that's the first barber, this man right here, that's ever acknowledged me and dabbed me up. The rest, besides
Marcella,
but everybody else that's ever been, they'll walk by you, they won't speak, they won't do nothing. And what they need to understand, even though it's not your client, it's a barbershop client. So you got to speak. It doesn't hurt you to say, hello, how you doing?
Right. Just the back. Is that cool? I'm gonna. He's on.
Get your head straight.
Stand up. Yeah, no, yeah. Now again, he's gonna be. Now he's had his license for 10 years, so he gets it. It's funny because me and him have had the same issues. Like the first shop I worked at, I was having a problem that he was describing, and cut addiction. Yeah, he was having the same type of problems that. He was having the same problems at that spot that I was having at the first couple spots I was at. And, but yeah, he blew me away when he came up, started walking people back to his chair. Because I was saying that stuff till I was blue in the face about the precedents I want to set for this building. Because I read other people's reviews. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm maniacal like that, whereas if I want to be better, if I want to do a better job than my competition, I got to find out what they're doing wrong, right? I don't do it no more because, like, it's all the same stuff. But when when I first met y'all, I would tell my client or my new barbers, when people come to the door, if they're walk up to them, greet them at the door, because I may not have known that place was called Strike Zone, but I read hundreds of reviews where people say, man, I walked in, I sat around for 15, 20, 30 minutes, nobody said nothing to me, I didn't know if I was supposed to be there or not. You know what I'm saying? So it's like stuff like that. Those are easy wins.
That's a horrible feeling, man.
100%. It's an easy win. Those are super easy fundamentals. We're in the customer service industry. Greet them. At minimum, greet them. But
And
yeah.
some of the people that act like that, it'd be so funny, man, where they're just so stuck up.
Right.
And then sometimes you just want to humble them, like, what are you stuck up about? Because if it's money, the person you're probably stuck up with probably has 5 times the money you got. If it's talent, the person probably has talent in a different field, but they still have talent. Why be stuck up?
See, that's one of the biggest issues that I've noticed in the industry, is that everybody in the game, a lot of people in the game, they think they are artists. And I'm not saying they're not, but I feel like there's 2 ways to win at this game. You can be an artist, right? You can be an artist. You can be somebody that puts art on somebody's head. Or you can be a vessel. You can be somebody that basically takes a clipper and comb and puts it in the client's hand, but you're doing the work for them. That's why I think I've made so much progress in this game in such a very short amount of time, because I know a lot of people
don't want an artist to cut their hair. They want what they want. You want your mohawk this way. If I were doing his mohawk, I'd do it the way I want to do it. But that's not gonna get me paid, and you won't come back if you don't like my art, right? But a lot of people, oh man, you know what I'm saying? My people different, man. It's like, nah, bro. You will not become successful if you come into the game as an artist. Come into the game as a vessel. Do what people tell you to do with their hard-earned money. Because the worst thing in the world for somebody to come into an establishment is to leave feeling like, man, I wasted $30. You know what I'm saying? So no,
I felt like that. With my L the other day, I felt like that. And that's just my truth to you.
when this last one?
No.
Or the one before?
The L.
Oh, the L, yeah. Yeah.
Like man, I was feeling bad, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to me, I go with what's the norm? The norm is only feeling good, so everybody's allowed to have a bad one.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't know, you're just different to me, man. You know, like, even if you're in a bad mood, you never showed it to Jordan. You know?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, man. Like, I don't think, I'm sure I've had a bad day as far as like my emotional state.
Yeah.
But man, I normally don't gotta fake it. I mean, like normally, nah, man, well, I'll say this. My clients piss me off all the time because a lot of times, there have only been a couple of times, and this is the God honest truth, there's only been a couple of times where I have been late. Like, I was late to an appointment because I wasn't on my game. But most of the time, people book one thing, need three things. I think, all right, I can do all of these things. Then I look up and I'm like, damn, I'm actually 7 minutes into somebody else's appointment. So like, or they show up 2, 3, 8 minutes late, think it's no big deal. Like, that puts me in a bad mood.
And people don't understand that 5 minutes, that 2 minutes, that 3 minutes, that makes a difference because on that spot, somebody wants to get in their chair.
100%. Yeah. But no, so no. But I don't think of myself as a moody person. My dad was moody. And that, man, I hated that. I never knew who I was dealing with. I never knew who I was coming home to. So, man, I hate that. So I do my best to keep my emotions as in check as humanly possible because that's not fair to everybody else to just be subject to how your day went. Nah, man, I treat my clients like I need them because I don't want anybody leaving here feeling shortchanged. Man, look, I done had some jobs, but I hated life. I hated going to work. And I think the only thing worse than that is to bust your hump all week or every 2 weeks to just get that little measly paycheck at a job you don't feel appreciated, respected, or valued in, and then have somebody disrespect your money when you done went through hell and high water just to get that money. You know what I'm saying?
Or have a job where as soon as you get paid, and you hate the job, but as soon as you get paid, you're broke.
100%. So that's why for me, I do my absolute best to make sure everybody feels like they spent, you know what I'm saying, got their money's worth and made a good spend with me.
But yeah, I'm the first one that's never just been cordial and
That's dope. I know it's only been a week and a half, but I truly think that he'll be the best addition to the shop we've ever made.
And if he's patient, he'll build for him, you know?
Yeah, now his work speaks for itself. He called. He just has to sit down, wait it out. But he lives across the street, so I mean, he can't really level up better than this.
That's why it's a show.
Yeah, we let him bring his daughter to work, you know what I'm saying? Like, we do everything we can to accommodate him and make him.
But see, like, that's another reason I won't turn my back on Panda Donuts.
Yeah.
Because they've been 100 with me from the jump. That's why I won't come over here and get nothing because I don't have to. I've never been treated bad. I've never had a cold kolache. I've never had a cold cup of coffee. So I'm not gonna lose.
They do coffee at Panda?
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee, so I wouldn't know.
I'm not gonna walk away from someone that's been so good to me. You know?
Yeah, that stuff is not as replaceable as you might think. Again, man, I appreciate the loyalty, and I try my best to give people reasons
to be loyal. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
know one reason with you is when we get here, we sit down.
yeah.
I've always hated barbershops for that same reason that you sit there and it takes forever.
Yeah, you're like, bro, I booked the 6 o'clock.
For a reason.
Yeah.
You pre-process my payment for a reason.
Yeah.
Because you're not the only one that does that. I've been
Right.
to barbershops that do that.
But see, we don't my app isn't supposed to process payment. It just holds your time.
Right.
It doesn't process
Well,
it.
that's what I mean.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, so I had this, I've been wanting to make a video about this for so long, but I had a lady, the first 2 times she booked with me, she was like 5 and 10 minutes early, and she always got right in. 5 minutes early, she was in my chair. 10 minutes early, she was in my chair. But then, her husband started driving. So like the first 2 times, he was in the passenger seat. The last 3 times, he drove. And the first time she was late, she was like 15 minutes late. And she was in the passenger seat. I'm thinking to myself, why did you call me or text me to say, hey, I'm running late? You know what I'm saying? She didn't do that. And so she has the nerve to go, well, why don't you give us like a grace period? And I almost combusted. I'm like, man, you voluntarily picked the time to come here. So why then do I need to give you an additional amount of time after you voluntarily picked? And right around that time I was going through this with her, I had tweaked my appointment settings so that you can book in 5-minute increments. So for example, in the past, you can only book on a half hour. So even if your appointment was 35 minutes, that meant that the next appointment available would have been 25 minutes away, okay? So I would have had a 25-minute gap. So I was like, damn, I'm really inefficient right now. So I ended up changing it so that, hold on, let me think, because I can't think and talk at the same time. I feel like if I do the top one first. So I changed my settings so that you can literally like really hone in to exactly what time you wanted to be here. But I told her, I said, man, you voluntarily booked this time. I did not force you. I didn't call you and say, look, lady, book at 5:35 and be here at 5:20. Like, you booked what you felt you could get to. So why would I give you extra time? So whatever, she was like, I guess. And you know, she was kind of salty, rolled her eyes. But I said, man, keep in mind, I am not expecting perfection. I just beg of you, respect my business, communicate with me. If you're running late, it's a text, it's a call, it's an email. Smoke signal, tie a bird to a note to a pigeon. Give me some kind of communication. Don't just show up late and be like, and then she was late and she was mad at me and she was late. I'm like, what have I done? So then, second time, she 10 minutes late. And the first time, I didn't even charge her a late fee. And the second time, I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but I still hadn't said I was going to charge her. And she was like, well, what is your late fee? I was like, well, it's $10, but, you know, I said, man, again, I don't want you to misconstrue the issue. The issue is not that you're late. The issue is that you were late and you did not give me a heads up to help me make the most of my business. And, you know, whatever. For the third time, she late again. This time, she only like 10 minutes late, or 5 minutes late, I'm sorry. I say only, like that's not a problem, but she was only about 5 minutes late this time. And then we have the same conversation about a grace period. And I said again, man, you voluntarily picked this time. I did not force you to pick this time. And then she goes, well, you know, to be honest with you, the only reason I come here is because I like the way you cut my hair. And it took everything in me to not fire back with, bitch, the only reason I cut your hair is because you paid me. I wanted so badly to say that. I was like, you know what, I'm a professional. I gotta take this L. I ain't saying a cent. But like, she couldn't see past herself in that situation. I was not telling her there is a zero tolerance policy for being late. I told her there's a zero tolerance policy for not respecting my time and not giving me a heads up that you're going to be late. Especially if you're in the passenger seat. It's a whole different conversation if you're driving and you don't want to risk, you know, an accident. All of that. I would have bought that, right? But I watched her get out the passenger seat. I'm like, that is what I don't have the patience for. When you have so little regard for my time and the other people that I serve, to where you don't have the ability to shoot me a text when you're in the passenger seat. So yeah, I ain't seen it since. But it's crazy because I cut 2 of her nephews and her brother's hair. I used to cut her mom's hair, but I think her and her mom, you know, stick together. So I lost 2 clients, but I'm basically a family barber.
But you ain't really losing.
Nah.
because they know a guy like me is hard to find. And even her, she was like, the first couple times I cut her hair, she's like, oh my God, I'm so glad I found you. She got a big, oh my God, it's a family trait. And she, man, she got a head on her. And people keep doing, I guess, something that she don't like. And so she's like, yeah, I got a particular situation and people don't respect it, and I appreciate the fact that you ask me questions and like I do all these things to make sure she's happy. And so she forfeits that because she's too proud to acknowledge, man, you messed up. All you gotta do is say, hey, my bad, I was running late. Or text me, hey, I'm gonna be 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late. Cool, I got 3 walk-ins waiting on me, I'll get one of them. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the reason behind it, but not all people, but a lot of people don't have the
Because they don't care about you.
Not at all.
No,
Not
I'm serious. They're selfish and it's about them.
100%.
And after the second time of reminding someone and they still do it, they just look at you as
right.
Someone that caters to them, and that's not the case.
Yeah.
Because if you weren't paying me, I'd have kicked you out of the motherfucker.
I'm telling you. But she had the nerve to say, well, the only reason I come here is because I like wake up. Like,
well, no shit.
Right, well, the only reason I cut your hair because you pay me. Leave me.
Yeah, I mean, no shit.
Yeah. Oh, man.
The only reason we go to eat somewhere at an establishment because we like the damn food.
Right.
I mean, come on.
She had your boy Big Man. I was ready to flip over the table and stuff. But nah, yeah. Nah, I ain't seen it since. Thank God.
I don't consider those losses, man.
Not at all. I truly don't. And the thing is, I treat people like I need them because that's who I am. But to keep it a buck, so I'm gonna use him also as an example because he validated what I thought. So a year ago, we had a Booksy rep come here, and she was trying to get me to refer her new barbers and stuff like that because she knows to shop on. But she told me, she goes, well, I researched you. So she has access to my books, like, so she can see how many appointments I do, what I charge, stuff like that. And she goes, I have all of the western part of Houston. So from here, I think she said to Brenham or something like that. So she's like, I don't really go this far out, but she goes, I had to come meet you because you are head and shoulders away the busiest person in my territory. She's like, I'm the busiest one in my territory. But there's Booksy, there's Style Seat, there's Schedule Out, there's 50, platforms where you can book. There's Square, there's The Cut, right? So like, I may be the busiest person in Booksy in this part of town, but there could be 8 barbers at Strike Zone or whatever that's busier than me. I don't know. And she was like, nah, it's not even close. You're the busiest barber that I've seen in our system. So, talking to him, he's like, man, I've been a barber for 10 years professionally. I've worked in the shop for 10 years. He said he worked at like 6 or 7 shops. He goes, I ain't never seen nobody as busy. I ain't never seen nobody with your stuff as organized and regimented as you are. He goes, you different. And I thought that, especially when that lady told me that. But I think the reason I'm different is because I treat my clients like I mean it. So like, ain't nobody ever got to worry about me going Hollywood because I don't have the desire to do that because I love feeling validated and appreciated, and my client base does that, which is why I give y'all that same energy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Hopefully with that middle school opening over here too, it's gonna just get even more fast.
Elementary?
Middle school.
It's already open.
They're open this year already?
Rose's been open for 3 years.
Oh, god damn.
Yeah. They're building the elementary school now. Honestly, I can afford to get a business. I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm gonna die. I need some damn help. That's what I need. I don't need no more clients. I need more help. I'm not gonna turn clients away, but I need more people that are willing to grow their business and do what it takes to grow their business and stop requiring me to do it for them.
If I had a chair here, I would grind as much as I have to pay my monthly payment. right?
Yeah.
Because that's all free work.
Yeah.
That's the way I would look at it. I'm working for free until I pay my month, my booth rent. And then once I pay my booth rent, you know, it's time.
Yeah. Man, I'll be having the strangest conversations about getting people to understand, like, you gotta pay to play.
You look good, kids.
Like I got your jeans, Pop. And which will be that father?
We eat like king.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you buy, or did you at least clean up after everybody?
No, you bought me Top Gun. We went to go see Top Gun.
How was that? You like that movie?
It was nothing like the first one.
No, man, I saw the first one in the movie theater. That's
Me
how
too.
old.
Me too.
Yeah. Yeah, when it came in like 86 or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, man.
It was nothing like the first one.
Yeah, I told myself if I ever had a kid, I would name him Maverick.
That's a hell of a name.
I don't even remember that character in the movie, like, but I just remember I liked that name. He what? Okay. Was he a good guy or a bad guy? He was a good guy? So nah, Google, so I update, obviously I update my hours, but I always update the shop hours on Google if ever I'm making a change. Eventually when he gets more consistent, he's just got 10 years of bad habits, but he's in the right headspace, but as soon as he becomes more consistent, I'm gonna change the hours and open up a little earlier and obviously shut down. Maybe not earlier, but I'm gonna be more flexible with that. But I learned that lesson a couple years ago when I was hiring all these new people. They kept saying, "Oh man, I want to stay open until 10 o'clock." Told you, so I would leave us open until 10 o'clock, and I'm stuck here by myself. So as soon as he shows that he's consistent, I'm gonna modify the hours, and so because he wants to be here at like 8 or 9 in the morning, but all that look like right now is me being here at 8 or 9 in the morning. But eventually.
So why have you without a million people waiting to get in your chair? Not that I don't want to do anything about it right now, but this line is really crooked right here.
So move your hand. They say really quick.
And I know where it's at. Because it's been fucking with me since Saturday.
I'm trying to see what's new growth and what's not.
Well, it has new growth for sure. But this is the part that we need to work on. See, since I've been coming to you, the top has never been an issue.
Yeah.
Never. And it's been an issue lately.
The last 2 times.
And it, to me, it looks like it's right here. I put my girl's eyeliner in here to fix it.
Oh, okay.
That's why you can't really see it.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time picking it up. I can see that there's a lot of new growth, but I can still see where I think the line used to be.
But it's like high right here and then it gets low. It's high right here and then it gets low. And I shouldn't have put that in there so you can see it. But it's almost as right here, it goes smooth up right here.
Well, I can tell you this. This is your strong side. Your hair, you have better growth on this side. That's why we
but
effortlessly
right
make
it's fine.
Right, but I'm saying the whole thing, this whole side, I can make that look like I painted. This side has always been different. That's why we always, after like the second or third time you came, we always decide to start on your left side because that's your weaker side. But this side, I can make it look like anything.
Okay, so just so we get some understanding.
Yeah.
And I don't know, this time, I don't know what the hell. I'm thinking because I took so long to come back, but you balded all of this.
Yeah, but
and you left hair right here.
Yeah.
So it's almost as if we're fading this way when it's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to fade up right here.
Well, so I fade. Okay, so if all of this is bald, I'm fading this way, and I've been doing that like that for months, for like 7, 8 months.
But I want to fade up. It's a reverse fade.
Yeah, right. But I'm talking about down at the bottom where the beard is shooting out this way. I'm fading all of this
I'm fading this part down like this part. It's like I'm doing like a burst fade on your beard. So like I'm fading this part down, then here, then here, then here.
I
In a
don't know,
reverse
it was
fade.
just weird because I never seen it like that. And then when I got home, I said, God damn, where's my line? I couldn't see my back line.
Well, but you asked me, like, I started doing this months ago because you told me you wanted this ball. You wanted back here ball, so you wouldn't see a line back there.
No, I want to see the line. I just want all of this.
Okay, so then that has been
That's
been a miscommunication for months, because I've been doing it that way for months, like,
okay.
legitimately 7,
One play. And that's,
maybe 8 months.
and that's why, because you ain't got nobody waiting, I want to just have these conversations with you. So, I needed to fade right here, going up, if you will, right?
Okay.
But I want my line to be a strong line right here and a strong line right here, but
Yeah,
just
even
blend on
last,
the inside.
well, here, take this here, show me again what you mean, because even last time you said you're gonna ball this out, right? And you pointed to, you were feeling this part of your beard. So,
See, I guess that's our miscommunication.
yeah, that's what I'm lost, because
So
when
when I say bald, I mean right here. You know, this is where I want the fade, but I still want my line heavy right here. And then,
but like I said, I've been doing it this way for like, no lie, 7, 8 months. Because the first time you had me bald, that like back here, that's what I had been doing, and I was only leaving hair right here. You know what I'm
and
saying?
that's what, I don't know, I guess I really saw it this time, and I said, shit. Because it looked like my line, the width of my beard was this right here.
That's
And this
literally
is all
how
bald.
it's been. That is how it has been for 7 to 8, maybe 9 months.
Okay,
That's what it's been. Okay.
Hold on, well, I got this mirror. I do not want it like that, bro.
No, okay. But no, that.
And then remember on this, I don't remember what side it is. Right here, it always has to come down and then shoot across. And I think on this side, maybe it shaved up too much.
I can't remember.
But it's usually when you do my bottom line, I'm trying to see where it's at. I think it's right here. It just went up a little high. And this one has to be just like squared right here.
Well, so for the last couple of months, all I've been doing is just right here. I haven't been doing anything here. Partly because we have been balding like so much of the side of it out, but like I don't do much here, but I do all my, I smooth all of that out. So that,
It's just right here, I don't like it circled.
but that's your natural though. I didn't do anything. Like I said, when I'm doing anything underneath your beard, I'm just taking like a 1/4 inch worth of hair growth right here and getting rid of that, because you don't got nothing in the same plane over here. So I'm just basically just cleaning that little part up.
Okay. And that's what I want.
That's what I've been
Usually
doing.
you just hit this.
Exactly.
And
That's
we
what I've
never
been
get
doing.
in here.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So in the future, I'll start to do that or stay with doing what I've been doing.
No, I don't want nothing right here. We just clean this little
Yeah,
area
that-
because
yeah.
when it's thick right here, it makes it look full. Okay.
Yeah, but no, but it's been months since I messed with those bottom corners.
See, in this sun, I can see the line right here that I'm trying to tell you. Can you come right here? Like, if you can stand behind me, you'll definitely see it. See how it's up here? And then
I mean, so yeah, I see what you're saying.
see how it's up here and then it's down here?
No, yeah. No, I see it, and I can see it from over there, but see, I can't remember exactly what, because the problem is, like, throughout our time together, you'll say, okay, now this needs to come up or come down, and now this side doesn't match. So it's not a matter that wasn't what I went in and did initially. That was just through you being like, okay, now this side is higher than this side, so now you make this side match. And I think if you hold on.
I think the mess of it right here. I think this was left too wide maybe, and it needed to come in little right here. But there's always right here is where you always have to make that line.
Right, and that's, so the time before this time, you had an L, right?
Oh man.
And that was partly,
Because of this part right here, I think you didn't follow the imaginary line, so to speak. And, or tell me why it was.
so the reason so two reasons why your right side is stronger than your left side. Your right side, your cheekbone, or like the cheek muscle and the fat around it.
Why you gotta say that?
It's a fact of our being Muslim. You're Muslim, right? Yeah. But I'm the same way. I think so. My left side is my strong side. So on my left side, my left cheek, my bone structure, my muscle, and my fat come out, and there's no indentation. On my right side, it goes in. It comes out a little bit, but then it goes in a little bit, and like that. I don't know if you remember. There's another guy, and his name was Jaime.
Yeah.
Jaime has the same problem you got, where like his right side is his good side, and his left side comes in. So when I look at him straight on, even if I do his beard perfectly symmetrically, his right side shows better because this cheek goes out everywhere. Whereas this cheek comes out a little bit, then it dips in. So his beard line looks lopsided, even if it's not. And so your right side is stronger because your hair growth is higher and your cheek bows out like uniformly, whereas your left side is a little lighter, like it doesn't curve out as well. And very few people are symmetrical to where you cut them in half and they are an exact match, right? And so your right side, your cheek comes out a little bit better than on your left side, and your hair is slightly lower on your left side than your right side.
Right.
That's why I can make magic on your right side. Your left side is like, shit, man, I got it.
But you've done it before.
I know,
You've
but
done
I
it
think,
before.
no, right. And I think, and that's why it's like, shit, I ain't gonna have this conversation, because I know you left thinking like, yo, this is it, but I don't.
Yeah. Like, yeah. But it's good, man.
Yeah.
It's good. You go get you some rest.
Yeah, man,
Let's go, son.
I gotta get myself some food.
All right, man. I'll hit you when I get to the house.
Yeah, you. Good kid.
Hold up. You gonna talk about classics? Because classics we don't love is refreshing. So how are we gonna refresh it down here?
You have some done?
Yeah, man, jack me up, man. Come on, man.
Just use them and leave them?
I know, right?
You don't say nothing?
Like everybody else.
All right, man.
All right, man. Enjoy the game, fellas. Be good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We make something better. We create something kind. C-Man in the end zone, the spike in the end zone. Is he the greatest tight end of all time? I think I asked him when he retired the first time, and I may ask it again when he retired the third time after he ever retired. Bill Platt makes the case for or against greatest tight end of all time. He is the greatest tight end of all time. He helped create Tom Brady, the greatest franchise, greatest quarterback of all time. He has the most catches, most touchdowns, passes of anybody since 2010, any receiving football. He's great. Or thrown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he evolved the tight end position and offense was more evolved throughout the NFL. You gotta remember, for most of the time, with the New England Patriots, he was wide receiver number one.
The tight end evolved with Gronk. I think he's like a unicorn. Like there's nobody like Gronk. This is the point of Platt. You move on. Show that go. Who you got here? The squirrel or the Pirates ground crew? Courtney Cronin, go.
I got the squirrel. Look at these idiots with the net trying to like contain the thing. They're on the two legs. He's on four.
Let's go. The squirrels are evil. Squirrels are wild. Squirrels are rats with tails. They're the worst animal out there. The most underrated, bad, evil, wild creature is a squirrel. Give it to the squirrel. I'm scared of squirrels. The last few 30 seconds of his time. There's been talk this week about the Lakers getting together with Kyrie Irving. Stop it! Stop the talk. Lakers, don't do it. Don't go anywhere near that. You've got enough going on in your team, enough disruption, enough distractions. He would be a nightmare if he came there. And with a Darvin Ham, the new coach, that would be